Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Brad here, good to have you back. And I wanted to just quickly say thank you for subscriber count, about 134,000 today. Today, we need to concentrate on something else, and that is getting my deck outside over the water redone and getting some furniture on it. So today we're gonna look at that on Supercar Street Racing. Hang out with us, it's gonna be a cool show. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. Today we have a few things to talk about. One of them being getting my deck outside over the water, my dock, redone completely because I noticed in the last couple of months some of the boards were getting kind of soft on it. So what I did was I went ahead and found someone to do the work. I was not wanting to actually go do it, and since I don't have a truck, it's difficult for me to get wood from the store. So what I did was I used the same guy who did my gates. His name is Ray. Him and his buddy went and checked out the dock. They measured it out, and at the same time, one of my big goals was to see if I could get this enlarged at the same time. Now they were able to do that, so you're gonna see here when we take a look outside what exactly they did to replace all the wood on the dock and then also expand it. Let's go take a look. All right guys, we are out here on the new deck. As you can see right here, the carpenters could come in and they replaced my deck with actual 2x4s and then 2x8s. This is 10 feet now going this way. They actually expanded the dock as well. This is 8 feet going this way, and I just bought furniture for this. All right guys, you just saw my new dock outside. Now basically, when those guys came to replace my dock, they took all the boards off the top. Those were just deck boards originally. They took them all off. They looked at all the stringers underneath. They inspected the posts. They did find that the stringers all needed to be replaced. They went ahead and replaced those. And so that means everything underneath the deck boards, the long 2x6 boards that connect the posts all the way back to the bulkhead, were all replaced underneath there. And a few things were added on each side also so that it could be expanded. Now they did expand the dock by 1 foot on each side. That's pretty good. Like, I needed a lot more room out there. So now the next step is to show you guys what we have to do to go ahead and protect that deck from the sun, the water, and the wind in Florida. Let's take it outside and show you what we used on the wood to protect it. My job today, and you can see right here, I've already done 2 coats. I'm gonna go ahead and sweep all this off and go ahead and put a 3rd coat of poly. That's my one mission today, get the 3rd and final coat of poly on the deck. And here come the dog, and they will bark until the owner comes out. Guys, you just saw what we used on the dock to go ahead and protect it from the sun, the wind, and the rain in Florida. We used the Bare polyurethane protector in matte. It is a water-based finish designed for outside, and we did put 3 coats on it. The 3rd coat just went on today. That is going to dry for about 24 hours before we go ahead and put our rug and our furniture out on the dock. Now let's take a look at the furniture we decided to get. We did go out to Florida Backyard to look at furniture. It is a higher quality store, so you know the furniture will last longer. Let's see what we found when we went out to Florida Backyard to look for new furniture for the dock. Look at that dude, sitting in the grass. What's up, dude?
Perfect, perfect, perfect.
He's coming over. Still kind of wet. I'm gonna let it dry out for like another hour. He's hissing at me. What you hissing about, dude? Yeah, this is still wet. I'm gonna let that dry. All right, we got our new rug right here. I haven't measured it or anything. I just went by eye. That's gonna go right out here on the dock, but I'm letting the dock dry out for like another hour before I put it down. I'll do it right after lunch, right after I eat, because they're gonna be here between 12 and 2 o'clock. That's the new rug right there. Okay, now that everything has dried out sufficiently, it's nice and warm out here. Let's go out here and see if we can get this rug put in place. There is a fence post. There's an entire fence in the pond right here. That's awesome. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Don't you hiss at me. Now, we got this stuff from Florida Backyard. We replaced the old furniture, we replaced the dock, and we replaced this outdoor rug right here. I'm gonna step back because this lens is very close, but you can see right here, we got the chair, we got the love seat, and we got 2 18-inch tables, and they are looking so fly and so fresh. I love them. Came out so good. But guys, I'm gonna put a link in the description. I got the upgraded material on the cushions as well. I did do the polyurethane coating on the dock as well. I did 3 coats. This guy's mad. And there's a good look at the pond, guys. We had 3 different things done. We made the deck bigger, much wider, so we could put bigger furniture on it. We extended it by 6 inches, and we also redid most of the entire thing and got new furniture. Hey guys, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. We're here in Studio B, and right in front of me you can see the Pollywood Lakeside Deep seating set. Now, Pollywood has a bunch of different choices for you on colors and also different choices for you on the cushions themselves. You can see right here, this is gray with textured linen is that color. I did go ahead and get the white on mine, and my cushions were actually made by Florida Backyard. They made those for me, and I got the upgraded fabric so that I could get a good waterproof, bleach-proof fabric. You can see right here, this set is only $1,049. I paid around $2,300 for my set with the upgraded fabric. So expect to pay about $2,300 for what I have, which is like a 4-piece set with 2 small tables, a love seat, and a chair. And they look awesome and they'll last forever. When the fabric gets dirty or moldy, you literally can spray it with bleach and hose it off, and it does not affect the color on the fabric. We would have to pull everything off the dock though and get that rug out from under it so we didn't ruin that first. But it's good to know that you can clean those without having to actually take them off the dock and store them inside during times when you're not using them. a lot of people will take their stuff and just store it inside to keep it from getting ruined. I'll put a link in the description to at least one of these types of polywood furniture. You can go from there and find your own and buy it and use our affiliate links, and it does help us out greatly. Now, we did get these at Florida Backyard. If you are in Florida, go take a look at Florida Backyard. I'll put the address and phone number in the description. They did set everything up for us as well. Now, at the time of this recording, we have 150,897 subscribers. We thank you so much for your support. If you're new here, go ahead and click subscribe and like the video. It helps us out tremendously. Buy everything through our Amazon affiliate links, and we'll see you guys on the next one. We got to get out of here. Guys, I am so hyped to tell you about our new channel called The Incredible Universe. You can see it right back there on the screen, and I wanted to tell you a little bit about this channel and why I'm so excited about it. So as you know, I've been building supercar street racing for about 4 or 5 years now, and it really started taking off in the last year, and I've had some good success with it. It's not going to make me rich by any means, but it's a hobby for me, and I enjoy doing it. But now we're going to be reaching out to a little bit of a different audience with our second channel called The Incredible Universe. You can see right back there. There will be a link right down below here, and also in the description. I would really appreciate it if you guys would go like and subscribe to the new channel, and just telling you a little bit about what's on the channel. So we're going to be dealing with some things like social things, crime-related things I'm really fascinated with, like the solar system, which I'm always fascinated about and I always like to do research on. We're going to do things about mystery, like the Bermuda Triangle, a lot of things about SpaceX and other NASA things going on, and anything that you guys would like to dive into. I'm excited about doing it. I'm enjoying writing the scripts or creating the scripts. I'm enjoying doing the editing, and I also am enjoying putting my own little touch on all those videos. We already have a good selection of videos on the channel. We plan on doing one video per day out there, and that is the current rate at which we are able to produce videos, and we plan on doing that non-stop and publishing one video per day. I think we have about 5 videos already published now as I'm starting to build the channel. The great news is we already have 1,050 subscribers as I looked this morning, and we're looking for that watch time now to get over 4,000 hours so we can monetize that channel and start building the channel and making it good. And part of that is you guys. If you could do me the biggest favor, go click the link in the description, go to the channel, and go ahead and subscribe for me and like some of the videos and watch some of them and give me some suggestions there on what you would do to make the channel better. So yeah, The Incredible Universe is kicked off as a second channel on supercar street racing, and I'm inviting you all to come check it out, and please like and subscribe, and we'll see you guys on The Incredible Universe. Guys, what are you even doing in there? Guys, welcome to the Supercar Street Racing Kitchen. We are in here today watching Supercar Street Racing live there. We also have Supercar Street Racing on the fridge right now, if you guys can believe that. It's right here on the fridge. You can see the channel up, and if we wanted to, we could watch it there as well. But today, we're gonna be showing you guys a recap of all my appliances. You can see the fridge right there. These are all the bespoke Samsung appliances. There is the nice stove, all lit up nice and great, and there is the microwave. And then we're gonna show you guys how to change a water filter in a fridge, and specifically, we're gonna change the one in this bespoke fridge. So go ahead and hang out with with me, Brad, on Supercar Street Racing, and I'm so hyped to have you guys here. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are in the kitchen today for a special Supercar Street Racing edition where we are going to be changing this awesome Samsung water filter right now. We're also going to show you guys what smart reorders are on the smart AI-based refrigerator right here, the Samsung bespoke fridge, internet-based fridge, where we have Supercar Street Racing chilling so nicely up on the screen. This refrigerator does have the ability to order its own filters when they become low. I will show you guys that, and this one actually did get ordered by my fridge. I had nothing to do with it. It did it all by itself. You saw it go into screensaver there, but there's a good example of what the bespoke fridge can do. And on the inside, this thing is pretty cool. There's nothing in it right now because I mostly eat out, but this thing is awesome because you can set up a zone down here that is usually the freezer to be either the freezer or the fridge, and I absolutely love that. And then on this side, you can see that is where the ice and stuff is at the bottom, but if you pull this drawer halfway out, that is where your water dispenser and your little built-in pitcher is. So it's cool, man. It's a great fridge. I have enjoyed this fridge a lot. Like I say, it doesn't have a lot of stuff in it all the time, but I do use it for sodas and things like that. And that's the bespoke Samsung dishwasher. Same thing, very nice dishwasher. It is smart and has all the controls on the top right here, so it's got a good look. It has a nice clock out here on the outside too, which is very cool. And then moving over here, you do see the Samsung bespoke stove right there, and that's a look at the inside of the bespoke stove, and it has this cool touch panel on top instead of knobs, which keeps this thing very clean looking. And then of course above that, the smart microwave from Samsung, and there's a look at the inside of the microwave oven. So that's what my Samsung bespoke appliances look like. And today, the focus is going to be on this fridge and getting this Samsung water filter changed. So hang out with us. Today, our sponsor on Supercar Street Racing is a returning sponsor, Red Star Tech, who we've worked with a few times already, was so kind to send us this presentation clicker here for PowerPoint. This presentation clicker is so cool. It has multiple controls on it that allow you to provide a control for your presentation. It also has a presentation pointer, as you can see right there, and it has triple action controllers here. Holding these buttons down in various different ways will allow you to do different things on the controller right here. This thing is plug and play, and it works with almost any operating system. You don't need drivers or anything like that to make it work. And it does cool things like volume and blanking the screen. What's really cool also is it has a little storage at the bottom for your USB adapter, so it makes it easy to carry around in your briefcase and then just pull your little USB type A out from the bottom and plug it directly into the machine you're going to be working on. Now, Red Star Tech has been a longtime sponsor of the channel now. We did some earbud reviews for them last time, and now they brought us their presentation clicker to check out. Please order it directly through the description in the video and support Supercar Street Racing and Red Star Tech with their presentation clicker. More online here from them in the Amazon link. I'll put it in the description. Thanks again, Red Star Tech. Right in front of me is the Samsung bespoke refrigerator, looking so fly and fresh, but there is one thing we need to do on this guy, and I will show you this. If we go to the front page here, it does have a smart filter view right here, and you can see that this filter is going to expire pretty soon. We are going to go ahead and change it out today, and we're gonna act like it's at 0%, right? Because it's got 16% left. And if we go to the details here, you can go ahead and see that it uses the HAFQIN water filter. You can order it from Samsung here, or you can buy it on Amazon with smart reorders. And to replace it, there is a nice video here you can look at, or you can scan this code on the fridge and it will take you to the video, but it is pretty simple. It wants you to shut off the water supply line, but I did not do that last time, which is interesting. I did not do that. So I don't think I'm gonna do that this time and see if I flood the entire kitchen. Now there are actual instructions down here as well. And I believe the water filter is right here inside of the fridge. And basically, to change this water filter out, you raise this little thing right here, and it will not stay up on its own. So you have to hold it up while you do this with two hands. But you basically just turn this, as it says on the front here, shut the water supply line off. I'm not doing that. Turn the knob of the filter cartridge counter clockwise 90 degrees. The filter cartridge unlocks. Pull out and remove the cartridge. Let's just go ahead and pull it out and see if we flood the place. Very hard to turn, first of all, so beware. It was very difficult to turn. And I did not flood my kitchen with that filter change. Then you simply take the new filter out of the box. There's the new filter. They come with a built-in handle. That's what you're seeing on the bottom. Now the fridge is playing me a nice song telling me that I left it open. Let's go ahead and close it so it doesn't have to play music for us. And now that we have our filter out, we have to remove the top. It is a cap, and the cap simply just pulls right off like that. Now you just insert the new cartridge and you turn it upwards and it will lock. Okay, I was able to get the water filter in there. It just takes a little pressure to turn it and lock it, and I did hear it fill up with water. So that part is done and we did not flood the kitchen. If you choose to go ahead and turn your own water off, that could be a good thing to do if you are worried about it. Now moving down the list, we are supposed to reset the filter. So let's go ahead and reset filter. Now we could have waited another 15%, which would have been about another week. But for the sake of the video, throw the old filter away and all the old crap. They do give you labels to tell you when you had replaced the filter. However, it is not necessary when you have a smart fridge. Now you see now that the water filter is clean, it shows you the install date was on February 20th, 2025. Now let's take a look at this filter on Amazon and how you can get your own water filter for your fridge from Amazon. All right, we are sitting here in front of Amazon and you can see this is a genuine Samsung water filter. It has 36,489 ratings. They have sold quite a few of these. They make big money off of these filters for not much of a product. And this thing is a 6-month life filter. So this means you can expect to replace this twice a year. I have purchased it twice so far, and there's not really a whole lot to say about this. There are other filters out there that are cheaper. They make filters for this fridge that are not genuine Samsung, but I went ahead and bought the genuine Samsung. I stayed with the OEM equipment here, and you get a slight, it's a little cheaper if you buy three though, three for $108 if you want to go ahead and stock up on your Samsung genuine filter. Now let's see if there are some other alternatives out here to the half Quinn, which is the type of filter. And right away you can see water specialist filters, way cheaper. You can get 3 for $29. If you choose to go with an aftermarket filter, that is on you, but I personally like to stick with the Samsungs. But right there, you can apply 10% off and you can get 3 filters for 30 bucks, only $10 each compared to 30 something dollars each for the other ones. A lot cheaper, way better option there. So go ahead and pick up yours. I will put links to both down in the description so you can take your pick on whether you want genuine or non-genuine Samsung water filters. Guys, thank you so much for watching Supercar Street Racing and also being a part of the channel as a subscriber and for supporting the channel by buying all of your products through the affiliate links down in the description. And look at this, guys. We have 61,900 subscribers today, and this is all because of you, and we owe you a huge. Please like and subscribe. It helps me out so much when you do that, and you order any of the products you want through any of our affiliate links. Even if you browse somewhere else after you click one, you are able to help us out with a few dollars on the channel, and it means so much to us. And we hope to see you next time. We got some big things coming on the channel, so stick around. We got some big partnerships coming, but we got to bail right now. We got to go to lunch. We got to get out of here. What is that dude doing? Oh, scared me. Oh, there's another one right there next to the bird. Florida life. Chilling in the grass. All right, 335i 0 to 60 and more with a tune. So that's transmission XHP flashed. Stage 2, E85 30% mix with just downpipes and a tune. Welcome back to the channel, everybody. We're out in Studio A. This is our main editing studio for Supercar Street Racing, and today we have this Wowcatch. Wowcatch reached out to us to see if we would want to take a look at this very cool dual-sided UV light insect trap. We've got a great amount of insects back here in the backyard, so I know we can put this thing to the ultimate test. Let's go ahead and check this out today on Supercar Street Racing. We're back in the awesome Studio A here at Supercar Street Racing. This is our main studio. If you haven't seen it before, it's kind of a cool place. I built it on my own, and we love to come out here and edit and go live and all that other stuff that we can do with this very cool place. Now right here in my hand, I have the Wowcatch Flying Insect Light Trap. Wowcatch did reach out to us to see if we were interested in taking a look at this and maybe testing it. And I think we'll give it a run for its money out here in Florida because we have a million bugs in this place. You guys know that. Now it's right here on the screen up here at $13.99. It's minus 26% off right now. Don't know if it'll be that at the time we air the video, but it is $13.99 right now on Amazon. This thing has dual UV lighting technology. It emits light in 5 different directions, so that attracts bugs to it. They say they have 50 years of experience. It has dual-sided adhesive on this light. This thing works 24/7 and can catch gnats and flies all night long. This thing is kid and pet friendly. It doesn't release any chemicals or weird odors into your house. And it's noise free. It makes 0 noise whatsoever. This box will have 1 device in it and 3 replacement cards if you order that particular one from Amazon. You can see this thing is effective on flies, house flies, moths, and gnats. Here's a look at the double-sided adhesive card. I'll put it up on the screen also right now. It is very sticky, replaces in seconds. It is non-paper material and transparent to pets. Now it does say you can use it in your garage or in the kitchen, the bedroom, the plants, near exterior doors, or in your pet area. You can see right here this thing attracting and capturing bugs. You discard the card, you peel the film off of the new one from both sides, and you insert the card without ever unplugging the light. It indicates right here it is home friendly for your kids and your pets because it does not emit smells or use chemicals. This thing has 347 reviews, 4.3 stars on Amazon. And now that we have an overview of the Wowcatch insect light trap, we need to throw it inside the Studio B and get this thing unboxed. Let's do that right now. All right, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing Studio A. We have an impressive product right here to show you guys. This is the WowCatch Flying Insect Trap. Now, basically, this thing is a UV light, and it uses dual UV lighting technology to emit light in 5 different directions. It is here in the box right now, and it has some steps on the side that show you how to go ahead and install it. Step 1, you peel the film off of both sides. Step 2, insert the card into the device. Step 3, plug the device into the socket. And step 4, you replace when it is used. There's some more information on the back here about how the actual WowCatch works, and a UPC code on the side and a barcode here, a QR code. And there's a picture of it on the front. It works 24/7, comes with 1 device and 3 glue cards. Uses a dual wave UV light, 5 different directions to attract bugs. And it can get flies, houseflies, moths, and gnats as well. Comes with 3 double-sided adhesive cards, and they replace in just a couple of seconds. And it's transparent to all your pets, of course, because it does not have chemicals or a smell. And you can use it in a lot of different places, like your garage, around your plants, in your bedrooms, near your exterior doors, or in your pet's area as well. This guy attracts and captures bugs. You just peel the film off the inside thing and throw it into the device, and we will show you guys that after we unbox it. Let's go ahead and see what's inside the box now. And the first thing inside of the box is a little instruction manual. Very tight fit in the box there, but there is the actual device. There's the WowCatch. There is the plug that extends on it like that. And inside the box here, it looks like we have our sticky thing. And here they are right here. This is what the sticky trays look like. They should be double-sided. They should have sticky stuff on each side when you peel off the blue part. And they do just stick right directly into this hole right there, right in there. So to install these, it's very simple. You peel off both sides like this. There's one sticky side. There's the other sticky side. And you install it into the device like that. That is all there is to it. And then you just directly plug it in and it does its thing. So all that is left to do next is go ahead and install this somewhere and test it out. All right, we just took a look at what's inside the WowCatch box when you get it off of Amazon. And now all we have to do is get this thing set up and let it run for a couple of days and go ahead and see if it catches anything. Okay, we are in the Supercar Street Racing bathroom, and I did set up right here because I had seen a few bugs around. You can actually see some right here. It did catch a few bugs in here, but I only have a few in here every week, so it was able to get a couple of those in here. I then decided to go ahead and move this to another location, so I'll show you guys what I did at that point. Now, we always have gnats and bugs on the patio here, and we are out here doing things at night out by the pool. And so I went ahead and installed this guy right here in this plug, just like that. And you can see it light up there when you put it in. That's the UV lighting that it emits to catch bugs. Now look at this trap. It is on both sides completely covered, and all you have to do now is take this out and throw it away and put a new one in it when it gets full. But you can see here, this thing performed very well outside by my pool, where I know there are a lot of bugs and flying insects. So I was pretty impressed by it. Let's throw it back inside now, and then we'll take a look at how you guys can pick up your own. What's up, guys? You are in the beautiful Studio B in Supercar Street Racing, and today WowCatch did reach out to us to see if we'd be interested in showing you guys this double-sided ultraviolet insect trap. Now this thing's pretty cool. It has these renewable little sticky things that you take out and you peel off each side. They're little square panels. You stick them in the trap and then you plug the trap in, and the trap emits ultraviolet light to attract bugs. Now we had this thing inside, it got a few bugs there. We took it outside and got a lot more. This thing actually performs very well. There'll be a link in the description for this guy. Please use the official product link when you do purchase stuff from Amazon. It helps us out a little bit and we get a few dollars here and there. WowCatch also sent us some of their sticky traps for mice and other creatures. We'll be showing you guys that a little bit later on down the road. Now, checking out the pictures on the screen right now, these things are awesome, especially if you have pets and that sort of thing, because they do not emit any kind of smell or chemicals, so they're safe for your house. And they do get a bunch of different kind of bugs. They can get flies, houseflies, moths, or gnats. You get 3 of these adhesive cards, and it shows you there what their advantages are. They're super sticky, they save you money, they replace in seconds, and they are transparent to all your pets. Right here, it kind of shows you can use these pretty much anywhere: garage, kitchen, bedroom, near your doors, and of course, anywhere you might have some pets. Some good instructions right here that explain to you how to refill the card when it does get full. You can just throw another one right in there and start over again. And these guys have no mess, no odor, and no noise. This is showing you everything you get in the package. It's basically one device with 3 adhesive cards. You throw the card in there, peel off the backing, and you're ready to use it. You plug it right into the outlet. And we want to thank you guys for 201,000 subscribers. We can't do it without you. We really appreciate your viewership and you buying all your products through our official product links on Amazon. There'll be a link down in the description. Go ahead and buy your wow catch. We got to get out of here though. We have to go to the pool. Wow, what a day. Florida. Freaking dishwasher that's brand new. We got a Tesla hat and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel sat on the dishwasher that's brand good. And you got the Tesla hat here. You got the dishwasher. You got the Tesla hat. And you got the dishwasher. And the peel sat is so good. All right, we got the alien. We got the mirror. We got the alien. We got the mirror. And we got the peel satisfaction. That peel sat is so good in your life. You love the peel sat. And then look at this. Look how good it peels with the alien and the pure satisfaction. Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys slept well last night. Had a crazy night out last night down in St. Augustine. I went to a cool restaurant with my friend Sarah, and then we went to hear some live music and went to Sangria's. It was really fun. But today we've got some important stuff going on. The driver texted me last night to tell me the new car will be here this morning. So that means I have to go find the money to pay for the transport. And I'm also working today, so I have to kind of get that in there. But the car will be here this morning. My plan is to video the car coming off the trailer, and then you guys will know exactly what's going on with my car situation. Stay tuned, that's all coming up here shortly, in the blink of an eye for you though. Wanted to take a look at the garage right now, show you guys what I did out here. In anticipation of getting the new car, the other day I came through the garage and I completely cleaned out and reorganized the garage. Got all my car prep stuff here with all my microfiber towels. Redid the car parts bin here that has oil and the battery charger and some other stuff in it. And then threw away a bunch of stuff that I didn't need. Scratching my head to try to figure out what happened to my high temperature coating spray, which I can't find anywhere, which I used for the exhaust on the SL65. I usually keep all my spray paint products literally right here, and it is gone. Unless I'm blind as a bat, it is just not here. So I don't know what happened to that stuff. I only used like a little bit of the bottle. But you can see I redid all my paint cans here. Only thing I have to do is get this garbage can back in the back. I keep the garbage cans behind my house when I have 2 cars. Here's the Accord, my daily driver. My toolbox over here, which I had previously organized and labeled. I keep all my tools here. And here is my workbench and my power tools down here for woodwork and such, and my oil changing. I do have ramps, jack stands. I will be doing a lot of work on the car myself. So I have all that, and I do have an actual hydraulic jack right there. So this is kind of an idea of what the garage looks like now after a nice cleaning, and hopefully this will be enough space for the car. Right here is where it's going. What's up, everybody? Just got a text from the truck, and they are about 2 hours away from me right now. So the ETA is looking like 10:30-ish. Still have to Uber or Lyft over to the place where they're dropping it off. I'm gonna get it dropped off pretty close by at a parking lot. So we'll see you then when I get an update. Headed to the ATM right now. Got to get out $550, unfortunately, to pay for this car to be shipped. So I'm headed up to Bank of America right now. I'm gonna get out some cash, and then the trucker's 2 hours away, probably about an hour and 45 minutes away now. So we'll have another update here shortly. Let's see what happens. I don't know if it'll let me get this much. Oh, it's gonna let me. Yep. Out here waiting for the Lyft driver to come around that corner. Just checking out the yard. Grass is doing really good this year so far. A lot of work though. That dude should be coming around the corner like any second now. He's gonna drive me up to Winn-Dixie. I figured that would be the easiest spot to unload the car. Nice big parking lot, and I didn't want to take a chance on unloading it on the street here with all the traffic coming, and plus that would give me a minute to drive it to get used to it. And dude should be coming. There he is right there. Out here at Winn-Dixie parking lot waiting for the driver to get here, and just kind of walking towards the road. Figured he would probably pull in right here. This is a really good place to unload. Maybe right along this wall right here, kind of, or the curb. When we do our drives from Mandarin to here for the drift shop, we always line up right here and wait for everybody to kind of regroup. So I figure he will be exiting the freeway momentarily and heading this way. Try to get some video of him coming down the road when he does. All right, I think I see it coming. Yep, that's the one. There it goes, he passed it. I know what you guys are thinking. Mustang. I know you saw that. He went right past it. Let's see if he decides to turn in. Coming back around this way. Looks like he's about to turn in. I don't know if you guys can even tell yet what was on that car trailer. There is a orange car on the back. Could that be mine? It's turning in. And here it comes, guys. There it is. You guys can probably clearly see it now. There it is. There they are. How's it going? I figured like back there would be easy. Yeah, all back there, there's plenty of room. There's the car. It's not that one. Wow. Really does have great paint. So here goes the, somebody else is getting a Mustang, not me. Pretty nice Mustang. Gonna pause this for now so we can get this thing loaded up. Unloaded. Getting the car unloaded right now. Mustang out first. 427. Mustang. Roush. Getting the Roush Mustang off the trailer here. This is the easy one to drive. Because it has a regular clutch, I'm sure. But the IS has a twin disc. Directing them off the trailer. They got the boards to prevent any scraping.
Straight back. Straight back. Let it roll straight back. Come on. Come on down all the way. Keep going, bro. Straight back.
He's got it off the trailer.
Good.
Woo, that front is so low.
Good.
Damn.
Good.
Wow. So close. Front air dam. Very close on this Roush. So we're gonna see if you can drive a twin disc clutch.
I think you should come up and try. No?
You want me to do it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll come. I kind of wanted to get video of it coming off though.
I'll video you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Take
It's
your
already
time,
on.
walk up. Yep. There he goes.
All right.
New owner of his new toy.
Yep. Gonna see if I can even drive it. Awesome.
Yep. Really pretty inside. Look at that.
Yep. Short boy.
Wow, she cranked up really nice.
Warm up a second. Gotta watch this.
You got it?
I think so. Yeah. Oh wait.
Slow.
It's so hard to punch it. Super tricky.
Yeah. Take your time. Have a little dip. Come on. Come on. Yes, sir. Come on. Come on, keep it coming. Keep it rolling. does it take brake fuel or?
It will take E85. You know about
Okay,
the E85 stuff? Yep. About to try to drive this car without stalling it already. It's a little difficult to drive, but managed to get away without stalling so far. It's really off on though, as you can see right there. I'm still getting used to it. Wow, this guy just pulled right in front of me. Girl. So another thing, 6 gears really close to the emergency brake. You can really, it's hard to tell when it's in gear. This is going to take some getting used to. Really feels like a, wow, I did not do a good job slipping it just then. It feels like a really lightweight Supra. It's pretty crazy to drive this after having a single turbo Supra that made, you know, excess of 800 at the wheels. Now this does have the V160 swap, and I did remember I accidentally popped the hood, so I need to pull over and put that hood back down before it flies open. That's really hard to slip at first. Pull over here and fix the hood because I accidentally popped it a little while ago. It's really awkward driving for the first time. Got the car back home sitting in the driveway. Don't know if you guys can see that very well, but here's a good look at the engine bay. This is a fully built 2JZ GTE VVTi motor with AEM V2. Pretty much no expense was spared on this car. It's just has an incredible amount of work done to it. The paint's in pretty good condition. I wouldn't call it perfect. It has scratches here and there, and what looks to be maybe some runs, but it's nothing major. It's in good shape, and I don't know if you can see the flake in the camera, but it does have metal flake. I'm about to polish it up right now, and then take it over to the DMV and get it registered up. So there's going to be some more information about the car at the end of this video, but for now, here's a good look at my 2003 IS300 with a full Toyota Supra swap. It has the 2JZ GTE VVTi engine, fully built top and bottom end, including cams, fully built head. It's running a Precision 6266 turbo, and it makes approximately about 530 wheel horsepower on medium boost on 93 octane fuel, presumably tuned moderately, but this turbo is capable of about 750 to the wheels on E85. So that is the plan, to take the car up to Tracy over at Tuners Inc. Throw another fuel pump in. It is only a single fuel pump, and we are going to run E85 in it. The clutch is very, very difficult. It's a twin disc clutch masters with an aluminum flywheel. It'll take some getting used to. The V160 is pretty noisy, right underneath the transmission well right there, but it is definitely a throwback to my old Supra days, and it's going to be fun to take to the shows and drive around. So stay tuned for the next one, and you're going to see so much with this car, you're not even going to believe it. See you guys. Bubba, get the toy, Bubba. And then Cat TV. You love the toys in Cat TV? YouTube star.
What are you going to do?
If I'm not even trying and you're just letting me win, just say that.
A little bit. I have to fight back. Oh, God. I have to fight back.
Amazing. This is great. Rebel.
Resistance is futile.
The line must be drawn here.
173467321 Charlie 32 789777 643 Tango 732 Victor 731178888 732 476789764376 lock.
Oh, yes! I hate this! It is revolting!
More?
Please.
Judging by the pollution content of the atmosphere, I believe we have arrived at the latter half of the 20th century.
That new window peel sat is so good in your life, and you love the new window peel sat. That peel sat feels so good on the new window when you peel it, and you get the satisfaction on the new window peel with the satisfaction and the Wait. Hang on, I gotta zoom in. Where'd it go?
Hey, what is that? I see
that?
What is that?
Hold on. Do you see this? Why is it circling our house?
I have no idea. What the hell is that?
Look at that.
Oh my goodness. What is it?
It keeps circling us.
What does it make at the wheels? 600.
This dude took off. he went around that corner. In whatever the hell this is. 911? 911 turbo? Yup. I'm trying to see if he wants to play. Got smoked. Thing's fast. Dude, that thing is super fast. Two in a row lost. Well, you gotta figure that's probably 150 more horsepower at least, maybe more than that. But yeah, good run. Oh, bummer. We got cars in front of us. Modified? I was gonna say, that's what does it make at the wheels? $600 is what I was thinking. This one does about 450. Yeah, it's not fast enough. Dude, that thing's sick. Sick. It sounds good, man.
All right, how many do you want to get?
200.
200 pounds. By the pound.
Is that a lot?
Biggest boat ever driven up this river. One Blue Jay, big hole.
Oh my God. One Blue Jay.
Drive my motor. You got a video?
What the hell? Dude. Oh. We got the depth. This thing is insane. Flood in the water. Yo, it goes down. It goes down. It don't go down. It do go down.
Robert, it goes down.
No, it don't.
It do go down.
It do go down. Oh shit balls.
Hell yeah.
It do go down. I like this place. Man, it'd be fun to live there and just walk. Oh. Yep. Right on the. Right into the tornado. Water resistant. Saltwater resistant. Oh! Water resistant. Good shit. Weather. Underwater.
For like a minute.
Cut.
Let's go. This thing's kind of sick. It's big. Do they just do shrimp? This guy?
Yeah.
Dang. That's awesome. We need to buy like how many pounds?
I don't know.
10 pounds of Royal Reds.
They usually buy. Hopefully they got Royal Reds. I don't know if they have them or not. They usually do. But the price is so good, and they're like that IQF frozen, I think. So they're phenomenal. Like fresh, when you defrost it.
Got some good video today. Camera got ruined. Phone got soaked. Saltwater resistant. Shrimps. We bought some here at one time, me and you. They were fantastic. I remember. That's the net?
Yeah. God. You were waiting. You're looking at. You're not looking at. I didn't catch you looking at porn, did I? No. I don't blame you.
Where'd you come from?
We pulled up on our own shrimp boat. We got our own shrimp boat. But we're no good at catching shrimp, so we figured we'd just borrow from you. What's up, man?
I'm watching some HBO show.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You got Royal Reds?
I don't have Royal Red. I got small white shrimp for 3, really big white shrimp for 4.
You got
flounder
medium?
for, I don't have anything between that size. The only other thing I got is headless.
Headless what size?
They're 21, 25 to...
Oh yeah, that'll work. You want to just do headless, so we have to do, we're fucking with anything?
They're
$6. All right, how many do you want to get?
200.
200 pounds. By the pound.
Is that a lot?
And do you have ice? Because I'm on the boat and I don't have it.
I don't have ice.
We'll be back
So
in
we'll
10
need
minutes.
a lot because they need to keep the good ones cold. So we'll let the other ones defrost.
All right, so
and we'll
600.
throw those out. So we need like
600 rounds.
yeah, easily. How many do you get though? Show me what the
Yeah, like 10 pounds.
Let's look at 5 pounds real fast. You're not surprised.
Yeah, let's
Okay.
do that.
That looks about 5 pounds. Wrap it up.
God, that's going to be a good meal, dude.
Actually, maybe not.
What if that's 5 pounds?
It might be close to it, actually.
We'll do shrimp and grits without the grits.
Look at the bottom. Did it look good?
Yeah.
Oh, you shake it out to get all the shit out of it, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna get all that. That's why I put it in the basket.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
When are you gonna have Royal Reds again?
Probably not till December,
Oh,
January.
really?
Yeah. We usually don't get them till like around then.
Yeah.
These are going to be made. I can't wait to see like how we're going to cook them.
I'm gonna do a sequel bowl.
Yes.
Hell yeah. And actually, we need to start defrosting anyway, so don't make sure.
No, they're going to be fine. We'll be home in 10 minutes, to be honest. 10-minute ride. Scores is like 5 minutes away, and then we'll be...
Scores? Is that where we're going?
No, the one in Mayport's closer. Oak Club. Man, I got...
Smell tomorrow, boy. Woo.
So 5 pounds.
Man, let's go, man. You were like, oh no, man.
You want that?
Yeah, we'll take that. You want more, man? That's 5 pounds.
What do you think? Who are we going to cook for, though? Like, just us?
Well, we can send them because they're frozen, so you can use what you want and then put the other.
Is that enough to cook for, like, neighbors and all that stuff?
I mean, it's fine.
That's 5. That's probably around 110, 120 shrimp.
And a half pound. Most people, like if you put it in a boil grade, about a half pound maybe.
I say about a half pound to a pound when I talk about a boil. Usually for most people.
So that's five. So that's 5 people. So what do you want to do? You want to get more?
Yeah.
All right.
Can we do like the same for me? Like you get 5, I'll
I'll
get
get 5. You get 5.
Okay.
And then we'll just
take
freeze
credit
them.
card, right?
Yeah, it's 5% charge on
That's
Oh
fine.
hell no!
5%.
But I'm pulling up on our own shrimp boat. We have a discount. Not you.
Nah, man. You
We have an electric.
That's the charge.
Could be more.
But our boat's electric, so we get an
It's true.
electric negative discount.
You get a tax credit.
Yep. Yeah, I'll get some too, and that way if we have.
Flounders? How do they get these flounders?
No, I'll catch them in the net. They're smaller. Yeah, they just come through.
How much you ask for the flounders?
They're $4 a pound.
Well, let's get a flounder. I'll buy a flounder.
Get a flounder.
Can we get a 200-pound flounder?
200
Or 200 1-pound ones?
But you got to fillet.
No, but like what? I mean, just give us videos. I don't know anything about
You
them.
know how to fillet them?
No, you're gonna fillet.
Oh, okay.
You got a fillet knife in the boat. Give us a flounder,
You want a flounder?
please, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One or two?
Probably 1 or 2, to be honest.
2 flounders.
Yeah, they're not that big. So.
What, maybe pounders, 2.5 pounders, maybe?
2-pounder flounder.
Big bag.
Yeah, dog.
This thing feels good.
There's a lot.
Why are you sitting here? You don't have a fucking blowing on you.
Oh, what?
You're missing out on all the good cold air.
No, it definitely works pretty good though, don't it?
It does. You got a lot of shrimp, brother.
Oh, this ain't nothing, man.
Damn.
This is literally probably 0.01% of what we get.
And you guys, do you freeze them on the boat?
Yeah.
That IQ, what's it called? IQF or whatever it is?
Yeah, IQF.
Yeah, what does that acronym stand for? Instant?
I think it's like instant quick freeze or
Oh,
something like that,
yeah.
or individually quick froze, something like that. Look at that, it's pretty much 5.5.
Dude, your skills are on point.
But yeah, I mean, some boats do it with like nitrogen and tank,
Oh yeah.
like squeeze boxes, but we use like a brine tank, so
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit better.
That's a
We
poke.
don't use any
Look
kind
at
of
this sick
preservative.
It sucks that they have to poke the air out of every little shrimp. They have to put like little pokers in
I'm sure they
them,
do
like the thing.
Yeah.
Terry, whatever his name was.
The descending?
Yeah, when you descend your shrimp, you got to poke a hole in each one.
Exactly. What's going on, man?
What's up?
Heading into a storm. Oh, away from the storm. Beautiful here, stormy right over there. It's gonna be a good video.
I want.
I remember. I haven't seen that boat. That's like a different one.
Alright, let me show you the big house.
All right, let's go. The house with that. Oh, that one. Yeah, they got a boat hat. Like they got a. Ow! What? Ow! Ow! My balls! Ow! Fuck! Can't even edit. Oh man, that thing is sick. This thing. Whoa, what is this? No way. No fucking way. That's a, what? What the hell? How do I not know about this place? Look at the boat. Dude, that's like $1 million worth of pavers. Oh, boat house.
John, Digger gonna build another big one right here.
I want to live there.
Jonathan's working on this one.
What? What the? Oh, they're building one. That other place is sick. Oh, this is like, right by our house, right?
Yeah, Fort Caroline.
Fort Caroline, yeah. Look at that boathouse. They got their golf cart parked down there. Yo!
That's the Fort Caroline Park right there.
Yeah, they're right there.
And then there's some back.
Oh, watch this. What? Look. Yo! Chimiquan Berserk. There's the fort. that's the where we always drive with the golf cart, right there. Okay, I know where we are. Ow! Balls! Ow! Fuck! Ow! This thing needs better shocks. Nice. Maybe. Probably.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
We'll either not or do it. One or the other. Yeah, I think I can.
Oh, nice scout on top of that one. Been heading somewhere.
We passed this guy on the way up. No. I thought we passed that dude.
All right, letting you off, all right?
All right. Oops.
In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and today we have a project to clean the fence again. It is time to do it again. It needs to be done about once every 3 months. And you see we did break out our ortho sprayer to mix up a combination of goodness to go and clean the fence. What we're gonna do is mix a tiny bit of Dawn and some cleaning vinegar, spray it on the fence, and then use a scrubbing brush to brush the fence off and then rinse it off, and that should do it. And so I have my ortho here ready to go, so let's get busy. Guys, Supercar Street Racing back in full effect after a short break and one video after that. We decided to come back and do this project before we head out on vacation. We are going to be cleaning the white vinyl fence again, and this time there is a few areas down by the pond that are starting to look mildewed and rough. I'll be using cleaning vinegar, and I'll be using the spray bottle and a all-purpose brush. And the first thing we're gonna do is mix a little bit of Dawn into this, then water, then the cleaning vinegar, rest of this at least into that jug. And then maybe a little from that jug as well. And I think that's all it's gonna take. If I was reading online, I do have other stuff down here, but it is a vinyl fence and you're not supposed to really put any harsh chemicals on it. Soap, water, and cleaning vinegar should be fine. I don't want to use all this because my housekeeper uses it and I'll have to go replace it before I leave on the cruise, but yeah, let's go ahead and get this stuff mixed up. I know you guys noticed that my appliances are all gone. They will be here on the 28th, but let's go ahead and get this bottle full of some soap and vinegar. I am going to put very little soap because it will foam up a lot. And then I'm going to pour this vinegar in there. This is cleaning vinegar. This is White House all natural cleaning vinegar. We're going to follow that up with cold water because I don't have hot water in here because it is turned off because the dishwasher is disconnected. Cold water's fine though, I think. Should be all right. I'm going to do it slowly because I don't want it to foam like crazy. And if it doesn't look like it's enough soap, I will add a few more drops. Okay, it's not foaming real bad, so we'll put a couple more drops in there. And I am doing it slowly simply because I don't want soap bubbles pouring out the top. Go all the way up to about right here. Because when you put the plunger in, it raises the level up. And I have about 2.5 hours to get this done before I have to work. All right. All right, we did get the entire fence cleaned except for the one around the pool equipment. That one is much newer, but it still needs to be cleaned. They all do every 3 or 4 months, and it is about a 2-hour job if you do it alone. And you can see the fence looks awesome, especially down here by the pond. It was really bad because it sits under trees and closer to the water and everything. But yeah, it came out awesome. The mixture really didn't help. It was just really soap and water. Probably would have done the same thing. But I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'm gonna jump in the pool.
All right, is that gator still out there? John, where are you going, buddy?
Get some more shrimp, man. It's hot!
Oh my god, this thing is so freaking cool. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing again, and you got Brad here. We just got through a minor hurricane which has just moved out of the area, and so now we have time to come back and show you guys a new review of something sent to us by a company. They wanted us to check it out, asked if we were interested, and of course we want to get this stuff out to you guys to try. So let's get out here in the SCSR garage and take a look at what we got out here. And we have the Jet Fan Max by Kika. We're going to be taking a look at that today, and they also sent us the portable fan as well to take a look at. All that coming up today on Supercar Street Racing. Hang out. Out here in the SCSR garage, we've got a very special product for you today. I'm wearing green for absolutely no reason, but today we have the Jet Fan Max sitting here, and you guys have no idea how cool this thing is. We're going to be taking a look at this today for the very first time, and the challenging part is that the instructions are in Chinese or something, and so I had to try to translate them to figure it out. But we're going to open this stuff up really soon and see what's inside the box, what they included with the Jet Fan Max and the portable fan as well. We'll get that information to you guys today and tell you how we feel about this fan. So let's get going. We got a lot of stuff to do today with this, and we're out here in the beautiful garage hanging out with the Tesla and the golf cart. Let's get this thing unboxed. We're starting with the Jet Fan Max here from Kika, and right in front of me you can see the box is silver and does show a picture of the fan in front right there, and then it's got some little artwork around it like that, and on the back it looks identical to the front. No big deal, nothing really on it. And then on the side right here, it does have the actual label right there, which we will take a look at in a little bit. And then just the company information. They are from China, so the information inside is in Chinese. Now, the Jet Fan Max is supposed to be a super powerful portable rechargeable fan that could work in any circumstance where you don't have a lot of breeze going, let's say like a sporting event or camping or something like that. This would almost be perfect for that, but we have yet to see if this thing can rip or not. Now, I did cheat and I charged it ahead of time, so it is completely charged up. So let's go ahead and open the little one first and see what that's all about. You guys can see the Kika cute little portable fan sitting right in front of you. And if we take a look at the box, it just says portable fan on the front and has the company logo. And then on the side, it does say that it comes in multiple colors there: red, blue, green, black, and gray. It says that it has a long battery life, it's quiet, and ultra compact. And then on the back, it just has information about the model number, the label, and other things like that. And so that pretty much is all that's on the box of the Kika mini portable fan, the cute little fan. So I guess our next thing would be get this thing unboxed, get it charged up, and let's see what this thing is capable of doing. All right, we're gonna go ahead and unbox the Kika mini portable fan, and it is taped shut with a little sticker, and those came out fairly easy. Let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. It does slide right out of the packaging just like that, and when it slides out, you'll be surprised later what you see in the big box, because this looks very similar. But let's take it out, and it looks like it has a USB Type-C charging port on the bottom, which is great. It means you can charge it with any of your USB-C adapters, and it did come with a power cord here in case you don't have a USB Type-C, which I'm sure you do. Pretty much everyone has one of those now. So let's go ahead and get this thing on the charger and see how much charging it actually needs. All right, you saw right there that we turned on the eco battery inside the golf cart. We did switch on the 12-volt system, and now we have plugged in the mini portable fan to the club car precedent on the 12-volt system here, and it is charging with this USB Type-C cable. It is on a single LED, so we're gonna go ahead and let this guy charge up until it is fully charged. And while that's charging, we can go ahead and open the big one. Let's get over here and open the big monster size fan from Kika, which is chilling on the golf cart. Right in front of the Kika Jet Fan Max now, while we got the little guy charging over there off of the golf cart battery, we can go ahead and take a look at this guy. So let's go ahead and get it opened up. It actually opens up backwards like that. And as you can see on the inside here, we have the Kika fan. We have a nice instruction manual right here as well. We've got this add-on device right here, which kind of looks like a filter. We've got this tube right here, like an extension. We've got a charging cable right here. We've got this little brush add-on. And then we got the Jet Fan Max, which weighs about, I would say, 5 pounds at least. All right, we're sitting in front of the Jet Fan Max packaging content, and unfortunately, The entire manual is in Chinese, so I did have to translate the few things that I could figure out. But obviously there is a type of filter here that you can put on it with a screw on this thing. So that means you probably screw it onto the end. Right here you can see the Jet Fan Max is threaded, and then on the other side we see the controls here. So this is the power button. You long press this button here to go ahead and start the Jet Fan Max, and then this is a slider that does control the power level. Now this button, not sure what that does because I am not able to translate that part of the manual. We can give it a shot and see if we can figure out exactly what that does. All right, the Jet Fan Max is in front of us, and we do have this add-on. You have that, and then you have this nice brush add-on here as well, and that goes right on. I don't know what you would possibly use that for unless you're going to clean something maybe. You have an extension also that you can add on right here, and there's a good look at the extension on the end, and then you can then put your brush. That just clips right on the end like that, and that is how you use the accessories. I guess you can blow stuff off with it like a cleaning tool. And then this thing just does come straight back off like that, and that part unscrews just like that. Back out here with the VESA Jet Fan Max, and let's talk a little bit about the operation of this. Now, as I said, this is kind of substantial. It is heavy. 5 or 6 pounds should tell you that it is a quality product, and a lot of that might be the battery on the bottom. I'm not sure, but the battery does slide out just like that. So if you have an extra battery, you can go ahead and have that charged up and ready. But that just slides right back into the VESA, and then it is ready to go. Now here is the power slider, and that's the level of the fan intensity. And I don't know what this does because I cannot read the manual. Now to power on the fan, you simply hold the power button down with a long press. And you can see right here, it does say 95% on the charge indicator, and it is at 0% power. Now we're turning it up, and it is going to blow the camera over. It will blow. That's only 36% on the thing, and it will blow this. Absolutely rips, and you can see how much power it had at only 50%. It will blow the camera over easily. 60% power. 100. So strong. Wow. All right, I don't know if you guys can see the dust on the car, but we're gonna give this a shot to get the dust off of the car. Let's see, there's plenty of dust on the car. Here we go. Blew it right off. The dust that isn't stuck to it is coming right off. Now here's a look at the indicator from 0 to 100% on power is what you see right there. It's on 0 right now. And I still don't know what this button up here does. Let's give that button a shot. Oh, it's a turbo button. 100, and this is turbo. Oh, it won't let me do any more turbo. Oh, there it goes. All right, it would not let me go on turbo the second time. I don't know why. Maybe the fan will overheat the motor. Let's see. That time it did. That's the turbo button right there, the top button. All right, we determined that the top button here is the turbo button, and it will not let you keep that on for long, and I suppose it is because the fan motor will probably overheat. Now we were on 95% power. Let's go ahead and plug this in again and see where we are after using it briefly. 77% charge after using it for about 2 or 3 minutes. So you're not gonna get a whole lot of power time out of this, it looks like. That went from 95 to 77 in not too long a period, but also we used the turbo button 5 or 6 times, so that probably sucks down extra battery. I would say you probably could get a good 10 minutes out of this if you really needed to, but we would have to test that completely. Once it gets fully charged up, we'll see how long we can get this thing going for. But we can get 10 minutes out of it. In the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, over an hour and a half has gone by, and you can see that the fan has now charged up to 100% on a standard USB outlet right here. It is a 20-watt USB outlet, and we use regular USB Type-C. Now this thing was down at 77% after around 3 or 4 minutes of usage, and also using the turbo button. Now that is probably going to be tested here very quickly, because we are going to turn this thing on and see how long it takes to go all the way down to 0%. But first, we need to head on out to the Supercar Street Racing garage and check on the other fan, the mini fan. So let's go. The mini fan has also been charging for an hour and a half, and it is on the 4th dot of charging, so it is not quite done yet. Let's let that fan get all the way done, and then we will test the power of it to go all the way to 0. The Kika Jet Fan Max is fully charged at 100%, so the next step is to turn this fan on and see how long it takes it to go down to 0. Set a stopwatch.
Okay, stopwatch started.
Now we have started, we are 2 seconds in. We're gonna go ahead and power this fan on at the bottom. You hold down the button, it is on, and then what we're gonna do is just turn it on high and see how long it takes. And it is. The only way we could get it to stay was with a 2-liter bottle of Coke and our tequila. So we're gonna let the battery run down now. I can't see the battery, unfortunately. Let me turn it where we can see it. We've got 1 minute, 18 seconds. All right, guys, we got the mini fan here now, the portable fan by Kika, and you just saw how the Max, Jet Fan Max did in the endurance test, and now we're going to test the mini portable fan here from Kika and see how long this goes. All right, guys, we have our stopwatch running right here on our device, and so we're going to put our fan right here, start it up, and see we're already 10 seconds in. Let's go. Fully charged right here. Let's let this thing run. Okay guys, so you just saw we ran the mini portable fan down to nothing. You saw how much time that took, and we ran the big Jet Fan Max down to nothing, and it is at 96% after 3 hours, so it is almost recharged to 100%. Just using the typical USB Type-C cable here. This guy right here ran completely down as well, so we can actually put this on the charger now. It has a USB Type-C on the bottom also, so we just plug this thing right in like this. And you can see on the back of the unit, it does have 4 LEDs, and it did start blowing again as soon as I plugged it in, but it has 4 LEDs right here. Both of these guys are recharging. Okay, let's reset the stopwatch and see how long it takes this portable tiny mini fan to recharge. This is going on 3 hours right now, maybe a little bit more. And then we'll give you an update once we get all this stuff completely recharged. The Kika, or Kaika, however you want to pronounce it, fans are rocking every way, y'all. Guys, welcome back once again, and today we have a special product here, the Kika, or Kaika, however they pronounce it, Jet Fan Max. I don't think this thing is available yet. I've been looking for it online, but they did send me this and their portable fan to go ahead and check out, and I can highly recommend both. These things actually, I never even thought about it this way, but they're designed to be dusters, or, I mean, you could use it for a portable fan as well for yourself, like I thought, but these are for doing dusting and things on computers. And this thing really rips. If you just hold down the button here, it has 100% charge now, and you just turn it on and it will literally blow the camera off of the entire computer. So that's the Jet Fan Max, and this is the portable fan. The Jet Fan Max takes about 3 or 4 hours to charge up, and this little guy took a couple of hours to charge up. We got about 23 minutes out of the big guy, and we got hours out of the small guy. So please check out Kika. I'll put a link in the description to their store, and go ahead and buy a Jet Fan Max when it is available, or one of their tiny little fans as well. And this thing did blow all the dust right off of the Tesla Model S Plaid. Guys, we got to get going today. We have a lot of stuff to do in the house. We'll see you next time. Hey, what's going on, guys? It is a, and besides having a bunch of back problems, some other things developing is, looks like I sold my car. I know, I just bought a car, right. Well, did not sell the SL65. Looks like I sold the 335i. So, this beautiful car right here, and I am so disappointed that I'm selling it. This is one of my favorite cars of all time, and I am taking a beating on it. But this car looks like it is sold. A gentleman in Kentucky is coming to pick it up, and we will be driving away with this car on Friday, which leads us to this car. But what's next for this car? And most immediately, the stereo. We're going to be finishing that up in the next week or so. I will keep you guys posted about that. But meanwhile, this car is sold. No more double car garage. And I believe, I'm not even going to tell you guys what might be going in this place next, but it's going to be pretty sick. Sold right here. Sold, sold, sold. I will give you guys an update soon. That's all for right now. Subscribe for more. So you guys are familiar with OpenAI ChatGPT, right? Well, today I asked OpenAI to write his own version of Little Red Riding Hood, and then I let him both edit it and voice over it. Let's see what happened. Tell me about Little Red Riding Hood in your own words.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood who lived in a small village at the edge of a dense forest. One day, her mother asked her to take a basket of food to her grandmother who lived on the other side of the forest. Little Red Riding Hood happily agreed and set off on her journey. As she walked through the forest, she met a sly wolf who asked her where she was going. Little Red Riding Hood, being an innocent child, told the wolf where she was headed. The wolf then suggested that Little Red Riding Hood take a longer path to her grandmother's house, so that he could reach the grandmother's house before her and eat her up. The wolf managed to reach the grandmother's house first and disguised himself as the grandmother. When Little Red Riding Hood arrived, she was surprised to see that her grandmother looked different, but the wolf explained that he was feeling unwell and that his appearance had changed. Little Red Riding Hood was then tricked by the wolf and eaten up. But luckily, a woodcutter nearby heard her cries for help and rescued her and her grandmother from the wolf's belly. They all lived happily ever after, having learned the importance of being cautious around strangers. Little Red Riding Hood is a popular fairy tale character, known for her distinctive red hooded cloak. In many versions of the story, Little Red Riding Hood is depicted as a young girl with a kind heart who is tasked with taking food or medicine to her sick or elderly grandmother who lives alone in a cottage in the woods. While on her way, Little Red Riding Hood meets a wolf who tries to trick her into revealing where she is going and then leads her off the path to her grandmother's house. The wolf then eats the grandmother and disguises himself as her, waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to arrive. The wolf tricks Little Red Riding Hood into getting close enough to him so that he can eat her too. However, in most versions of the story, Little Red Riding Hood is rescued by a woodcutter or hunter who hears her cries for help and saves her and her grandmother. The story of Little Red Riding Hood has been retold and adapted in many different forms, including books, plays, and movies, and it continues to be a popular story for children and adults alike. Some versions of the story have altered the ending or added more characters, such as a father or a romantic interest for Little Red Riding Hood, but the central theme of caution around strangers remains an important message for readers of all ages. Little Red Riding Hood is a European fairy tale that has been retold and adapted many times over the years. The story typically involves a young girl, known as Little Red Riding Hood, who is sent by her mother to deliver food to her grandmother, who lives in the woods. On her way, she meets a wolf who convinces her to take a longer path so that he can reach her grandmother's house first and eat her. In some versions of the story, the wolf eats both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother, while in others, a hunter or woodsman saves them by cutting open the wolf's stomach. The tale is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers of talking to strangers and wandering into the woods alone. The origins of the story are unclear, but it is thought to have been passed down through oral tradition for many generations before being recorded in written form. The earliest known printed version of the tale was published in 1697 by French author Charles Perrault, who added some of the most famous elements to the story, such as the red hood and the moral at the end. Since then, the story has been adapted into countless forms, including plays, films, and books. It has been retold in many different cultures and languages, with variations ranging from humorous to dark and violent. The story revolves around a little girl named Red Riding Hood, who sets out to visit her sick grandmother who lives in a cottage in the forest. Before leaving, Red's mother warns her to stay on the path and not talk to strangers. However, as she walks through the forest, Red meets a wolf who asks her where she's going. Red innocently tells him she's on her way to visit her grandmother. The wolf then decides to take advantage of Red's naivety and sets off to the grandmother's cottage himself, where he devours the old woman and disguises himself in her clothing and bed. When Red arrives at the cottage, the wolf pretends to be her grandmother and tricks her into coming closer. However, Red quickly realizes that something is wrong and sees through the wolf's disguise. Fortunately, a nearby woodsman hears the commotion and saves Red and her grandmother by killing the wolf.
Alright, we are back, and I have not watched this yet. I wanted to watch it first with you guys. You guys have already seen it. I have not, so let's go ahead and give this a play.
Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Little Red Riding Hood who lived in a small village at the edge of a dense forest.
Okay, not bad.
One day, her mother asked her to take a basket
Girl
of food
and her
to
grandma,
her grandmother
okay.
who lived on the other side of the forest. Little Red Riding Hood happily agreed and set off on her journey.
Debatable.
As she walked through the forest,
the wolves
she met
are
a sly
good. That
wolf
actually
who asked
matches.
her where she was going. Little Red Riding Hood, being an innocent
Maybe
child,
it's a little
told the
girl
wolf
with
where she
bubbles.
was headed.
Not sure if that's
The wolf then suggested
pertinent.
that Little
What are the
Red
people
Riding Hood
swimming?
take a longer path to her
Like, what
grandmother's
is
house
this?
so that he could reach the grandmother's house before her and eat her up. The wolf managed to reach the grandmother's house first
It's
and
a house.
disguised
I
himself
mean,
as the
kind
grandmother.
of fits.
When Little Red Riding Hood arrived, she was surprised to see that her grandmother looked different, but the wolf explained that he was feeling unwell and that his appearance had changed.
Not bad.
Little Red Riding Hood
Another
was then
house,
tricked
so
by
just
the
kind
wolf
of a
and eaten up.
generic.
But luckily, a woodcutter nearby
That's
heard
a
her cries
woodcutter.
for help and rescued her and her grandmother from the wolf's belly. They all lived happily ever after, having learned the importance of being cautious around strangers.
Grandma?
Little Red Riding Hood
Okay,
is
that
a popular
actually
fairy
is
tale
a Little
character
Red Riding
known for
Hood,
her
maybe,
distinctive
except for
red-hooded
the
cloak.
superhero mask
Little Red
there.
Riding Hood is depicted as a young girl with a kind
And now
heart
it's just
who is
kind of
tasked
going off
with
on a
taking food or
tangent
medicine
about
to her sick or
the
elderly
story.
grandmother who lives alone in a
How
cottage
it,
in the woods.
what it's about, and
While on
what
her
it
way,
means.
Little Red Riding Hood meets a wolf who tries to trick her
That,
into
yeah, the
revealing
forest
where
shot
she
is not
going
too
and then
bad.
leads her off the path to her grandmother's house. The wolf then eats the grandmother and disguises himself as her, waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to arrive. The wolf tricks Little Red Riding Hood into getting close enough to him so that
Bicycle
he can eat her
tricks,
too.
I guess.
However, in
totally
most versions
doesn't
of the
fit.
story, Little Red Riding Hood is rescued by a woodcutter.
This kind of
or
fits
hunter
what
who
he's
gives her
actually
cries for help
saying,
and
but not
saves
the
her and her
story
grandmother.
itself.
The story of Little Red Riding Hood has been retold and adapted in many different
I mean,
forms,
it's a
including
library.
books, plays, and movies, and it continues to be a popular story for children and adults alike. Some versions of the story have altered the ending or added more characters.
Again,
such as
I
a
had
father
nothing
or
to
a
do with
romantic
these scene
interest for
choices.
Little Red Riding Hood, but the central theme of caution
Hey,
around
it's working so
strangers
far,
remains an
mostly.
important message for readers of all ages. Little Red Riding Hood is a European fairy tale that has been retold
Unicorn?
and adapted many times over the years.
Blade Runner?
The story typically involves a
Hey,
young
there's a
girl
unicorn.
known as Little Red Riding Hood, who is sent by her mother to
That has
deliver
literally
food to her
nothing to do with
grandmother,
it.
who lives in the woods. On her way, she meets a wolf
Or
who
this
convinces
is
her
like
to
a guy
take along
running through
path
the
so that he
streets
can
of a
reach her
city.
grandmother's house first and eat her. In some versions of the story, the wolf eats both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother.
You
while
could
in
make
others,
this
a
fit.
hunter or
You
woodsman
can't see her
saves them
back.
by
Maybe
cutting
she's
open
got a
the
red
wolf's
hood
stomach.
on. Who
The
knows?
tale is often seen as a cautionary tale about the dangers
This
of
kind of
talking to
fits
strangers
what
and wandering
the
into the
AI
woods
is
alone.
saying, but not the
origins
story,
of
and
the
that's
story are unclear, but it
some
is
sort
thought
of
to have been
instrument.
passed down
I don't
through
know
oral
what
tradition
that
for many generations
has to
before
do
being
with
recorded in
anything.
written form. The earliest known printed version of the tale was published in 1697
Maybe you could call
by
this
French author
okay.
Charles Perrault, who added some of the most famous elements to the story, such as the red hood and the moral at the end. Since then, the story has been adapted into countless forms,
Okay, I think
including
it
plays,
took the word
films,
film
and
on
books.
this.
It has been retold in many
I don't
different
know what
cultures and
welcome.
languages, with variations
Languages,
ranging
okay,
from
I'd put
humorous to
welcome in
dark and
every
violent.
language.
The story revolves around a little girl named
And now
Red
it's sort
Riding
of going
Hood,
off
who
on a
sets out to
tangent
visit
about
her
the
sick
story again.
grandmother, who
Same
lives
thing.
in a cottage in the forest. Before leaving, Red's mother warns her to stay on the path
Red.
and not talk to strangers.
It keyed in on the word
However,
red.
as she walks through the forest,
Now this girl's
Red
got
meets
a red
wolf who
shirt
asks her
on.
where
She's
she's going.
walking, so I think
Red
it sort of
innocently
got
tells him
that
she's on her
wrong.
way to visit her grandmother. The wolf then decides to take advantage of Red's naivety and
I mean,
sets
this
off to
could
the
work,
grandmother's
like, I
cottage
mean, you
himself,
could throw
where
it
he
in there,
devours the
nobody
old
would
woman
really
and
ever
disguises
notice.
himself in her clothing and bed. When Red arrives at the cottage, the wolf pretends to
No
be her
driving at
grandmother
all
and
in the
tricks her into
story. I
coming
don't
closer.
know what that's about.
However, Red quickly realizes that something
Looks
is
like
wrong
the
and sees
Humpty
through the
dance.
wolf's disguise.
Humpty Hump.
Fortunately, a nearby woodsman hears the commotion and saves Red and her grandmother by killing the wolf.
Just like that has nothing to do with it. Okay, so that's it. That's the OpenAI and artificial intelligence version of Little Red Riding Hood. I thought it would be funny to just let it do everything and then see the reaction afterwards, and that was pretty funny. Guys, thanks for joining me today. We'll see you next time.
They're making fun of me.
All right, we're at Hidden Hills right now with Marie and Joe, and Marie made this amazing, what is it called?
I don't know. What do you want to call it?
The Marie special.
The Marie
This is a
special.
Marie special.
Yeah.
Joe, just drink it and love it.
I love
Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing once again. You can see Joe and I are out here in the Supercar Street Racing garage. We have everything set up to do an awesome project today. So Joe, what's one problem we need to get fixed on this golf cart?
Well, if you guys remember in a prior video, we did a full system in my golf cart, but at the time I had an old subwoofer sitting around. That old subwoofer didn't last very long with the system that we put in here. I have no bass right now.
Right, so we did notice that your old subwoofer box, when we did that last project, that box is actually falling apart. I don't know if it's got wet so many times or if it's just old, but basically when we did that last project, there were actually pieces of wood of the MDF falling directly off the box. Now we actually do have that box somewhere. We'll show that to you guys here in a few minutes and show you what actually happened with that. And today we are so happy because we have a new sponsor.
That's correct, yeah.
So who is that sponsor?
That's Crutchfield.
Absolutely. Crutchfield decided to go ahead and sponsor this video. So today we have some products by Crutchfield that we're going to be throwing into this golf cart, and we have a piece of wood right here that we're going to be using also to do what?
Build a new subwoofer box.
We're going to build a subwoofer enclosure. We're going to go ahead and calculate the volume. We're going to do the measurements. We're going to cut all the wood. We're going to do that all today, so hang out with us.
Awesome. Let's do it.
Joe, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing garage again. It seems like we're in here all the time. And today we have a cool project. We have to get the base on this cart redone because basically the woofer blew up and the box was falling apart, right?
That's correct, yep.
So what's our plan today? What are we actually going to do?
So as you mentioned, we got this great sponsor by Crutchfield.
Right.
They've provided us some really awesome products, including a very nice subwoofer. So in this particular situation, although Crutchfield has an enormous amount of subwoofer boxes in very different sizes. For us, we are doing a very unique situation because we're putting it in a golf cart and we need to maximize the space that we have inside there to put a 12-inch subwoofer. So it's going to be very unique. So they supplied us with all the stuff that we need to do a DIY project ourselves.
They did. So inside the house, we'll show you guys this in a few minutes. We have a brand new kicker comp subwoofer. It's a dual voice coil, 4 ohm per voice coil. So what we're going to do is we're going to parallel those voice coils, and that's going to be a 2-in load on the amp that's inside of the golf cart right there. We'll show you that a little bit also later. We also have some carpet, so we're going to try custom carpeting your brand new enclosure.
Yep.
And then we also have a square speaker terminal thing. So that goes on the side of the box and connects to the woofer voice coils, and that's how we will supply power to your subwoofer.
Absolutely.
So all that's inside, but for right now, we also want to take a look at the old subwoofer. Can you go ahead and pull that out?
Let's pull it out. So I've already disconnected it. And if you can, flip that seat down, Brad.
Right.
And let's take a look at this thing. I found this subwoofer a long time ago on the side of the road, and it was in decent shape, but over the years sitting in the garage, it's just been weathered too much. And we did a quick carpeting job on it, but one of the things is that the carpet is completely falling off. And that's really stemming from the box falling apart. As you can see, all the particles on the side of it.
Wood's coming off.
Yep. And that happens, right? So this was a quick job at the time, but we knew we needed to upgrade. So on top of that, as a 10-inch subwoofer that was in here, I think this was made by Boston Acoustic.
It was.
It was. And as you can see, the dust coil, I think that's what they call that, is falling off.
Dust cap, yeah.
Yep, and then I think it's also got some other issues with it. So obviously it's time. We needed an upgrade. The 10-inch subwoofer for this cart sounded good, but I wanted some more bass. I wanted to be deeper bass, so we went with a 12-inch for this particular project. Out with the old, and then we'll start putting in the new.
We're not going to do ported. We're going to do a sealed enclosure. Sealed enclosures hit tighter. They don't go as deep low as far as low frequencies go, but they are tighter bass. And we're not going to bother with the port or anything like that this time. We also have some polyfill to throw inside of the box, and polyfill helps the box seem like a bigger box to the woofer that is mounted into it.
Yep.
Now also, we're going to have to mimic this enclosure style because we want it to fit just like the old one. But at the same time, we do have a 12-inch woofer that we're going to be putting in here. This is a 10. So we're going to have to figure out if we have enough width to actually hold the 12. And also, we probably want to make it as big as possible because the 12-inch woofer needs a certain amount of airspace. And I believe it was anywhere from 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5 per driver. So we're going to try to get as close to that as we can. And if we can't, we'll have to deal with what we have. We have a limited amount of space down here, as we will show you guys here in a few minutes.
And one last thing, whoever built this box at the time, they used an old style of just cutting a hole in the back and then sticking the speaker wire out of there. So that's letting air out, right? We don't want that. So that's why Crutchfield was nice enough to send us over a new speaker connector, which is going to be a nice connection, perfectly sealed. It's going to be great.
And also you can see as we're working on it, you guys can't quite see this, but literally the box is all over the back of the golf cart now because it is literally disintegrating as we look at it. So what's our next step? Should we show them all the brand new stuff we got from Crutchfield?
Absolutely.
All right, why don't you grab this old disintegrating box and let's get out of here.
I got a plan for this old box too.
Okay, we're back in the garage and we brought all the stuff out that we got from Crutchfield. The only thing Crutchfield did not provide, just because I forgot at the time, was this polyfill for inside of the box. But they did provide this 12-inch dual voice coil kicker comp woofer. This is the CWR12, and I'm really hyped to see what this thing can do in our own custom enclosure.
Absolutely.
What do you think about this compared to the old Boston Acoustic subwoofer that we had before? It's a different age, a lot newer technology, and do you think that this is an advantage that we have a much newer style woofer with new technology?
Absolutely. On top of that, it's a 12-inch subwoofer, right?
Correct.
So that's going to be one of the things that we're going to be dealing with, is that's why we're building a custom box, but to maximize the amount of volume at the same time. So we have some tricks up our sleeve to get the volume that we need.
We do.
Hence why we had the polyfill. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Also, we got some carpet here from Crutchfield. It's just standard enclosure carpet for speakers. It is black, and we probably have enough to do 25 boxes. So we'll have some extra for the future. And then what was the last thing we got from Crutchfield?
Yeah, we got this nice connector here. So we haven't opened it up yet, but pretty simple. So this is what's going to seal that off. So when you have that connection from your speaker wire from the amp that goes to the subwoofer, it makes that clean connection.
Right, and also when we put that in, we'll go ahead and caulk around it so it'll be absolutely sealed all the way around here. And if you notice on the back, it has these spade type terminals. I have a bunch of those. I have all the solder stuff for that. So we're going to do it correctly when we do it. We're going to do everything the right way so that it looks nice and that it performs great. So one cool thing about ordering from Crutchfield as opposed to something like Amazon is their technical support is amazing. They offer full lifetime technical support. That means when we're 75, if this woofer dies, we can call them and say, hey, this woofer's doing this. and they'll offer us free technical support. How do you feel about that?
Well, that's awesome. That's a great benefit from buying directly from Crutchfield.
And they have so many good technical support features that we'll touch on some of those during this video. But for right now, we want to talk about our enclosure and what we're going to be doing to build our enclosure.
Absolutely. All right, so one of the things that we have to go over is how we're going to build this box, right? So I went out and got ourselves a nice big old piece of 3/4 MDF for us, right? MDF is the preferred wood that most people use when they build a box. It's really good, it's strong, and it holds up, and it makes a great sound at the same time.
Absolutely. They recommend not using plywood or anything like that because of the sound qualities of the plywood. You can see we have some MDF over here, and basically all MDF is it's like shavings of wood that are pressed together and glued together.
Absolutely.
So when they cut other wood, they take that, they press it together, they glue it, and that makes this big, huge sheet of MDF right here. Now, how much was that sheet?
Yeah, I paid about 50 bucks for it, so wood prices are a little up, but not too bad.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So we have this right here. Now, what are we gonna do in order to go ahead and measure? Where are we starting? What is our starting point for building?
Yeah, so the first thing that we wanna do is we obviously wanna get down here, take some really good measurements. We want this thing to fit in there really snug, maximize the space because we have a big subwoofer going in, but at the same time, what we don't want is a big bulky box sticking out. So we're really gonna get down and take some serious measurements and make sure this box is perfect.
Right, that sounds good. And then once we measure everything, how are we going to go ahead and mark that out and cut it on the actual wood?
So we have a couple sawhorses that we have set up outside. So we're going to get the MDF set up out there. We're going to take our measurements, and then we're going to go out there, take a pencil, we're going to lay it out, cut to the size that we need. From there, we're going to obviously start to assemble it.
Okay.
Part of that assembly is making sure that everything fits up correctly, screwing it together while using wood glue to make sure that we got a good bond so it stays together nice. After that, we're going to need to caulk it to make sure that we're sealing up every opportunity that we have so air doesn't escape.
So we have a couple of tubes of caulk in there that I found in the shed a few minutes ago. We'll use that in all the seams on the inside. We should be able to go through the actual 12-inch hole for the last board to go ahead and caulk that last little section. We can just use our fingers and run it in the inside.
Absolutely.
And then after that, do we have a plan for carpeting? I thought I saw you watching a video about how to do like the edges and everything and fold over the carpet.
I did. So I carpeted the last box, and that was kind of a rush job, but I wanted to make sure I did it perfect. So sometimes it's not bad to just go on YouTube and watch someone else give you some advice on doing it. So I watched a quick video, and I'm going to try to duplicate that, and I think it's going to end up being really nice.
And you don't just cut it straight. There's a special pattern you cut, and then everything folds over nice and neat, huh?
Yeah, really, really easy. So one of the things that we're going to have to do is obviously make a cutout for this to get inserted in there.
Yeah,
so
how are we going to do that?
So you have a jigsaw, so we're going to obviously get a template made. I believe that this is going to be pretty simple because we're going to lay this down, do a quick measurement, cut the hole out where it needs to go, and this will sit flush right in the box.
Yeah, I kind of have an idea of what I want to do with that. So it's the inner square here that's going to flush mount. So we'll take that, we'll measure that, we'll cut it, and then we'll just take a drill bit, put a drill hole there, and we'll jigsaw this out nice and neat. That'll sit nice and flush. It'll look great on top of the carpet, and the carpet will seal off any of the airflow, so we don't really have to do any caulking on the inside.
I don't believe so. Nope.
So that sounds like our plan for actually building the box, but first, we got to get a bunch of measurements done.
We do.
Let's get down here and take a look at what we have and get some measurements done on this cart.
Let's do it.
We're back in the garage with another sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. We have this awesome AIXPI. We don't quite know how to pronounce it. We did some research, but we couldn't find it. So we're gonna call it AIXPI or AXPI, this solar sensor light here. And I'm pretty hyped about this, Joe. This is pretty cool. What do you know about this thing from looking at the facts?
It's LED, which is nice.
240 LEDs also.
Exactly, and it's solar powered. So you never have to have any power supplied to it. It's ready to go at any time.
Right, now here's the sensor part of it. So this is what detects your actual motion. And so this thing is solar powered. You can see the solar cell right here, how it charges. There's the connector that you mount this with. They give you another little bracket here. So basically what you do is you mount that to your house or your gutters or whatever. Then this thing just simply slides right there.
Yep.
All right, so this thing is not fully charged. Admittedly, it's been sitting in the kitchen, but you can see when I turn it on, it flashes. It's pretty bright, even completely dead. So thank you AIXPI for this awesome solar security light. 3,000 lumens is pretty bright, and it's just got a tiny little lithium-ion battery sitting inside this little box right here. Now let's get back to the video and see what's going on at Supercar Street Racing.
All right, so we're gonna take a couple of basic measurements right now. Right. One of the things that I really wanna do is to get as much space as possible for the volume that we need for this speaker. With that, I also want to make it as clean as possible and flush so that when this box goes in here, we don't have folks that are sitting on the back riding around having the speaker box pushing out. So with that, I'm going to hit the bottom here. It tapers back a little bit towards the top, but I can't worry about that. My measurements need to be where I know it can fit. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 14 inches deep. Okay. We're going to maximize the width, maybe a little bit shorter. We'll make a call on that, but we can go up to 18 3/4. Okay. And then on the height, we're going to try to really get as much as possible, but we have to keep room for the subwoofer because it's facing up. And there are some metal brackets that run across the top here, so we have to be very careful that we leave enough room for not only that subwoofer to fit in there, but for the excursion of the subwoofer, the up and down of the subwoofer.
Exactly, and also the top of the subwoofer probably sits a little bit up. We have to open it up to really get those exact details though.
Absolutely. And it looks like we've got roughly 13 1/4 on that. So what we'll probably end up doing is making this box roughly maybe 10.5 to 11 inches tall to give us the room that we need.
So when you measured your 14-inch depth, did you measure to the edge right here?
I did. Well, I measured it just here, although it will stick out a little bit, but your legs will not sit on it because your legs are going to come out here. So it's going to come right to this part over here.
Okay, that sounds great. That looks like the measurements that will work for us. So now let's go ahead and unbox the actual subwoofer right here. What do you think?
Sound good? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and pull this subwoofer out, get a couple of basic measurements on here. The biggest thing that we're worried about right now is the height of where it's gonna sit above the box that we build itself to make sure that we have room for the subwoofer to sit on top and to have the room for it to move up and down. So let's take a look at it. All right, inside the box, always awesome is we got a nice sticker there to put somewhere, usually on a good outdoor refrigerator. And inside the box, we got this beautiful, nice, brand new competition kicker subwoofer. It looks amazing.
We don't need that where we're going?
All right, so let's go and open this thing up and get inside here. All right, I will say, just from the looks alone, this is a beautiful looking subwoofer. The first thing I noticed is that the outside is very strong and it's got this really strong red stitching inside. It's a really great looking subwoofer here. So this is a competition speaker, and although I'm not going to be entering any competitions with this, it's going to drive really good solid bass. So I don't have to turn it up too loud to drown it out. It's going to have really good deep tones in it. On the back, we got a really nice large magnet on the back, and then we have great connections right here. It's a 4-ohm dual voice coil, so there's 2 connections on both sides, positive and negative. One of the great things about this speaker already is the easy setup for putting the speaker wires in there. It's a push connection, so you push this open, slide your speaker wire right in there, let off, and it puts a nice connection. And now we're going to pass this over to Brad to give you some more technical aspects of this great subwoofer.
Okay, we're right here in front of the Kicker Comp 12-inch woofer. It is the Comp R. Now this guy has 500 watts RMS power handling. The RMS part means it's the average power that it can handle. It can handle up to 1000 watts peak also. Now taking a look at this woofer, if you're unfamiliar with dual voice coil woofers, basically there are 2 connections here. There's one on each side here, and what that means is each voice coil has an impedance level. This impedance level here is 4 ohms, this one is 4 ohms. So depending on your amplifier and what the actual ohm load it can handle is how you wire up this woofer. If you put both of these voice coils here in parallel, it'll be a 2 ohm load presented to your amplifier. If you put them in series, it would be an 8 ohm load. So for our amplifier can handle a 2 ohm load. We're going to take off of this voice coil, go to this voice coil, and then off of this voice coil, go down to the connector. That's going to present a 2 ohm load to the amplifier. We can prove that with an ohm meter also. We can put it on the end of the second wire here as we loop here, and then out we should see a 2 ohm-ish load at the amplifier.
All right, so here we are on to our next step. We took some really good measurements, and one of the things that we were most concerned with was the height of the actual subwoofer because it's going to be facing up. So with that, we had roughly 13 1/4 to play with, so we're going to reduce our height down to about 12 inches. That gets us about 1.5 inches, 1 3/4 of play to make sure that we have enough room for the top of that subwoofer to not only sit in there, but to have room for it to go up and down. All right, so one of the most important measurements for us was to make sure that we had enough room for the subwoofer to sit in there. So we roughly have about 13 1/4 inches of height that we can play with. We're going to reduce that down to about 12 inches. That's going to be more than enough room for that subwoofer to sit on the top and have room for it to go up and down. So what we're going to do is take a few minutes here to kind of outline the box itself. So there's gonna be quite a few cuts. One of the things that we don't have at our leisure is a nice big table saw. So we're gonna be doing this by hand. So to make sure that we get as best cuts as possible, I have this straight edge here that we're gonna use to clamp down to make sure that when we're running our skill saw, that we get a nice clean cut. So we're gonna take a few minutes right now to take these measurements, transpose them onto our MDF and start outlining all the cuts that we need to get done. And then from there, we can start to assemble the box. So we took a couple minutes to make sure that the measurements were correct, and we went ahead and wrote them down just so that you guys can understand what we're doing. So the first thing is that we got to put a top and a bottom in 4 sides. So for the top, we know that we needed 18.5 inches in width, and we had 14 inches of depth to put it towards the back of the golf cart. So with that, we just times that times 2. So our tops are going to be 18.5 inches by 14 inches. Easy cuts for those. Now we need to do the 4 sides. Our 4 sides are not equal because the front and the back are going to be 18.5 inches, which will match the width. However, we need to go 10.5 inches to take in consideration that this is 3/4 inch MDF. So with that being sandwiched between the top and the bottom, we needed to take off 1.5 inches. So we wanted to get to 12 inches, so we're gonna do 10.5 inches on that. And then for the left and the right, that one, it's 14 inches. In regards to the depth, same thing, 10.5 inches to make sure that we have the room to sandwich it to get to our 12 inches. So here we go. We're gonna go ahead and lay out the exact measurements that we want. So one of the things that I always try to do is we have plenty of wood here. So I don't mind having a little bit of scrap left over, but I always try to utilize any of the factory edges. So we need 2 cuts on this particular one. So what we're gonna do is measure out 14 inches for the top. So on here, we're gonna lay out 14 inches, and then we're gonna have 2 cuts here to complete the top and the bottom, which are gonna be roughly 18.5 inches. All right, so here we are. We're gonna take the time to cut this out. We got a little break in the weather, so we're gonna make this pretty fast. Like I said, we had already laid out all of our measurements. So from here, we're just gonna make our quick cuts, get back inside as quick as possible. So again, we don't have a table saw. So to try to get this to be as even as possible, I'm gonna take this straight edge here. We're gonna clamp it down so that we can bump our skill saw right up against it and make a quick, so we can make a quick cut, and hopefully it's nice and straight. You're pinching it. All right, ready? Okay. And for the sake of time, I'm turning and burning here, all right? You ready? Blow us off, we can come back inside the garage, close the door. Yep.
Guys, I am so happy to announce Crutchfield as an official sponsor for Supercar Street Racing, and today I want to talk to you a little bit about what makes them special. Now, one of the biggest things about Crutchfield is obviously their technical support. You have free lifetime technical support on everything. You get a 60-day price drop protection at Crutchfield. 60-day returns is also awesome. They offer that. They have all kinds of information on their website, like DIY articles and videos, a huge car stereo database. They can figure out what fits your car. They also offer free custom vehicle instructions, car-specific installation packages, research, wiring, and things like that. They've been doing it since 1974. Check out Crutchfield. I will have a link in the description. Buy what you need from them and support the channel, and let them know Supercar Street Racing sent you. All right, as you guys just saw, we were outside cutting all of our parts for our enclosure, and you did a little rough math on ChatGPT. And how big was that box?
Yeah, so it actually came out to about 1.29 cubic feet in volume, which is perfect.
Absolutely perfect. The woofer has, I think, a range of 0.75 cubic feet to 1.5
I believe so.
feet, so that's perfect. So what is our next step here?
Yeah, we're gonna get into the assembly part of it. So pretty straightforward. So I got a couple clamps. We'll kind of roughly put this together. The biggest thing is that we're gonna get our wood glue down, we're gonna clamp it together, and then we're gonna pre-drill our holes, because what we don't want is the wood to split. MDF is a little susceptible, even in the cut, when we cut it, a little piece chipped off. So to stop that from happening, we'll get this roughly put together with the clamps, put the glue on it, and then we'll take the time to pre-drill our holes, and then we'll countersink, if we want to, may not be necessary, our screws in there to make sure we get a good, nice contact and a good screw down.
Sounds great. Let's get to work.
Yeah, let's do it.
Got your drill ready here?
Yep, got a good bit. Where's our screws at, so we can make sure that we have the correct screw size.
Okay.
Make sure we got plenty of the same. These are 2.5. We're gonna pre-drill to get our holes, then we'll take it back apart, and then we'll glue it, and then we'll screw it back in. All right?
Okay. Is this looking good right here?
Yeah, just so you can see in the center. Yep, perfect. Let's go straight in. That's good. Perfect. Perfect. All right, so now we'll disassemble, get the glue ready.
Perfect. I'm wondering if we should have countersunk them, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Oh,
Got
no.
him!
I let go of it. It didn't hold.
Oh!
So, it is what it is.
Whoa!
Pop another one in there?
Nope, go ahead and screw that one in.
Yep.
All right, so as you just saw, we assembled the box. It actually went pretty smooth. We did have one little issue where I made one mistake on a cut, but that was very easy to fix. We just had to take a little bit more off. The box went together perfectly. The fact that we were using a circular saw and everything was almost perfect was shocking to me, to be honest with you.
And there's only like
that much
clearance.
It is absolutely sitting in there perfect. So our measurements were right on spot. The box is almost perfect. Very happy with it. So from here, what we're going to end up doing now is removing it and carpeting it. So we are not the best carpenters by any means, but I think we're going to be able to do a good job on this. So we'll let you guys follow along, but it should goes pretty fast. And so far, this project's been pretty smooth. I think we're at about 3 hours in. The majority of our time is really moving cameras around, doing stuff. Yeah. So maybe we got an hour and a half, maybe, into this project so far. And once we get this carpeted, putting the speaker in goes very fast, and we'll be done.
All right, should we get this box out of here real quick?
Let's do it. We're going to do our best here.
Next time you do it, you'll be an expert.
Maybe. Now, if that together, this together.
Perfect.
Okay. You're going to hold this tight. Pull that and hold it tight. Pull it towards you. Okay.
That's sick. Should peel off, right? And then that flaps down and you're done.
Drape it over it, pull it hard again. It's actually not bad. That's not bad. All right, flip it over.
All right, guys, you just saw us carpet this enclosure with the half moon method that we borrowed from Soundman. And now what you're seeing is we're cutting out the hole for the speaker so that I can go ahead and start wiring. Now, this wiring is going to involve going from voice coil to voice coil, first of all, to make this woofer in a 4 ohm to 4 ohm parallel load will be 2 ohms at the speaker connector. And then also what you're seeing is me crimping these connectors on and then using my heat gun to go ahead and heat shrink the end of the connectors onto the wire. So all that's happening right now, let's take a look at it. Now what you're seeing here is we are installing the woofer and we're making 100% sure that we are covering up the surround with a piece of plastic while we're screwing in the screws so we don't make any stupid mistakes. All right, we're back, and we did install the subwoofer enclosure, and we've been adjusting the amplifier a little bit, the gains on the amplifier, just to compensate for a different subwoofer that might be a little bit more sensitive or less sensitive than the other one. We turned the gains down on channels 1 and 2, which are supposed to be the highs, but it's actually, I think, 3 and 4. But turn the gain down on that, and then when volume goes up on everything else, it'll bring the subwoofer level up. Because the subwoofer gains are maxed out on the amp. The amp is pushing as much possible power as it can, which means we also might need a second amplifier. But I was going to suggest, and I will send you a link to this, I was going to suggest we get a 12-volt USB fan and strap it right to the side of your amplifier and power it off of your inverter in there. It's got a USB port.
Keep it a little cool.
It'll cool your amp off and keep it from going into overheat. Okay, you can see the woofer clearly through the back here. If you ever pull up to a party or anything, all you gotta do is open the back hatch and you've got that woofer.
Yeah, and the other reason it's up right now is because this panel's, it rattles. So we're gonna probably have to do some dynamatting. Sounds so good. Like, perfect. Sounds really, really good.
It is. That was a lot of power it was pushing for that. All right, that came out really good, but maybe we can do some improvements. What do you think about maybe improving the amplifier side of the bass?
Yeah, I think so. I think that the current amp is working, but this 12-inch subwoofer can handle a whole lot more power, and certainly with the battery that we have in this thing, it can take a bigger amp. So it might be a good idea to go on Crutchfield again, look around, see what makes sense, and beef it up a little bit.
Sounds good to me. I'll get in touch with Crutchfield tomorrow. Meanwhile, let's wrap it up from in here and throw it back to literally us.
Yeah.
Okay guys, so you just saw us build an entire enclosure for this club car. How did that go? How was it?
I thought it went pretty easy. I mean, we had a couple of tight measurements that we had to figure out, but otherwise, I think the whole box put together very nice. So you just saw us build the box from scratch.
Right.
Install it, test it, run it, and it turned out great.
Right, it did.
During the process, we need a little extra help. So one of the things that we're able to do is go to the Crutchfield site, do a little research on there. They got a lot of great stuff on there. They have videos, articles, a lot of various different links that help you out, which was tremendous amount of help for us when we built this.
And don't forget also their phone support. You can actually give those guys a call and they would be more than happy to walk you through anything that they can. And if they don't know it, I bet you they can find an answer.
Absolutely.
Today you saw us do all the steps to get that enclosure put into this 2017 club car. So if you have a club car and you'd like to copy our design, I'm gonna go ahead and put the dimensions down in the description. I'll put all the products that we use down in the description. Go ahead and click our affiliate links because that helps us out tremendously. Crutchfield wants you guys to use these links so they can see if you guys are engaged in watching supercar street racing.
All right, well, we're all wrapped up here. I just want to say thank you to everyone, including our sponsor today, to give us this awesome subwoofer that we put in, and to the 150,000 subscribers that you have obviously built up over a lot of work and a lot of time. So thank you all for subscribing.
Right.
If you haven't, like and subscribe. It's a super big help for us.
It is, and if you're just here, if you found the video somehow and you're not a subscriber, it does help a lot if you'll hit that subscribe button. Leave us a comment too. We're really interested in what you guys are doing on your club car. And if you do this same project, we want to know about it, and I want some video of it. I'll put it on my channel and feature it for everybody.
Love it.
Because we really hope that you guys like our design and you copy it.
Yeah, and you know what? We want to hear from you so that we know if we made some mistakes, we don't mind it, you know?
Absolutely. Part of the learning process is making mistakes. We're fine with that. We kind of learn everything on the fly sometimes, especially like with this carpet job. That is an on-the-fly thing. That was the first time that we've ever tried that.
Correct.
All right, guys, we got to get out of here. We got to go to lunch because we're starving. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, what's going on, guys? It is Wednesday evening, about 7:50, and I wanted to talk to you guys a little bit about some of the things I've been checking out today. I've been pretty much on the phone and on Instagram with Chris Rudnick, Ricer Miata, helping him with his 135 iTune. I was letting him know in the beginning to go with MHD initially. The cost and the ease of tuning is amazing compared to JB4. So I helped him with that. We talked a little bit today about what happened after he tuned it. Basically, the weakness in the N54 engine. So the 135i has, and the 335i actually, both have the N54 up until 2011. And then they switched to the N55 single turbo. And with the exception of the 325IS, or sorry, 335IS, which still had the N54 after 2011. So anyway, long story short, when you tune the N54 with anything that increases the boost pressure, there are going to be some issues that show up here. You're going to expose the weaknesses in your car. Some of the things that you're going to see are coil packs that are going to be inadequate and spark plugs that are going to be inadequate. The increased load on the ignition system and the fuel system and the increased boost pressure will expose those things. So Chris has a couple of misfires, one on cylinder 6, one on cylinder 3. And so first step is to get those spark plugs replaced, which is very cheap, and see if the misfire is still there. If it is, move on to the coil pack. 99% of the time that fixes every problem with misfires on the N54. So let's move on to what's going on with the SL65 and the BMW 335i. So the 335i, funny story related to the same thing. The 335i is actually having the same issue. However, I am running 60% ethanol, so a 60% mix of E85, 40% of 93. So it might be related to that. It might be that the fuel system can't handle the fuel pressures. E85 has a different specific gravity and puts extra load on the fuel system, and sometimes the fuel pressures cannot be delivered. So I don't have quite as bad of an issue as Chris does, I don't think. Mine's sporadic, but I still want to get in there and see maybe if I have a foul plug on cylinder 6 or a bad coil pack. Coil packs are cheap. I want to say they were $30 on Amazon, but I can't remember. SL65, I haven't driven it this week at all. I have detailed it, and in anticipation of going to a car meet, maybe one night this week, kind of like a drive, like a Cars and Coffee, but they have pretty much every night of the week there's something going on in Jacksonville. So I'm thinking I might hit that up. Secondly, I started ordering all the parts for the audio. Now the thing about the SL65 is the audio system is fiber optic. It uses this thing called MOST in Mercedes, and it is the entire system's fiber optic, so you can forget about taking out the head unit and replacing the head unit and using the factory amp unless you want to spend $500 on a MOST fiber optic converter. So that's not going to happen. So what we are going to do, however, is I have already bought a new head unit. You're going to love it. And I will be purchasing an aftermarket 5-channel amplifier. And initially we will be using the factory Bose speakers, but that will be removed within the next month or so. What did I get? You're gonna find out right now, because it's amazing. Party people, so ignore this battery charger in the background. That's actually my power supply. So this is the Joying, Joying, Joying JYUL 135N2 head unit. Probably the most amazing head unit that I have seen. And I did a lot of research on this, and basically this head unit here is the tits. This is a Android 5.1 head unit. You're not going to find a 6.0 head unit. If you do, it's going to be junk. This is the best thing out there. This is a 2 gigabyte unit, meaning it has, I believe it has, I want to say it has 16 gigs of RAM, and then the 2 gigabytes for everything else. Basically, this unit will do everything that your phone will do or an Android tablet. And the best thing about it is you've got, to me, for a car guy, you've got this torque application. And so the way this works is when you press this button, you have a Bluetooth adapter that you can purchase on eBay for $3. And this will read your engine in real time. Now, this is configurable, so you can move these around. You can do statistics, you can do measurement, you can add and remove gauges, you can do different kinds of gauges simply by pressing them and moving them and changing them out. You also can download custom theme packs. This one is called Racing Meter Pro, and it has a bunch of different settings. Very, very cool. So that's the one thing I like about it. The other thing, of course, I like about it is that you can use anything you want to from the Android Play Store. You can use the built-in iGo navigation, or you can use Google Maps. Excuse me. It also will Bluetooth to your phone. It'll do screen mirroring to your phone. It is quite an amazing device. So, there's a little look at that and some of the things it can do. It does have a phone browser. It has built-in Wi-Fi. It has two USB ports. Here is one of them. It has two micro SD card slots there. Both of them are in use right now. I have two SD cards in there. It will, like I said, it will screen mirror your Android phone. It's just an amazing, amazing box. Right now it is connected to my Wi-Fi, and literally probably the best head unit I've ever seen created for a car. That is the Joying JYUL 135N2. We'll get it. You can get that for about 280 bucks, and it is a deal of a lifetime. So that goes with the double DIN unit kit that I received yesterday from Scosh, and it has all kinds of nice outputs, front, rear, subwoofer. It's got a input for a backup camera. It has you can use a digital radio via USB. I have confirmed that a USB hub works with it, and I have a 120 gigabyte SSD that is going to go in there with it to store all my videos on, all my concert videos or anything else that I want to put on there. So make sure you check this out. I got this off of eBay directly from Joying, and you will absolutely love this. Alright, be cool. See you next time. Make sure you subscribe, alright? And then, as Rudnick would say, give it the thumbs up. Or subscribe.
Papa, it's got TV, Papa. Good boy, you're so mad. Why are you so mad? Get it, Papa.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is Friday, and we got a little project going on today for the SL60. Kitty, it's Halloween. This is your favorite time of year. You can walk in front of a bunch of, I don't even know what I'm talking about. Walk in front of a bunch of people. Hi, Kitty. This is your night to shine. What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing, and today we want to take a little bit of time to point out some stuff about the 335 that is about to change. So the first thing being that I'd like to tell you guys about the ID4 digital display for this guy. So there's a company called ID4 that makes a complete drop-in replacement for this instrument cluster. So it's pretty cool. It's completely programmable, customizable digital display. And the only downside with the whole unit is that you have to cut part of the vent out in the back, but that's not a big deal. They give you a plate to cover it. You just use the Dremel or whatever, and it drops right in. And I'll put some pictures up here. while I'm talking about it, but basically they have some optional things that I want to buy, like the race display. So there's themes and things like that. I want to make sure I get all of it because why not? You know, you only live once. As you guys remember, I already have the Android head unit here replacing the factory, or augmenting the factory navigation system. But this is going to be awesome because it's going to completely replace this. I'm sure you've seen other videos of it on the internet, but about to order that here in the next couple of weeks. I was just waiting to pay off some other things, like my radiator had to get replaced, and of course now I've got these other codes that they're throwing that say lean mixture, so I'm wondering if the high pressure fuel pump is about to fail. But one thing at a time with a 11-year-old car, things are going to happen. So took some time today to touch up a couple spots on the wheels. Powder coating is supposed to be really versatile and get through anything tough, but unfortunately there's a little spot right here that's going to need a touch up. And I have some matte black paint and a little paintbrush, and I think I'll try to touch that up, or maybe I can use the BMW paint that's sort of a pearl. So I think I'll stick with the matte or the satin black spray paints that I have over there on the wall. So yeah, so the next thing coming up for this guy is the digital display by ID4. I'm going to put links in the description for that, and hopefully you guys like it. I am super excited. You can spend about $1,200 if you want to, but I'm going to go ahead and spend $1,800 and get the full-blown display here pretty quickly. So I'm going to update you guys when that comes, but I just want to do a quick little update and throw this back and see if I can actually get a video to work now without crappy video quality. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and we have the brand new Amazon Fire Stick 4K sitting right here next to us to look at today. It has some great new features. We're going to talk about it, install it, and see what the hype is on Supercar Street Racing. Right here next to me, and you can see in this big orange box looking like a big orange fruit, is the brand new Fire Stick 4K. We have it here on Supercar Street Racing, and it is going directly into this TV. And this thing has all kinds of new features that we're going to talk about right now. We have the Fire Stick 4K sitting right here next to me, eager to be plugged in to the Supercar Street Racing TV right here. And this new device does some cool new stuff, and we're going to take a look at what it does. But some of the features that it does now are Atmos, Dolby Vision, 4K, which it has done before, but they have enhanced that with this device here. All right, we're gonna go ahead and unbox this brand new Fire Stick 4K with all the enhanced capabilities. We're gonna plug it in right now, see what it can do, and then after that, we're probably gonna test it out and see if the hype is real. We're right here in front of the 4K Fire TV Stick, and one thing should be known about this. We did trade in the Fire TV that is currently on this box right now for this Fire Stick 4K, and it's on sale right now for Black Friday. Hoping to get the video out now. You guys can click the link in the description to go ahead and buy one of these for half price almost. So let's go ahead and open it, and you already notice on the front of the box it does support Wi-Fi 6 here. It shows you some of the absolutely, you know they're going to support all these. It's not even anything special. Netflix, Prime Video, YouTube, Disney, Hulu, Apple TV, and Max. And then on the back it shows you all of the features of the Fire Stick 4K, including Ultra HD, HDR, Dolby Vision, and Atmos, a brand new quad-core 1.7 gigahertz processor, a Wi-Fi 6 enabled Wi-Fi band, and a power and volume control. And it has all the stuff that it includes down here. So it does come with a second generation Fire Stick, a voice remote, and batteries, and some other things like a power cable. So let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed. And as usual, in Amazon fashion, we do have one of these little strips that pulls right off there to get this out. This is typical for their stuff to unbox. It makes it easier. One of the smart things that they have done. And then there's just a flap right there which will reveal the Fire Stick 4K in all of its glory. And here's our remote. And it does tell you to go ahead and pull off this little protective device. We'll throw that over here. And then we pull it open like this, and there are no batteries in it. They said they gave us batteries. Let's see if they lied or not. And inside of the box, we do have a nice little hello manual. We do have the Fire Stick 4K, and it's protective, sort of looks like recyclable condom. And they have changed the actual shape of it. It's now more rounded. It used to be squared off. This is a power cable, so it looks like they still haven't switched to USB-C, which I was hoping they would already do. This is still the older USB connector. And then inside there you have an extension, so if you aren't able to plug your Fire Stick directly into the TV, you get a little extension which goes right onto the end of your TV. And then of course you would plug this in right there. And don't worry about the weight, they've already verified it is not heavy enough to break most things. There are some other things in here that do not want to come out. Okay, it must be, yeah, it is the power adapter, standard 5-volt power adapter. Probably has a little bit more amperage than a standard one. If you ever try to plug your Fire Stick into the back of the TV, you might get a warning that says that the amperage isn't high enough. If you do that, use your adapter. And then here is the back of the remote. You just put the batteries in like that. Go ahead and slide the remote together like that. Take the protective film off of your power adapter like this. If I can get it. If not, I'll force it. Just like that, it peels right off. And then take your power adapter wire and plug that right in the top there. And the other end goes right into the Fire Stick as such, just like this. Like I said, if you're going to use the USB port on your TV, try it. If you get a warning message on the screen from your Fire Stick, you'll have to plug it into this adapter and go straight into the wall. And so that's what's included with the Fire Stick 4K from Amazon. Now let's go ahead and take a look at installing this on the current television, which will wipe out the screen that we're doing right now. Okay, behind the TV you can see right here, we do have the old Fire TV. It's not even a Fire Stick plugged in right here, and we do have the USB connected to a LED strip. So what we're going to do right now is remove the old Fire TV and decom it. So it is plugged in right here to this power supply, and it is sitting here plugged into no HDMI now, so we can just pull this right out. And we just need to untangle that with our other hand. Let's go ahead and do that now. And then after that, all we have to do is connect the new device and go ahead and set it up. And of course, that was our source for our nice display. So we have lost all that, but we do have our Fire TV here. Now this is an old one, so we did trade it in. And we got $10 to trade in this on the new one. The new one was $25, so we paid $15 total. And now we can go ahead and hook up the new device. We have our old Fire TV here ready to be traded into Amazon to get a $10 credit. They did send a shipping label for this, so all we have to do now is take this to the UPS store and go ahead and take this out and take the batteries out. The old AC Delco batteries, or a car battery, I guess. And this thing is ready for shipping. If you're paranoid, you can factory reset this device before you actually ship it. We are right in front of our brand new Fire Stick 4K here, looking all sleek. It does have a new design. As you can see, they rounded off the edges, making it look more modern, and it does say Fire TV right here. Now, we are going to use the AC adapter. We're not going to use the USB port on the back of the television because we already have that connected to our LED strip right here that is lighting up the back of the TV. So we're going to go ahead and go back here to the back of the TV now. It goes right into the HDMI port. If you have any issues with your port not having room, you have your extension right here that you can connect. So I just wanted to point out to you guys that Amazon has stored my Wi-Fi information in the cloud. So this came up immediately and was ready to go ahead and download the latest software, which it is doing now. And it looks like it is almost done downloading the software. So at this point, it is going to reboot and install the latest Fire OS here for the Fire Stick. So let's see if it does that now. There it is. So it came on back and now it is updating, and it's asking us not to unplug the power cable because that would be catastrophic for the update procedure, guys. So just leave it plugged in while it's doing this. All right, so it will actually let you restore your device to something you have backed up. So I'm looking for a device here that I think is suitable. We can do the home theater one. This is probably fine. It's getting the remote ready now. Probably will update the software in the remote and set up the actual Westinghouse television. Little update here. I did pick a generic Amazon Fire TV to go ahead and get past that point. It would not let me set up the Westinghouse television. We're not going to do the kid friendly because I don't have kids. No streaming services needed. No parental controls needed here. And let's see if now we can set up our remote. All right, so the volume does not work. Everything else does. Let's see if we can change televisions. So we go to settings. We go to equipment control. It says to press power. I did that. It says to wait 10 seconds. Let's do that. And it did come back on with the Fire Stick remote. Now, if your display is not touching all four corners here, you go over to settings. You go to display. You go to display, video resolution, or calibrate, and then you match up your four arrows to the side of the display, and it already is, so we're good there. And our resolution is on auto, so we're also good there. We're also just using the audio from the television. We're using best available surround sound, and we can do volume leveler or dialogue enhancer if we want. Why not? Let's put it on. We were able to scan a code and go ahead and sign into YouTube. And now if we go to subscriptions, we can see Supercar Street Racing. Right here, we visit the channel, looking so fly and fresh. And over here, we can go watch a video for Supercar Street Racing. The keys just go right there. And we test the volume and it works fine. So we have installed YouTube. Now the one secret thing we want to show you guys is coming up right now. Now, if you do want to use Kodi for whatever you want to use it for, you are going to need the downloader app. So what you want to do is search for downloader. And there it is. And you're going to want to head and install that. So you're going to go to downloader and install it. I already have it. You have to click allow. And then you go here to Kodi.tv. and it will go to the actual website. Now you go up here to the little hamburger, and you go to downloads, and you go to the 30-bit version of Android, 32-bit version. So you go to Android 32-bit. ARM V7A 32-bit. It will go ahead and download. And it is 71 megabytes, so you just let that go. Depending on your internet speed, it'll take between 1 minute and maybe 20, I don't know, depending on if you have the slowest internet on the planet Earth. And this is almost done, and when this gets done, it will not let us install it because we have not enabled the app permissions or the debug mode. You'll see this error pop up here momentarily. Most likely. So it says we can't, so we have to go to settings. And then we have to enable developer mode, which we will do here shortly. So when you go to About, just keep on clicking the Fire Stick 4K until it says you're in developer mode. Go to developer options, turn ADB debugging on, and install unknown apps from downloader on. Go back to downloader. All right, you guys just saw this brand new Fire Stick 4K from Amazon deployed right here on this TV. And if you look on the back, some of the features we just checked out are press and ask Alexa. It does 4K, it has HDR, it has Dolby Vision and Atmos, a quad-core 1.7 gigahertz processor, Wi-Fi 6, and volume controls built in. Now that we've done that, let's throw it back to Brad at the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Welcome back, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. We're out here in the 4K production studio today on Turkey Day, talking to you guys about the Amazon Fire Stick 4K. They call it the Fire TV Stick 4K. A lot of confusion there. They do make a Fire TV as well, so don't get confused. This is a 4K streaming stick that will plug into any television, and it will also control your television volume and on off, and also a receiver if you have one. So this is the Fire Stick 4K right here, and it is $24.99 right now, 50% off. I'm going to put this up today, put a link in the description so you guys can buy it today. It's a great device. Today it is on sale, only Thanksgiving Day. I think it ends tomorrow after Black Friday. So today and tomorrow you can buy this thing for $24.99. Go ahead and grab one, and make sure you like and subscribe to the channel, guys, and always buy anything from Amazon through any of our links. Click any link we have and purchase anything you want through us, and we get just a tiny bit of a commission off of it. And guys, thank you for watching Supercar Street Racing. You can see this guy has good reviews, so go ahead and grab one, and we'll catch you guys later. I gotta go get fat.
One thing straight, actor. I don't trust you. And if you betray us, I'll rip your fucking balls off and stuff them up your ass so that the next time you shit, you'll shit all over your balls. Got it? time you pull a stunt like that, I'll drill 2 holes through your dick so that when you pee, it shoots out in all different directions. You got it?
Green foam protector has lodged itself to my table and wants to be part of the peel satisfaction guaranteed.
We're here once again in the Supercar Street Racing office preparing for the hurricane. You can see I brought everything in. It may not be necessary, but it took about 10 minutes to bring all the furniture up. And today we're looking at this amazing VESA PR 800 wild camera, which was so gracefully supplied to us from the manufacturer to check out. Let's get this thing opened up, see what's inside, and have some fun on the channel. I'm hyped. We are back in hurricane prep mode now at Supercar Street Racing, and we got a hurricane coming tomorrow, and we're hoping we don't get too much of it. There's a little bit of wind out there right now, but nothing major. Today we get to open up the VESA PR 800 Wildcam, which was so gracefully provided to us from the manufacturer to check out. And right here, right now, we are going to open this thing, and then we're going to test it out and see what it's all about. And unboxing this, already like the packaging a lot. And let's see what's inside this guy right here. And immediately opening it up, we can see that it is looking all camouflaged and nice. So definitely will be camouflaged on the trail. And then taking a look further inside, looks like there is a couple of peel satisfactions here on the camera with the peel sat, which I know you guys love that. Except I failed on that one. The other one just fell off. And there's your peel sat. And this one is going to be a royal pain for me to peel, ruining everything. And we finally got off the peel satisfaction there. And looking further into this thing, it looks like it's got 2 clamps here. Now keep in mind, oh, there's some more peel. I love it when they do that. They don't even tell you to remove this one, but there it is, guys, the peel sat for you. And opening up this trail cam, it looks like, oh wow, nice. It's got an LCD display right here. And I'm checking out, all right, down here it looks like there is a 6-volt power adapter hole there. Very nice. It's got a little LCD screen with some peel sat. That peel sat, oh, I messed it all up for you guys. That peel sat is so good. All right, we got everything peeled on this guy, and you can see right here, right now, it closes like that and clamps shut, weatherproof, just like that. Looking further into the package as we dig deeper into the trail cam, the PR 800, looks like we have some kind of strap right there. Maybe it's to carry it around your neck, I'm not sure. Be pretty cool. And then digging deeper here, we have a USB, and I forgot what type of USB that's called. It's not USB-C. It's like micro USB or something like that. And even further here, it looks like we might have a charger right here for a USB. And inside here is the hunting and trail manual with kind of an overview of everything. And it says use the 6-volt power cable in the camera Since there's no built-in battery, the camera will power off when unplugged. Okay, so it looks like here it has to be powered all the time. Or it has batteries, I see. So it looks like maybe we could use a battery bank on this, or we can just throw batteries into it and use it that way. And I guess it opens up in order for you to install the batteries right here. Looks like. And there is the 8 AA battery slot there. I'm more interested in trying a battery bank. And the batteries will not charge on this, so don't think this is chargeable. What you're doing here is just powering it with batteries, or you're powering it with 6 volts through this port. And that leads me to go grab my battery bank and see if we can figure out how to use that. And we have returned with my generic battery bank here, and I'm really curious to see if this guy, oh, that's looking neat in the display. I'm curious to see if this guy will power via the power plug here, the battery bank. So let's get that power wire undone here. And you can see it has that little round type so you don't mistake it for anything else. And somewhere on here there's a USB port. Haven't found it yet. And that must be for getting, there it is. So it's for getting the stuff off of there, I'm assuming. Right here, right now, let's go ahead and plug in this power to our power brick and see what happens. All right, so we're just inserting the power cable right there, and then our power adapter pretty much has USB A and C and every other type. So let's go ahead and plug this in and see what happens. And I believe the power is off, but we do have power supplied to it now. Let's see what happens when we turn this on.
Robert, it goes down.
And nothing happened. Interesting. Curious if I have to power my power bank on. That says power. Alright, I'm going to see if I can figure this out and get back to you guys. Alright, I did some experimenting here, and interestingly enough, when I plugged it into my Samsung charger, it did come on. Aha! It comes on here now with my battery bank. Alright. So yeah, it didn't power up the first time with either the power on my nightstand or with my battery bank, but now it is on, and you can clearly see on the screen there is something on the screen there, and that is the front of the camera, what you're seeing. And notably, there is a SD card in here, a 32 gigabyte SD card that came with it. It says it doesn't come with it, but it absolutely did come with one. So that is interesting that it wouldn't power up before. I'm going to try now in the nightstand power bank and see what happens. And it does power up there as well, so not sure what was going on before, but it absolutely works now. So digging a little bit, it just gave a low battery indicator as if the cable came disconnected, so I'm wondering if there is a short in this cable somewhere. But this does not charge. There are no batteries in here from what I can tell. So we're just running off the cable right now. But we are going to set this up with the battery pack outside and go ahead and play with it and see what it will do. And then we'll go from there, because this does not charge and I'm not going to load it up with AA batteries at this point. Now just quickly going through the menu here on the PR800 Wild camera, we can see here that we can set up things like the mode, which you can switch between photo, video, and video. Photo pixel, So you can change the resolution. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the highest resolution, 42 megapixels. You can put on continuous shooting and you can make it shoot 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 photos. Video length, you can put it 5, 10, 20, 30, or 1 minute. Let's go ahead and put it on 30. Resolution, you can change from VGA to 720p to 1080p to 2K or 2.7K. I'm going to go ahead and go to 2.7K. Low, medium, high, PIR sensitivity, whatever that means. EIR interval. Whoops, I went back out. Not sure what that is. There's a timer. There's a time-lapse mode here. There's an auto power off, which is not on right now. And here's where you set your date and time. Record audio, yes or no. Device sound, you can turn the sound effect off and on for this guy. Timestamp on. Format. That format's the SD card. And there's the software version. Let's go ahead and set the date and time if it's not set already. So it's set to 1/1/2023, when in fact it is August 29th, 2023. Let's see if we can go backwards. There we go. It thinks it is 8:36. Well, that's not good. How do I get to the time? Okay. So it is officially 4:58 p.m. 16:58. Let's see if it saved that. Yep, it did. Okay, cool. So that's a little look at the menu here on the trail cam. Let's see if we can figure out now how to set it up. Alright, I've been trying out the trail cam for a minute, the PR800, and now I'm pretty confident I understand how this guy works. So the power switch right here has two modes. One is setup and one is on. When the switch is in setup, that's when you can operate all the menu buttons and set up the actual trail cam. When you pop the switch over to on, then it counts down from 5 and then the camera is ready to start recording. Now, a negative that I already see about the camera is the position of the power. When this power is connected all the time, you can't sit the camera on the actual bottom. It would have to be put on a mount. Now on the rear, it does have provisions for a mount of some kind, or on the bottom actually, right there. It has a screw mount where you could put like a stake or something and drive it into the ground. Or you could just zip tie it to a tree or whatever. But I did do some sample videos here for you guys, and when you go back into the setup mode and then you go into the replay mode, you can actually see here that I recorded some videos in the dark, some in the light, and some outside. And we will give you guys an actual video sample here coming up, and we will do that in a few minutes. I wanted you guys to see how the setup versus the on switch works here. So the replay button puts you in replay mode to watch videos. The mode button switches between photo and video mode right there. And then if you just want to take an instant picture, you use the shot button right there. So that's kind of the way that the menu items operate here on the PR800 wild camera here by VESA. And now we're going to take a little bit more in-depth look at maybe using AA batteries in this and how that will actually turn out. Let's check it out. All right, so I have removed the little safety cover there on the PR800, and to load the batteries, you simply put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 AA batteries in this thing to use those. I'm not going to load it. I do have them here. I am quite satisfied with the existing configuration of using a power cable because I'm not going to be placing this outside yet. But it does have a feature where it will power off and save batteries until it needs to power back on. So that's why you can use batteries and it doesn't just eat them up instantly. But that is a good look at the PR800. Here's a look at the back of it. Like I said, it's got some little handles right there. You could easily zip tie this to something. And then it's got a threaded mount on the bottom where you could probably put it on a tripod or maybe a stake into the ground, and you can see right here right now it has infrared LEDs on the front as well. Alright, so I have been playing with the trail cam for a few minutes now, and I actually left it out here to play with the wildlife. It's been running for about 6 or 7 minutes, so I'll show you guys how I set it up. So there we see we have an alligator right there, actually. Alligator, turtles, all kinds of wildlife chilling. And the camera is set up right here, and it should have gotten some shots. And I have the battery bank set up right here. And if we come back to this guy and we go back to setup, it's kind of hard to get the switch in the right position because you tend to like turn it off, but it doesn't always come on when I put it in setup, which is interesting. Kind of the problem I had with it in the very beginning. Yeah, there it goes, finally. Now it's starting to rain, so we're going to take this whole thing inside now. There comes the hurricane. And yeah, so that is a nice look at the trail cam and what it can do. And now we will take it back into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to take a in-depth look at the actual ad for this trail cam. Welcome back to the beautiful Supercar Street Racing Studios. We produce high quality 4K video right here in front of your eyes, and we try to do it live every time for you guys. It's good to see you again. And today, as you can see up behind me right here, we are prepping for Hurricane Idalia, or however you want to pronounce it, but it is on the way to somewhere in Florida, around the Big Bend or whatever they call it. Looks like we won't get a whole lot in Jacksonville. I'm hoping it's going to swing up and around, but we are prepping for that right now. But we are here not to talk about weather. We're here to talk about the Haza trail camera, and we just showed you that in the wild and how it operates and some actual footage of it. Now right here it says it's a 58 megapixel screen, a 2-inch, I don't know about huge screen, it is a screen. But yeah, so it's a game hunting camera with night vision, and we went through the whole setup and everything on it. The only thing I can really say about the camera that was a negative was that it was kind of flaky with powering off and on. I don't know what that was about. I'll probably have to play with it a little bit more. The night vision works really well, and the detection settings work really well, so I was pleased with that. It has 4.8 stars, so that's great, and here is an actual picture of it and some of the pictures online that they are highlighting of the camera. It does come with a 32 gigabyte SD card, and I didn't use much of that, but again, I didn't record a whole ton of video, and that's going to of course depend on your quality settings and what you're going to put those on. But yeah, I did like the way the pictures looked. It does come with a charging cable, which is awesome, but it does not charge. It's kind of misleading. You can either power it off of batteries or off of a hard power. Now, the disappointing thing about the power cable is it sits right underneath the device, making it impossible to sit on the ground and plug in at the same time unless you can kind of dig out a little hole for the power cable, which is what I did. It does come with a data USB cable too, but obviously the best way to actually get stuff off of the card is to use one of these USB SD card readers here, like I use for the GoPro, which is going to be way faster than using the cable. And so I'm going to give this guy an overall good rating. I mean, I think it's worth the $50. It's 10% off right now, so you can save another $5 on this thing. And I encourage you guys to please buy through my link. I'll have a link for this guy right in the description down here. Please purchase the camera through my link or anything else you need from Amazon. You don't have to find the actual product. You can click my link for the camera and you can buy anything you want, and it helps us out so much. It gives us just a little bit of money, a tiny bit of money to keep supporting Supercar Street Racing. Wish me luck with the Hurricane, guys. We'll check in with you. We are also live on Supercar Street Racing with our Hurricane Idalia cam. If you just look on the channel, you'll see that right now. Please tune in and give me some comments and suggestions in the Hurricane cam and tell me what you think. And we'll see you guys next time. I'm out of here.
All right, this is the fast way you do the corn. You take it out of the microwave like this, and then you cut the end off like this. And then you just squeeze it right out of the corn. You squeeze the corn out. Look at this hot.
Welcome back to the channel. And what I have right here in my hands are 2 drones that were bought from AliExpress. We're going to be looking at both of these today on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, sitting right here on top of the Supercar Street Racing mini bike, we have the S116 drone and the E99 Pro drone, and these were both bought off of AliExpress for under $70. We're going to see if one is better than the other, get them out, charge them, unbox them, do everything fun today, so hang on. Now, one of these drones was more expensive than the other one. I believe the bigger box was more expensive. I'll have to go back into AliExpress and update you guys at the end of the video. But the goal here is to see if we can get decent quality out of both of these drones and finally have a drone for Supercar Street Racing. Now let's go ahead and get these things unboxed. We have the E99 Pro right here, and we have the S116 here, and I don't know why they both say Dion on them in multiple places, but they do. Not sure what that means, but we're gonna go ahead and get these opened up. See, it says Dion on both, or Dion. Let's get these opened up and see what's inside. I'm hyped. They came kind of damaged, but the box was just damaged and hopefully not what is inside. And so inside of the S116, we already see a nice carrying case for the drone. And looking further into the carrying case for the S116, let's see what's inside. All right, now we are inside of the carrying case for the S116. We do see some instructions right here. There's an operating guide right here. Then we have another user guide here, so I don't know what the difference is between these two guys. But there's this one and this one. Look inside, that side is in Chinese, I think. And then here are the actual operating instructions for this guy. Let's put that aside. Looks like they gave us some spare rotor blades just in case. Four spare rotor blades, a USB cable, and a small screwdriver included. And then here is the actual drone. Good look at the top and the bottom. There's the camera. And I don't see any plastic peel on the camera, so no peel satisfaction for you. But I do see this. Interesting. Not sure what that is. I'll have to get into the manual here in a minute. And then I'm guessing this is the battery. Looks like that is the battery. It does have a yellow sticker over the ports that put it in the drone. And then it did come with a, let's see, this says obstacle avoidance. So don't know what that's about. We'll have to dig more into that. But yeah, that is what's inside this as far as the actual drone and parts. And then we have our nice controller here for it. There's a good look at the front of the controller and a good look at the back. Let's see what kind of batteries this guy uses. Oh, it doesn't. It's rechargeable. So yeah, we'll dig into this a little deeper here momentarily, but that's what is inside of the S116 drone box. Now we have the E99 Pro right here. We'll take a look and see what's inside, and we do have another nice case here with an E99 sticker on the top. Go ahead and get rid of that. Get this guy opened up and see what's inside it. All right, so we have another controller here. There's a good look at the actual controller with the two antennas. Feels really cheap though, really light, really cheap. Not sure if this has batteries or what, or if it's rechargeable. I don't see a charging port. I see a back door on it. Here is the actual tiny little drone. And that is going to get some peel satisfaction. And my thought is it unfolds like that. It says Drone Pro on it right there. And there is the camera. Now this one looks significantly cheaper than the other drone already and feels cheaper. And at this point, I don't know where you put the batteries or charge the battery. Ah, there's the battery right there. So again, these are just flip-in batteries. There's a little antenna. And then inside of this bag, we have what appears to be, actually I don't know what these are. I'm not sure what those are for. They did come with some one spare blade, three spare blades, four, a little USB charger. And then here is the user manual. And it also has a supplemental thing to download and install the RC EFP app. And I'm not sure if that one uses the same app or not. But then here are the instructions, and they are in both Chinese and English for you. And then that is it. That is all that is in the box here. So let's figure out getting these guys charged. Now that we've gotten a good look at what's inside both of these boxes, we're gonna go ahead and get these guys charged up. Let's do it. All right, we've got both of our drones here. Let's go ahead and take the battery out, which I already did on this one. And here is the actual battery. And then on this one, the battery is right here. And then we just need two little USB power adapters. Any USB power adapter will work. Or if any device you have has a USB type A, you can go ahead and use that. Now I do have some brand new USB power adapters here in my hands. There's one and two, because I started running out of these. So I bought some for LED lights. So there's a second one. And then we have our little cable here that it came with somewhere. Here is one cable. I'm gonna go ahead and put this back over there. Get this out. And we'll plug this in right here to this USB Type A USB power supply thingy. And that would be the one, I guess it doesn't matter which one. It does have the old school style of adapter though, the old school USB, not the new one. It doesn't have USB Type C. And it is plugged in and there is a red light on that one. Let's get this other guy plugged in and charging. So here's the other cord. And our other USB-A adapter to whatever type of USB that is, I forgot. And we will plug that right into where? Oh, there it is, blind. And it goes right in here. And we do have a red light on the back indicating that these are charging. Now let's figure out if we have to charge our handsets. All right guys, so we have the controller here for the bigger drone. For the S116, I had to go get another cable to charge this one. And I have another USB adapter here. Go ahead and plug that in. And we have one of these multi-cables. So the other end goes on the side of the drone right here. Just like something, just like that. And we do have a red light on indicating I believe we are charging it. And now this guy, I cannot locate where you charge this. Maybe this is not rechargeable. Let's look at the instructions. So I'll go ahead and open this up. It's kind of annoying to have to take a screw out to put batteries in, but that's the way this one works. 3 AA batteries, which we will now insert into the drone. I call it a drone, it's actually the controller. It takes 3 AA batteries. No rechargeable controller on this one, is 1 definite minus. And then the cover just goes right back on like this. And the tiny little screw that will get lost for sure goes right back here. I decided the screw isn't that important because it clips back in without it, so we're just going to go without a screw there. All right, a little update of frustration. And you can see that these drones are once again packed up in the box, and there is a good reason for that. They don't work. So the first drone here, the E99 Pro, uses a certain app. And basically how these work is you connect to a Wi-Fi network on the drone, and that is how you get pictures and videos and everything and control them. This guy generates a Wi-Fi network that says something like 8K something or another, and the app, no matter what I did, I tried on 2 different devices, no matter what I did, this would not say it was connected. It would open the app and it would say disconnected from Wi-Fi. That one did not work. Now I did start this one up and outside and watch it. Sorry. Yes, I started this one up outside and watched it just to spin up a little bit, but that's it. This one has a completely different app and better instructions. And as you can see right here, the instructions are pretty clear on what to do. The Wi-Fi name was wrong. I figured that out. It said to connect to a Wi-Fi called Wi-Fi something, and there was no Wi-Fi like that. There was a different name. So I got connected to this drone. I can always connect to the drones on my phone, but the apps don't recognize the fact that the drones are connected. So bottom line is, yeah, you need to pay attention to some quality. These are from Temu, not Ali, and those are going back to Temu. And I don't know why I said AliExpress in the earlier video, but I was wrong. So these are going back, and it's time to buy a good drone. And now for a final conclusion, we're gonna throw it to Brad in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Hey guys, just getting a little guitar practice in. Welcome back to the channel. And you just saw we had these Temu drones and they were absolute garbage. It just goes to show you that you get what you pay for. If you want a good drone, you need to go ahead and go get a DJI drone. Do not mess around with $30 and $60 drones from Temu or AliExpress, because you are going to get what you pay for. Both of my drones that I bought from Temu did not work. Both of the apps did the same thing. They both said not connected to Wi-Fi. You could fly it with the remote control, but it is absolutely worthless if you cannot take video. So here's my advice to you. Do not buy a cheap drone. Guys, make sure you like and subscribe to Supercar Street Racing. We appreciate you so much. We built this 4K production studio for you guys just so we could play music right like this for you guys and make videos and do all kinds of fun stuff, and we're glad you're here. But please like and subscribe and buy through our affiliate links, and we'll see you next time. I got a concert I gotta play right now.
Look at you, dude. You're at 796, dude. You're a 3 horsepower away. We're done.
What's up, guys? We are back on Supercar Street Racing again, and you see in the Supercar Street Racing living room literally nothing happening except what's on this table, and this is a safety device for the Supercar Street Racing awesome channel, and we've been needing this because we need a backup solution for the channel, and this is going to be it. Hey guys, we are in the awesome Supercar Street Racing living room, and you can see right behind me, literally nothing is happening in my living room except for one thing. Directly and also in front of me is this Seagate expansion 16 terabyte hard drive. My plan right here and right now is to use this backup device for the Supercar Street Racing awesome editing studio. Now, as you guys know, we did put in this cool solid state drive here, right here. This is a solid state NAS that uses M.2 SSDs, and it does have about 12 terabytes. However, we need to get some of that data off of there because we have a lot of data after editing for so long. So we are going to hook that directly up to this NAS right here and go ahead and use the backup feature of the NAS to back up our data to the 16 terabyte expansion drive. Now, this does have USB 3.0 and it will plug directly into the back of this NAS right here. But let's get this thing out of the box right now and go ahead and see what exactly we are dealing with, because I don't know what is actually in here. It says something about rescue recovery data services included. I think that means if your drive fails, they will help you get your data, but I'm not 100% sure yet. So let's figure it out. Let's get this thing unboxed and see what's inside. This is the Seagate expansion drive that I did purchase. It was $229, and I did use the payment plans with Amazon, so that will pay over, I think it is 4 months. And we do have the Supercar Street Racing Awesome registered and copyrighted big huge kitchen knife to get this guy directly out of the box from its plastic wrapper. And on the back it does say add-on storage for your PC and Mac in about 750 languages, which none of them I speak. Here is the Seagate expansion out of the packaging, and on top it just says 1 year limited warranty. And that's about it for the box. There is not a lot of data on here. It says connect with computers on the back. And coming out of the box first is feels like a power supply and some cabling right here. Let's go ahead and see what we have right here. Inside of the box here is power supply and a USB 3 cable. If you want to do USB-C, you can. You will need to buy the adapter for this to go to USB-C, but I don't have USB-C on my NAS or the editing computer in the office. All right, inside of the power supply, there is 1,000 ways to connect this depending on your country. We are in the United States. We use 110, and therefore this is our connector right here. All right, you push the button and the cover does just directly come off, and you take your replacement, push the button and slide it back in, and now we are ready for 110 volt power. Now directly in front of me, we do have our hard drive to get out, and it is accompanied by some cardboard and is inside a plastic condom. Has a kind of a cool carbon fiber like look. Very, very minimalistic, and on the back / bottom, it does have the connector for the cable and the power supply. Let's go ahead and connect the cable to it, and you can only be connected one way, and it is connected. And now the power supply just does go in just like this. And that is it. That is all there is to using the Seagate expansion drive. Now let's get it into the NAS and see if we can figure that part out. Here's our ASUS Store NAS, and there is a USB 3 port in the back here. We're gonna go ahead and try to place this on the side of our ASUS Store and run the power somewhere. So let's get this over to the side. We have plenty of space now for this, but I just need to get in there and get these cables from the back. Let's go ahead and do that now. All right, I do see a power light on the side, or either a power switch. Looks like just a power light, so we should be good. It is turned on. Let's go ahead and take a look at our NAS on the computer and see if we can figure out how to get this called up. Okay, we're directly in front of our NAS page right now. I have not used this at all. All right, I'm gonna do some reading and figure this out. I located my device under external devices. It looks like it has 2 partitions in it. I'm almost tempted to bring it to the computer and delete this partition. It is already formatted, exFAT, so now I just gotta figure out, I just wanna back stuff up without having to do it manually, so I'm looking for a way to do that now. But there's a backup restore, let's try that. External backup. USB 4 is the one that it wants to back up to, and that's fine. Your NAS to an external device, let's go. Multiply items to a single location. Okay, that's what I want. I'm gonna select everything except the USB drive. USB 4-2 is where we're going. USB 4-2 next, backup now, and schedule backup. Weekly, Monday at 1 a.m. Next. Okay, so archive mode is incremental backup. That's what we want to do. Let's go and see what happens. It says it is backing up right now. So we will update you guys if it actually does that. Good morning, it is another day and I wanted to give you guys a little update about the Seagate expansion drive and the backup from NAS. Now this is my ASUS Store NAS control panel, and as you can see right here, it has a lot of different apps and you can actually add more apps from their app store if you want to. But part of the basic applications that come with the ASUS Store is backup and restore right there. But I wanted to first show you guys external devices here. Now, if we go here to the external devices, you can see the Seagate expansion came with two different partitions. One was 196 megabytes and the other one was 14.55 terabytes. I did not remove the first partition. I might eventually do that. For right now, this is fine. And also, as part of the apps that come with the ASUS Store, you get this cool little thing called backup and restore. Now, if we go here to external backup, that is how you do a backup from the NAS to an external device or vice versa. We have our backup here. Now, it finished at 7:54 p.m. last night. So it took probably 8 or 9 hours to do around 6 terabytes, which is not crazy, being that it was USB 3.0. So this backup here, if you go into it and you click edit here, it shows you that we're backing up from my ASUS Store NAS to an external device. We're telling it to put everything from the source to a single place on the destination. We told it what folders. We told it which partition. Now here's where you tell it the schedule. It's gonna back up weekly, 1 a.m. on a Monday morning. And then here's your options for the backup. You can do an incremental backup, and then there's a few little other options. And then when you're done, you can go ahead and confirm your backup. Now you can change the way that backup works by editing some of the options there, but that's my current plan, is to back up this until it gets full. What I'm gonna do after that is go ahead and buy another drive of the same kind. I'm gonna take that one and store it away in a safe place offsite. So that is my plan to archive my channel for the near future. I don't keep anything on the local machines. I edit off of the NAS so that way I don't have to back up these local machines. Most that could happen is that if these machines failed, I would reinstall Windows and reinstall DaVinci Resolve, and that is not too hard to do. So that is the way this works here for the Supercar Street Racing channel. That's going to keep the channel safe and keep it from losing data. We've got a new sponsor today on Supercar Street Racing. Today we have Zato, who has been so kind as to provide us with 3 products to check out here on the channel. And the first product we have is the Zato oil treatment, up to 5 liters of motor oil treated here on this product. And this product will help engines that have worn out parts run better, perform better, improve gas mileage, and also make your car get better performance as well. Now you do just add this directly to your oil, and it should increase the performance of your car and give you more horsepower, give your engine better life, and also help with older parts that are already starting to wear out. Next thing we have right here from Zato is their catalytic converter treatment, and all you do is put this in your gasoline, and this does treat your catalytic converter, and what that does is allows you to not build up soot. This also helps your EGR system and helps to prevent you from losing O2 sensors, because this will help them from getting deposits on the end, and they are expensive to go ahead and replace. Now, third on the list here is the automatic transmission revitalizer. You go ahead and put this inside your automatic transmission. This does help you with shuddering, with vibrations, with shifting, and with parts that are worn out, and improves the overall life of your automatic transmission. All 3 of these products are going to be available in the description. Go ahead and support the channel by clicking the official links in the description. And I want to thank Zato for becoming a sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. Without them, this video would not be possible. Back at Supercar Street Racing, where the live stream is going strong right now, we have the Seagate expansion 16 terabyte drive looking so fly right here in front of me. And you can see right now that it is $229. I did purchase this for $229. And you can see you can do a plan here for payment. And this is the Affirm plan, and it is not charging interest. So if you want to do that and you can get 0% interest, all you have to do is click that little button there when you buy your Seagate expansion. Now, if you're interested in a bigger one, when you step from 16 terabytes at $229, you go up to 18. The price goes to $329, so it costs you $100 more bucks. Up to 20 terabytes, 24 will cost you $517. That's the Seagate expansion, and right now on Amazon, it is sitting at a cool 4.6 stars. It has 262,000 reviews. That is a very good review for the Seagate expansion drive. So looks like people are trusting this drive and giving it good reviews. It has a connector for the back of the drive to a USB 3, and you can actually get a cable for this that will adapt it to USB-C. Looking at the side of the drive there, like I showed you earlier, it has kind of a carbon fiber look. It's saying that once you get this a 20 terabyte drive, if you choose a 20, you're gonna have some massive space that you didn't have before for anything that uses USB 3.0. And you can drag and drop stuff directly out of the Windows and the Mac there. And right there, it's showing you the smaller version of the drive right there. It does come in smaller versions as well. Guys, I wanted to thank you so much for supporting Supercar Street Racing and buying all your products through our links. We will have a link in the description to the Seagate expansion drive. I know it's not a lot of data in the video, but what I wanted you guys to know the most was that the drive has great reviews on Amazon, and we did get one to try and help Supercar Street Racing not lose any data. So taking a look at our channel, looks like we've gotten over 5,100 new subscribers this month alone. We've done some big things on the channel, and we appreciate you guys supporting us so much, and we hope that you continue to support the channel by liking and subscribing. Go ahead and pick up a Seagate expansion if you need some extra space. The 20 terabyte is a great deal right now. It is on sale, 50% off. Go ahead and grab one and let me know what you think in the comments. We'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. All right, welcome back to the channel. We're out here with Dukes of Duval, Joe, and we're going out because we need to pick up some stuff for the bench. We're gonna grab a vise and a, what else?
A grinder.
A grinder.
Brad has to up his tool game.
Yep. And
Brad's tool game's a little lacking, so we're gonna give him a little boost here.
Yeah, and my plan is that everything that we take off, we want to clean up and kind of paint and get really nice again. I know the leaf spring is kind of jacked. I don't know if there's a way we can clean that up. I have a hand grinder.
You'd have to pull, I mean, you could pull the whole thing out if you wanted to. We're gonna be taking a lot of stuff apart to get to it.
Yeah.
The bushing,
so we're gonna get some wrenches too. I don't have a good wrench set or a good socket. I got one socket set, it's all deep well metric sockets. So we're gonna grab that. We're pulling up at the Big Orange store right now, and we'll update you guys once we get inside. Look at this guy up here. Look at this guy up here. All right, so we are out here. Oh, look, there's the wrenches, ratchet wrench. I thought she said they were here, but I don't see them. But there are ratchet wrenches. Okay. There ain't no, she probably thought we meant vice grips. Let me ask her. I think we're in the right place. They only carry one. It's right here. Perfect. Got lights on it, all that stuff. Fine, whatever. All right, we got our.
So, oh, you know what I don't like about it?
What?
Is that it doesn't move. It doesn't pivot.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, you can work with it without pivoting, but I like the pivoting.
I do too. That one there does.
Yeah, so it's 99.
Yeah.
You're gonna do it, might as well.
Yeah.
Great.
That's fine.
Sorry. Picky. Yeah.
Okay. Now we'll find the ratcheting wrenches. Found the ratcheting wrenches, and we found this Husky set here for 89 bucks. And then they got this gear wrench set. This one you carry around. This guy mounts on your wall, and it's $10 cheaper, but I think we're gonna grab this one. It's got
2 extra wrenches.
Freaking anti-theft on it. We can't even get it. All right. $300 later. $300 for all this goodness. Ratchet wrench, grinder, vise, wire wheel, and drill wire wheel. All right, we're breaking these open because we're gonna get some bolts. Go ahead and get that mounted. I know we're gonna be using this today. We're gonna clean up a lot of the parts, repaint a lot of the parts. I'll grab the paint too. I think I have some, but yeah. So this is the 4-inch vise, pivoting vise, and we're gonna bolt that thing to the table. Looks like it takes less than
3 bolts.
Yeah, 3 little bolts to hold it in, and then we'll open up this grinder as well.
Oh, I don't know how big your wrench is.
It's a 1/2 inch. Yeah. Almost positive. That's Joe's cart too. I don't think we really ever showed. Yeah, we did. We showed it on the race. Epic Street Racing, $1,000 bucks. $1,000 nights. Oh, it's got lights on it. So hype. What's the battery for? Why does this thing have batteries? This thing's got batteries, bro. Battery powered. Oh, this is a tiny little freaking thing. Okay, so this takes smaller bolts, so this is like, check it out.
What we can do is, I got lags.
Okay.
So we can lag it.
Okay.
And then we'll take, I'll just take all my, figure it out. We're not doing a bunch of trips.
Look at this owl.
Big washers.
Channel mascot, owl. And I've got the eagle over at the house to match it. Actually turned out to be a nice day. We got hardware to last forever. Look at the battery powered fucking thing, whatever this is. Batteries for lights?
Yeah. Back up.
Stupid, why don't they just use wall power? Ignorant. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and don't forget to look right here.
Oh, that spot? Right
into
there?
the lens, because I always have trouble doing that. Hey, welcome back guys. So today we got Joe over here, and we are going to install this vise and this bench grinder that we just bought at Home Depot. We also bought some ratchet wrenches. So just hang out with us while we do this. We're gonna put the, what are we putting here? We're putting the vise here.
Bench grinder.
And the bench grinder on that side. So we're gonna get to work right now. We got our lag screws here. What else do we have? We have our drill bits. We just need a battery for the drill. And then we're gonna get to work. You got it?
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
Very good. We don't need this, right? No. Okay, cool.
right, buddy. She's all wrapped up. Good to
all
go.
right.
Let's give her a spin.
So here's our test run. Looking good. Thing rips.
There you go, man.
Oh, we got to do
that fucking thing.
Did it almost hit you in the eye?
Yep.
A wire. That would have got you. You'd have been in the hospital with a freaking
wire in my eye.
All right, guys, we are out here in the garage this morning finishing up. The project yesterday was to install this vise, and I'm working on a new GoPro, so bear with me while I get used to this. But here is the vise install, and here is the bench grinder install. We have to still get power run down through the bench to kind of clean up this, and then clamp the wiring up below to make it a nice clean project. So that's what we're going to be doing today, right here, right now. And we are going to grab our drill and start this process. All right, we are underneath the table here, and all we need to do right here, right now, is clamp this wire up over here, and then run it down this post. the money. All right, that's done. Whole project is done. And you guys see, cord goes through there, comes down, is nice and tied up, and then that is it, plugs in over to the side here. Now all I have to do is clean up the rest of this little wiring there, and we will be completely done. And guys, I hope you enjoyed watching this vise and this grinder install, and we'll catch you guys later on Supercar Street Racing. Fuck. Piece of fucking shit. Over it. We're out in the garage and we're going to take a look at this carburetor tuning again. And the first thing we are doing is following a video here because we jacked it all up last night. And he says the air fuel screw down here at the bottom that you run all the way in first. So I'm going to do that because Joe did some craziness with it trying to tune this thing. Good morning, guys. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And you have Brad here on the channel, and we have a big problem today I need your help with if you know about these engines. It is absolutely hosed. I have no idea what's going on with this. So the goal of today's video is maybe to get a avid hardcore subscriber to help me figure out what's going on with this. I have a feeling, but I'm not 100% sure. So let me describe what's going on with this bike. So Joe and I drove the bike the other night. It was running fine. Joe made some tweaks to the carburetor to try to get it to run better because it had a high speed, like not a high speed, but under throttle load. Sometimes it would break up. And so we made some adjustments to the fuel mixture screw at the bottom and the idle screw. When I drove the bike home, I got it all the way home, and then the bike wanted to go dead. And then after that, it was hard to start up. And then after that, even harder to start. And then all of a sudden, it wouldn't start at all, but it was easy to pull the string. And then I sprayed some carburetor cleaner directly into the carb and attempted to, oh, the light went out, attempted to start the thing, and that's where we are now. So that leaves us where we are right now. This bike will not start, and it is super, super hard to pull the pull string. Like, I can spray some carb cleaner in it, and when I go to pull the string, it's like it's spitting fuel out of the carburetor now. It's spitting the starter stuff right out of the carburetor, and then that's what happens. It like almost ripped my hand off, and it did get me on the leg pretty good, but it's like hard locked at that point. You can't pull it over. And then watch this, I'll show you guys something else. Okay, so I'm removing the spark plug now. So this is a brand new spark plug. It is gapped properly. Spark plug is completely out of the motor. And now pulls over just fine. And there's no fuel coming out of the spark plug hole when I pull the motor over. And I have actually blown out the cylinder with air with the compressor. No fuel coming out. It's completely dry. So that is the state of the motorbike. I have done a lot of reading online trying to figure out what's going on, and apparently there is a compression valve inside of that cover there that might not be working properly. It's going to take some research to figure this out. I'm not sure if I want to pull off this valve head and try to clean out that maybe there's goop in it, or maybe it just needs to be replaced. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it has a spark plug hole under there. I got to do some research on it, but I'm going to pull that cover off and see what's underneath. Okay, so I took the valve cover off. I thought there was some kind of compression valve, but this has 2 regular valves in it, and they seem to be operating properly. So I don't know what's going on, but now you can see, like, that feels a little better, but it's still... It actually feels better. I don't know why. But there is spark. I checked that. It actually feels much better. It's not perfect, but it's not so hard to... It's different for sure. I don't know what I did, but it's not starting. Let me make sure it has fuel in it. That'd be funny if it didn't have gas. I can't get the fuel cap off. Something feels different now. By the way, my gaskets are all busted here. I gotta fix that. Wow. Pliers to get it off? Something is up with that as well. There's plenty of gas in it. I ordered an e-fuel cap. Oh, the spark plug wasn't connected. Duh. Probably start now, huh? Well, it pulls easier, but it won't start. Let me tighten the spark plug a little bit. Oh. Okay, nothing. Started.
in. Fuck. Piece of fucking Over it. You can see my frustration with this thing. I was able to get it started once and now it's fully completely locked up again and I can't start it. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I don't think it's the carburetor. That's working fine when I move the throttle. Does it have fuel? I can't tell if that's fuel there. I mean, I guess it is. Can't tell if that's dry. I don't know if this is dry or what, but anyway, that's where I am. I don't think fuel's going in there. Maybe the jet's clogged. I have no idea. That's where I am. I don't know what to do next. I'm super frustrated. I'm ready to just get rid of this thing, honestly. What are we about to do?
We're going to attempt to tow a boat with a golf cart.
All right, let's do it.
I think it has the power to do it.
All right, let's go.
And I have a receiver and a hitch. Let's give it
what,
a try.
5.1 or stereo?
Huh?
What type of receiver? Yamaha or Onkyo?
Yeah, Onkyo, for sure.
All right, let's do it. We got a massive amount of rain last night in Jacksonville. This is the highest I think I've ever seen the pond, except when there was a hurricane. But look how high the water is by the dock here. It's almost all the way up to the thing. And I'm sure it's... We got this toothpaste and we got this tape peel. We have the toothpaste and the tape peel. Satisfaction. Oh my goodness, look how clean it peels. This tape peel. Good kitty. So we have this switch here that we're going to be taking a look at, and we have our kitty cat as well. Hey guys, and welcome back to the channel. And looks like we got a little visitor today here, Mr. Binks, who had an unfortunate accident and he hurt his face. Something attacked him, sliced his face open pretty good, but he is doing much better now. We were worried about him. Guys, welcome back to the channel. Today we have the L8 LCD Smart Switch from a company called Nylon. So these companies have the funniest names, but there are 3 versions of this smart switch. One of them says Smart Living, the other one says Smart Life, and then there's one for Apple Home Kit or something like that. And so I picked up the one that said Smart Life. It does say Tuya, but I heard you can use this with Smart Life as well as Tuya. Smart Kitty. So we have our guest, Mr. Binks, today hanging out with us. Big kitty. So we have this switch here that we're going to be taking a look at, and we have our kitty cat as well. And
what we are going to do is unbox this and take a look at it. And Kitty, you're right in the way. So opening the box here with the cat right in the way, we see that we have a nice little protection for the switch there. And then here is the actual switch. And taking a look at this closer, which we will do in a minute when we wire it up, basically it is just a LCD screen on the front. I thought it would be much bigger. Like I thought it would cover the whole entire switch. It does not. It's got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the back wiring places. It looks like they're a little tiny flathead, so I'm gonna have to get a different screwdriver. Comes with 2 screws and some probably very difficult to understand instructions here. So I think our next, look at these instructions. I can't even read them, they're so small. Wow. Okay, so this is all instructions here, both sides of the page. I will take, I guess, a couple of pictures of this before we do anything. But actually, just kind of wanted to show you guys the box. And it just says Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant on the back and has some. You can either get it in white or black. It's showing the different models on the back here. But I think let's set up to get this thing powered up so we can take a look at it closer. Okay, Mr. Banks, what do you think? I think that's a good idea, don't you? All right, guys, we are back here with the LCD Smart Switch from Landbon. And here we can see on the back, and I'll put a picture up for you guys, that the instructions are telling us to put the black wire in the first hole here, marked N. Okay, and then your white wire goes in the next hole, marked L. Okay, for this, so your neutral wire is always on the left side of the plug. I have this little pigtail here. So the neutral wire is marked with white, like white writing on this guy. We're gonna see how the heck this works because it takes a very small screwdriver, which is amazing because, okay, I guess you just open this up a little bit and put your wire in. So this will be the white, the wire with the white writing. Sorry, this is why I bought a switch, because my smart dimmer switch failed. And I guess, does it go like that? Or does it go on the bottom? I guess it goes, it doesn't really show you in the pictures. I guess it goes here and then you tighten up the screw. We're gonna find out. Yep. Okay, that seems to be in there. So this is just for testing purposes because I've never used this device before. But yeah, so this, did I do that wrong? I did that wrong. I think I did that wrong. Doesn't really matter, and honestly doesn't matter for the polarity for this testing purposes, but yeah, I did it the wrong way. So here we go, putting the white wire in the correct place. the black wire goes into the first position. Well, that didn't work at all. Kind of evaluating these to see if I want to put them in more places. I really want to see what they're all about, because they're as much as, or just a little bit more than a good smart dimmer switch. Okay, that worked a lot better. Okay, so now that we have the power in the back and there's no chance of a short, we can go ahead and power this guy up. And there's the power. And it comes on with a nice Lanbon screen. So this is going to be a one gang, and look at that touch screen. Okay, so here is the edge lighting setting. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more on this for you guys. This is cool, man. I am so into this. Now I'm gonna have to buy these everywhere and spend so much money. Okay, so this is where you turn the edge lighting on. Okay. Confirm, okay, it went back. Confirm. Skip. Tuya network. I'm guessing we're gonna have to get the tablet for this. The computer's over there. Please open the Tuya app and add manually electrical switch Wi-Fi. All right, let's grab the tablet. So it says Tuya Life, but I'm gonna try Smart Life because people said you can use that. So we got our tablet here. And let's zoom out a little bit. Well, let's go ahead and record on the tablet just so we have a good thing you guys can watch. And we're on the tablet now. We're looking for Smart Life. Where is it? Do I not have it on here? There it is. Okay, opening Smart Life on the tablet. The switch says pending connection. Smart Life is still opening up on the tablet. Still opening. Maybe it's not working. It's taking a while. Yeah, this is not doing anything. Oh, there it is finally. Okay. It took a minute. Session expired. Please log in again. All right. I have to agree. I have to log in. I got to go through this login process. So we will be right back. All right, we are back, and we got logged into Smart Life. So what we do is go to the plus, add device. It says on the screen what to do. Okay, so it failed because I took too long. Easy mode config. Add manually electrical switch Wi-Fi. So we go add manual, electrical, switch Wi-Fi. There it is. So now we need to select our 2.5 gigahertz network, which we are not logged onto. We're going to go to our standard 2.4 because it's closest. We are connected. And let's go back to Smart Life. And we'll have to blur that part out. It says confirm. It is blinking. It is blinking quickly. Here we go. It is trying to add now. Boom, so it is done. Oh, this is the coolest thing ever. We have to hit plus to add it. Let's edit the name. Let's call this bathroom. This is actually office. Bathroom. Lights. Okay, so we just renamed it in Smart Life. And basically it looks like you just press that to turn the light on. Oh, this is so cool. This is awesome. Office. I have never seen this before, but I'm already loving it. This is so great. Okay, I don't know what some of these other things are. Okay, switch. Scheduling. And I guess everything else is done from inside of the actual device once we have it here. But yeah, this guy is, this is cool, man. I am stoked. And then we've got our instructions here. And configure. Okay, we already did the configuration. How to choose the type of switch. We've done that, I believe. But it looks like you can press, let's get you zoomed in again. Looks like you can press up here. Let's see. Okay, there's your menu. And it says how to choose the type of switch. Long press, and go setting. System config. Device type 1 gang, that's all we need. You can actually control multiple devices from this one switch, which is sweet. The thing is that it's a single gang mount. So in order to use this in other places where you have a double gang, you'll have to get pretty creative. It would just leave half of a box open. Or even better, you could put another box in, like next to your regular box with this guy, a single, and then just run the wiring through the wall. This is cool though. Love this. Electricity and power. Electric parameter display. Power or electric sum. Let's see what power does. Shows you watts. Okay, it's up here in the corner right there. How to change the style, your decoration style. We go back to, so we're going to change the way it looks now. Display effect. You can set the brightness here. And then you can change, it looks like you can, oh, you can change how long the screen stays on. Oh, you can mount it horizontal or vertical too. That's kind of cool. set the standby brightness, menu, style, themes is kind of what I was looking for. Name and icon. Ah, that's cool. This is awesome. Check this out. Just call it bathroom. This is neat. I am digging these. This is awesome. I get so excited about this stuff. Setting, system config, wait. Setting, themes, and okay, let's try to change the theme. Display effect. Theme and style, here we go. Okay, so you can change to their pre-selected little things, but you can't add your own, which is kind of a bummer, but I get it. That would be pretty crazy if you could. Let's see what that one does. Oh God, now I'm gonna have to have a bunch of these switches because they're badass. Modern style, classic style. Oh, let's see if there's an upgrade. Okay, I'm on the latest firmware, so we just did an upgrade check. Let's see what our theme didn't really change the background. Let's see why. Theme and style. Oh, no, it didn't. Let's see, confirm. Only the switch. Confirm. Let's see if that did it. It did. So we did the decoration. Now we can do the edge lighting, which is really cool. So we go back to the menu. We hit set, oops, setting. Wait a minute, menu. Oh, I don't see an edge lighting setting. Long press. Okay, so it's under linkage config now. Look at this, this is cool. Only on during what? That doesn't do anything. This guy, okay. You can set a timer for the edge lighting. Oh, this is so cool. Auto adjust, I wonder what that does. Does that go through all the colors? Color set auto. So it's on auto. It says when you set the edge lighting to auto, the system will automatically change the color. The customer defined formula will be invalid. Okay. Okay, so then it tells you how to change the background, which we did that already. So we don't need this tablet recording anymore, but how to set horizontal and vertical screen. We did take a look at that already. We don't need that right now. How to set real-time display of load power or current power consumption. We took a look at that. Okay, so we do need to connect it to Alexa. So we have to, I wonder if we have to discover it in Alexa. Oh, now I just fired off everybody's device and mine. Yep. Let's see, this has some issues with that app. Let's see. Okay, we are back on the tablet now. It's really hard to read this, guys. I think we just can discover device if it's not already there. Let's see. 41 devices. So, not sure if it's in here. Let's go ahead and add device. Other. Discover. So this is how you actually add new devices. If you have the Smart Link, the Smart Life app, you already have the skill. So this just needs to find it again. Find it after you added it to Smart Life. That's how you do that. You discover devices. And hopefully that shows up eventually. And then they're showing you here how to change the, zoom out a little bit. They're showing you here how to change the button name, how to lower the brightness on the screen, to do timers, and to turn on and off the edge lighting, which it is off now, which I don't like that. I want it on. I want it on all the time, so it is not working like that. So I'm going to engage. I want it on all the time. Okay, I'm gonna try just like see if it goes off without doing auto. Kind of want it to stay on. But anyway, one scene discovered. I don't know what that is. Well, let's see if we see it in here again. So it says, let's see if we have it. Yeah, it's right here. All right, well, we're gonna figure it out and eventually. And we are going to go install this thing now. All right, we are back here with our old light switch. This one is going here. This switch from this one is going over there to replace the one that does not work anymore. Let's get this switch out and determine whether I'm going to be brave and not turn the power off like an idiot. That's how easy these switches are to come out. This one has a wood screw for some reason. Apparently the box must be stripped. I don't recall why I did that. I guess we could actually turn lights on. So the same switch is broken on the other wall that controls these overhead lights above us. Okay, so right away I can see that we are going to probably need a couple of jumper wires here. Yep, we're gonna need to get a few little jumper wires to make this connection. So I am going to go get that now. I'm just gonna get a piece of Romex and jump right off of it. Guys, always turn the power off before you do this. Don't be like me. All right, I'm gonna try this one more time. It's not rocket science. It just says, make sure the pins aren't bent. And this goes from the top. If you can see here, there's a plug there. And this plate just literally is supposed to push on. But wow, it does not want to go. What am I doing wrong? It should just push down. Let's see what I'm doing wrong. Pins are not bent. Oh, wonder if the screw is in the way. I bet that screw head is too big. It's not allowing it to go. I wonder if that screw is in the way. The screw is big. I think the screw head is preventing it from sliding. Has to be that. It's just like not working. There's no bent pins. I don't think it's allowing it to go. There it is. Is it going to power up? It's not powering up. What's happening? It's not working. What the heck? It is not working for some reason. Maybe I have the two loads reversed. Yep, I gotta pull it back out. All right, we're putting the panel back on, and last time it just wasn't pushed enough. So There it is. And it is booting up the landline. All right, let's see if it actually switches the lights on. It doesn't switch the lights on. What is happening? What? Great. Did I wire this up wrong? All right, I gotta look into this, it's not working. All right, we are back and I found the problem. The instructions are completely wrong as far as, I should have seen the N. It said, let me just put it this way. It said black wire, but it's actually the neutral wire that goes on the first connector, and that is not black. So that's a problem. All right. So now it should go in without any issues and work. I had to swap around one of the load wires with the neutral wire. This one's kind of hard to put on the top part. Doesn't like to. Yeah. Something's not lining up again to allow the top. What is happening? Maybe that screw again? Man, this thing is becoming a pain. This is like a 15-minute project turned into a 2-hour project. There it goes. Okay, complete satisfaction coming up now as we peel off the condom. Boom. There she is. So I wonder if there's a way to adapt a double gang box to a single gang with a switch in the center. I'm gonna look that up. I bet you something exists for that. And I might have to post on some electrical forums or something, but I have this set on 3 switches because I was trying everything. But you see now, light 1 does work. It just lit up in the bathroom. And those lights are trying to pair because they're Wi-Fi bulbs. But Wi-Fi says disconnected. But setting, system config. Let's change it to 1 gang, confirm. And it looks like Wi-Fi is not working. Huh, that's interesting. Wi-Fi. I don't think Wi-Fi is working. I'm going to take a look at that, guys, but I hope you enjoyed the video. Let's go back to the main screen here to our single gang switch. But yeah, it looks like Wi-Fi is not working for whatever reason. It may have become unconfigured when I disconnected the power, or maybe I put the power to it too quickly and now it needs to be reset. But still, yeah, it lost all the setups. It did. Okay, I'm gonna have to go through the setup again, but I'll do that offline. Hope you guys enjoyed the video. Have a good day, guys. Checking out the video from last night. Of course, I'm so critical. I see some spelling mistakes, which are just careless, but I was editing it late at night and it was getting close to bedtime, and you know, things happen. But today we're going to be taking a look at how you wire up a regular receptacle in the wall. But remember, I'm not an electrical, I'm not an electrician, I'm not certified. But I'm going to try to show you guys how to do it anyway. The car's acting weird at low RPM. It's like surging. Anyway, add it to the list of things that are going to break on this car probably. We are headed to the best place on earth, Wally World, Walmart, to pick up some vital groceries for tonight. And then we'll be working on the how-to video, how to wire a standard home receptacle in 4K. Nevertheless, first we got to hit Wally World. And you know, if you're going to Wally World, you're going to Walmart Liquors, which is right on the end there. So you get your food, then you get your drink on right at the corner there. Yeah, this is Walmart, where sometimes you can't even find a freaking parking place. It's so busy. But I parked right here in front of the grocery area, building all these new apartments around it. Wouldn't you like to live right next door to Walmart? That'd be amazing. All right, we're gonna park and go up in this guy and see what we got. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Had a successful trip to Walmart and want to talk a little bit about what it's going to take to wire up a receptacle. Now, this is just a standard receptacle that you can buy at either Home Depot or Lowe's. The duplex receptacle. That's what it looks like right out of the box there. It's your standard Decora, and it just says decorator. So it's either Decora or decorator. Now the difference being, Decora is the square type of plug, and the standard plugs are the round kind. So these tend to be a little bit more, I guess you would say, decorative, like it says on here. Now these are generally about, I don't know, $1-ish. They're cheaper if you want ivory, but nobody wants, I mean, if you want off-white, I guess that's called ivory. But the white ones are a little bit more expensive, not by much. But here's what you get in the package. So let's open this guy up and take a look at it. This is a cheap receptacle from either bought at Walmart or on Amazon. But I will link in the description to where you can get this guy. Before we take a look at how these guys work, you're going to have to know a little bit about how AC current works. All right, so let's talk a little bit about what the difference is between AC current and DC current. And most of you who took electricity in high school, you are already familiar with what's known as DC current, which is basically electricity flowing in a constant direction and possessing a voltage with constant polarity. So the plus is always plus, the minus is always minus. Now, DC is the kind of electricity made by a battery, so that has a definitive positive and a negative terminal there. Or it's the kind that's generated by certain materials rubbing against each other. Now, let's talk about AC versus DC. So as useful and easy as to understand as DC is, it's not the only kind of electricity in use. There are certain types of electricity, most notably rotary electromechanical generators, produce voltages alternating in polarity, reversing positive and negative over time. Now, either as a voltage switching polarity or as a current switching direction back and forth, this kind of voltage is known as alternating current. Okay, so let's talk about the difference. So an AC alternator is constructed to rotate a magnetic field around a stationary set of coils, and that's how that works. And the magnet is basically the voltage across the wire sees the magnet as opposite poles as it passes by them. So that's the difference between AC and DC. And then when you have your AC wiring versus your DC wiring, so your AC wiring generally will have a white and a black wire. Now, so of course the AC stands for alternating current. And this is super essential for you to understand when you have a home that you want to do electrical wiring in. But the way this works is there's 3 wires inside of the wire, the main bundle of wires. There's a hot wire, a neutral wire, and a ground wire. So they are color coded for safety. The colors indicate the function of each wire, and the black is always going to be your hot wire. So when you're doing AC current, that is the wire that goes up to, that is going through your switch and goes up to your light. The white wire is known as the neutral wire. And so the electricity is always going to flow through the hot wire into the device you want to power or to a receptacle. And then the electricity flows back through the neutral wire, and that completes the circuit. Now the ground wire is there to remove extra power in case you have any, and it sends the signal back to the breaker, and that can actually throw the breaker and stop the actual power from going. So the bare wire, it's either green or it has just bare wire. They always connect to other green ground wires, so remember that when you're actually doing your wiring. You don't want to bypass the ground if you can help it at all.
Alright guys, so now that you know about AC current, you realize that there are 2 wires that we're dealing with, and 3 if you include the ground for 110 volt AC. Now this is Molex. This wire is approved National Electrical Code for inside the walls. It gets stapled to your studs there inside the wall. This is what electricians use, and there's different gauges of wire depending on how much amperage that these guys are going to hold. This guy doesn't have it marked clear enough so that I can read it, but this is a lower gauge wire. Now the higher the number in gauge, the smaller the wire is. This is probably 16, so it's not going to be running some high amperage level. It's probably just designed for a low amperage circuit, which is fine. You just need to know how many devices you're going to be, or how many receptacles you're going to be having, and how much your actual circuit breaker is designed to handle. And this comes in big rolls, so you can buy this stuff off of Amazon, and I'll have a link in the description. So this is called Romex, R-O-M-E-X wire. It's been around for a really long time, and it's got that, shielding on here, and inside of there is a paper around the wire, and there is a white, a black, and a ground inside there. So that's your Romex wire. That's the first thing you need to wire up a receptacle, and hopefully your electrician left this stuffed out of a wall box for you long enough where you can install this guy. Some of the other tools you might need. This is an electrical tester here. So this is designed to test whether there's electricity. You see that it responded with a beep. It also has a nice little light on it. But oh, the lights went out here. Let me go and grab that light so we have a little bit extra. All right, now we got good lighting again. So here is the electrical tester. I will put a link in the description to this guy. Super helpful. And then I also have this electrical tester, which you can tell if you wired up a receptacle wrong. So if you put it in the receptacle, it shows you lights, and this one just lit 2 orange lights, and there's a code right here. stating that that is correctly wired on that one. You probably couldn't see it because the camera's a little bit out of the way. Electrical testers right here. Receptacle from any hardware store or Walmart. Romex wire. These are workman pliers. These guys are designed to deal with cutting Romex. So they're thick, they can cut through this no problem. Workman's pliers, you gotta have those, link in the description. Standard Phillips screwdriver, gotta have that, or a fan head for these. Don't rely on a power tool. That last little crank is what gets you your accurate and your reliable connections here. Wire strippers. Now these are hit and miss with solid copper wire. These things work great with braided wire. I don't think I have any around here. But with copper wire, they tend to fail. I don't know if it's just this exact brand or this one, but it tends to pull. It doesn't actually grab the insulation well enough, and so it tends to strip those insulations off wrong. It works awesome with speaker wires though. So that's a automated stripper, one of the audio installers' favorite friends of all time. Electrical tape, I buy in bulk. This is commercial vinyl electrical tape. I always have a ton of that around, and I'll show you why once we get into the nuts and bolts of doing the actual wiring. Now the way this receptacle is designed, there are two ways that you can hook this receptacle up. Well, there's probably more than two ways, but the two basic ways that you can make this whole circuit one is either with the screw terminals on the sides or with the push-in terminals on the back. So, what are the differences? Well, a lot of electricians refuse to use these push-in terminals, but yet when I go into a lot of wall receptacles, I see these guys occupied. So somebody's using them. Now the only drawback to these guys are, depending on the receptacle, this hole might not be big enough to accommodate the wire that you have. Now this is smaller wire, I feel confident that I can get it in there. Now the way this works in the back is, you push the wire in and it stays. It's going to lock on. To get it out, you need a small screwdriver. So I have one here. So it has a flathead blade, and so you take one of your really small. They make little electrician screwdrivers. You take this little screwdriver, you push it in this notch here to release the wire out of these small holes if you ever need to replace these guys. So let's add that to the list of things you need. You need a small flat blade screwdriver if you're going to use the quick release and quick connect on the back. And if you look closely on this receptacle, when you're facing this receptacle, the white wire always goes to your left. The black wire always goes to your right. If you don't remember, it's written on the back of the receptacle right here. It says white right there. Flip that around and this is white. Now notice also that this receptacle comes with these terminals out. So if you're using these quick connects, you can go ahead and run these terminals in. And if you have a power screwdriver, you can do that quickly. And I will put a link in the description. But here is my handy little Black & Decker quick screwdriver, which has a little blue LED on the front. Put that here with the tools. So first I'm going to show you guys how to strip back the wire. So you want to strip back about 3 or 4 inches if you're doing new Romex. If you're replacing a receptacle inside of a wall, you're already going to have this already stripped back, but this is the insulation. So let's add to our tools we need now. You definitely need a razor knife. And this is a Cobalt razor knife. Link in the description. Here's what you do. So you lay that Romex flat, take your razor knife out, and you pull off, go about 4 inches back, you push that razor knife through,
Now, I've got that sliced nice there. Okay, now notice it just pulls right off. And when we pull it off, you see that there is a paper around the ground. Pull all that back to here. Take your razor knife here and go ahead and cut that off. Don't need that anymore. Throw that in the trash, and here's what you have left. You've got your white, your black, and your ground, all three of those going to the receptacle. Now, if you have an older home, you might not have this ground. Hook it up anyway, if you can, to the receptacle. And then inside the box, you're not going to be able to terminate that anywhere, but go ahead and hook it up here. Now, what you want to do for stripping the wire back is take off about 1/4 of an inch of wire. These handy auto strippers don't work well with this solid copper. So a real electrician will use this. They will just run it around squeeze it around the edge. Now this is really thin wire. You can cut through it really easy. So if you do a little turn like this and then pull out, you notice that might not be enough for the push in on the back. You might need a little bit more than that. So let's do the other one just a little bit deeper, maybe like 3/4 of an inch, see what happens. So just a little bit of pressure on this guy and turn your workman pliers, and then take your workman pliers and squeeze. Not too hard, you'll take off the whole thing, but there we have a stripped back set of Romex wires. Now let's take a good look at our receptacle back. Like I said before, we've got white for this side, black for this side. Why are there 4? So let's take a minute to look at why there are 4 screws right here. So directly out of the package for this duplex receptacle, this one from Eaton, this is made by Eaton, you'll notice that there are 4 screws here. The reason being is that from the factory, these guys are always joined together with a copper plate that is right here. Right in the center there, there's a little copper plate. Now what that plate does is it makes basically this connection one. Doesn't matter if you put the wire on the bottom or the top, as long as this copper plate is still attached. It goes for both sides. Facing this receptacle, left always goes to your white, black always goes to your right. Sorry, white left, black right, if I said that incorrectly. Now, let's say that you want this bottom receptacle to actually control a lamp. Well, in that case, your black wire would be switched from your switch in the wall, and your white wire would be still connected to all the other whites. So how do you do that? Well, it's pretty simple. There's a little tab right here. It's a little copper tab. And if you have a set of needle nose, which I will get out now. Now I have some needle nose in here somewhere. Any pliers will work. You take this tab, you squeeze it with your pliers here, you turn it and turn it and turn it, and this will break off on both sides. You got to do it both times. What does that do? So that separates the circuits here. That makes the top 2 screws independent from these bottom 2 screws. That way you can have your bottom part of your receptacle switched from a switch and your top part constant, or vice versa. So in that case, if you're not familiar with electrical wiring, you would need assistance from an electrician, but basically the output of your black wire from your switch would go to here, and your white wires would all combine together inside the box, and that would go to here, and then this bottom would be switched, or the top if you do these top 2 screws. Doesn't matter if you do top or bottom. So if you separate this little tab here, this becomes a separate circuit. But let's concentrate now on how you do the wiring. And I can tell already this is a little bit too short, so I'm going to take off some more of this guy. So you just squeeze and turn, not too hard, you'll clip right through the Romex sheath, but okay, that didn't do it all the way. So if it doesn't, just try again, and next time I got it, notice I made a little notch by pressing too hard. And now that we have our bare wires, let's look at the back of the quick connects. There's 2 holes right here where you push in. All you do is push. Clearly labeled white right here. So take your white Romex wire, push that in. Now look at this. It went in. Look at that. I want to show you guys up close, but it went in and that guy is not going anywhere. See how I can't take it out now? All right, so that's what you want on that. Take your black wire, and once again, it's clearly marked. Hot wire here is your black. The other one's neutral. Take your black wire. Get a little bit closer here to the camera. Take your black wire, push it right inside that hole. And notice how it went all the way in with no bare wire. It went all the way. So about half an inch was good. A little bit less than half an inch maybe. Went all the way in to the back. Now this is good. It's wired. Now, if you are just using quick connects, now you can take your nice electric drill and run these in. Run the other side in like this. Now, more than likely inside your electrical box, you're going to have more peeled back than this from the Romex insulation, because you need to be able to bend this about like this, like that, to push it inside the box. And notice I made a U shape. That's how you push it inside your electrical box, to then use these 2 screws to screw it into the box, okay? And then your wall plate goes over the top of that. Now, don't forget your ground. Now let's talk about the way you bend the wires for screws, because we got to do that for this ground right here. So you always want to bend your wire the direction that your screw is turning. So in this case, it's clockwise. So we take our workman pliers, we go to the end of the ground. Ground doesn't have a quick connect. All we do is turn like that. You notice I made a nice hook right there, okay? All right, now we take our ground. You'll see the green screw at the bottom. You always want to go the direction your screwdriver's turning. It's got some safety catches right here, and we just wrap it around the safety catch so that the wire touches these 2 little metal tabs that are there. That keeps the wire from backing out. I don't know if you can see it there. There's a little tab right there, and there's one on the other side. Now, we take our manual screwdriver, we're using screws, and it wants to pop out, of course, and we tighten. And a lot of times it's going to come out, so you got to keep pressure on it. Like that didn't stay in all the way. It's not properly in there. It's got to be in all the way. And if it gives you problems, take out the hook and make it a little bit more pronounced. Put that bad boy back in. Hold pressure on it like this while you're screwing it in. So I'm pushing on the wire with my thumb to keep that pressure on so it doesn't back out. Give it a good, nice twist there. Really tight, all right? So check it out. So that's how you properly put in the ground. And then you take these back wires, you make that U shape, and you push it right into that electrical box. And then you screw that in, okay? This receptacle is ready to go. Let's pretend this other end is connected somewhere up in the wall, okay? So we're good to go on that one. Now, let's say you don't want to use the quick connects. Well, there's another way to hook this up. So let's talk about disconnecting this. The ground's always going to be there. But let's take our little flathead screwdriver and try to get out what we already connected. So look in the back here, and there's a notch below where the wires go right here. You see that right there? That is the quick disconnect. Put our screwdriver in there, push, and at the same time we try to pull out our wire. And if it's difficult, your screwdriver might be too big, so that one's not working. So let's get a smaller screwdriver. Here's a very small one. You can almost feel, okay, see that? It pops right out. you can feel when the notch goes inside and it releases the wire. So let's try that again here with the black wire. Came right out. See that? So that is how you remove a receptacle that has used quick disconnects. There's a little notch right there below. You see the screwdrivers in the notch? That's it. That is what you do. Now, let's talk about how you wire this up the other way, and that is through the screws, which a lot of electricians are die-hard about. So the way to do that is open up your screws all the way. Now don't go too far, they'll come out. You'll feel the stopper right there. Notice I've got these screws out as far as they can go out here. See them on the side there? Okay. So this guy's ready to accept these wires. Now remember what I said, guys. Always bend your wire the direction of the screw turning. So the white wire goes forward, the screw goes clockwise. Let's bend it that way. Take your workman's pliers. Now it's got to bend towards the front of the receptacle because the screw turns that way. So I'm going to take this guy here and bend it this way. And now we've got a nice, and use your workman pliers to close that up a little bit if you have to, and also manipulate it. That's what they're for. Makes working with wiring easy. Now I've got a nice U right there. See that, guys? All right. Take that and put it around the screw now. And now what you do is you pull pressure towards, you put pressure on that screw. Go ahead and tighten that up while you have pressure on it. And once it gets tight, go ahead and bear down on it. That guy's in there all the way. See that? And it's always white on the left. Remember that. Now this other guy, your black wire, actually turns backwards away from the front of this. So we're going to bend that backwards. Take your workman's pliers. Bend a nice hook. Squeeze it if you have to make the hook more pronounced. Take that, put it around your screw. Hold pressure with your thumb. Take that and tighten it down. If it pops out, try it again. Redo your bend if you have to. One good turn, that's not going anywhere. All right? Now, both of these guys are hooked up now because of that tab is still in place here. That metal tab right there is still there, so the bottom screws are powered too. Take your wiring and make your little U shape like that. Push it in the box, and then take your screwdriver and screw it into the box with these two screws. Then your roll plate goes into these two holes right there. So this receptacle is properly wired now. Now, can you run another receptacle off of this? Absolutely you can. That's what these bottom screws are for. Generally, they will take another piece of Romex, come off these bottom screws, and they'll feed the next receptacle down the wall. Now, one of them obviously is the start point. So if this is the last receptacle, this is where you stop. If it's the first or the middle ones, you're going to have wires coming out of here and going to your next set of receptacles. But if this is a switched bottom part of a receptacle, it'll be a totally separate wire. So that is how you wire up a receptacle in your wall. Now, if you're just replacing the existing receptacles, always remember, try not to cut too much wiring off, because if you do, you won't have enough reach to get the new wire onto the screws or into the quick connects. Now, one last thing that I like to do, and this is all just literally up to whether you feel like doing it or not. Take your electrical tape here. Got a set of regular electrical tape, a roll here. Of course, it's annoying, you can't find the end, but take that electrical tape here and take that out like this. And the screws are kind of in the way here, but put it under the screw and wrap that guy like this. Again, you got to get it under the screw here, so when you go to the bottom, kind of go underneath the screws that hold in the receptacle to the wall, and wrap that guy like this, and Bingo. Pull that tape off. All right, now, so what does that do? So basically that prevents any kind of short when you are working on these receptacles, and it just really is just an added measure of insulation and protection for these guys. So see how I wrapped, and you have to go underneath the screw there. And that is how you wire up a receptacle, guys. Now, of course, the opposite, once you're on the screw, is self-explanatory. Let's pull off our tape here. Got our tape off. Opposite, self-explanatory. However, the one tricky thing is sometimes it's hard to get off this hook. Just, you got to kind of manhandle the wire to get it off. And then same with this guy. If it's kind of stuck in there, turn the screw all the way till it won't turn anymore. And then you just kind of bend the wire around it. Same with the ground. And then take that wire and bend it around it, and then you have uninstalled your receptacle. Once you are done, take your tester, if you feel like it, test that wire. So here's how a good example of, turn the power back on first, obviously. Power will show on this. Take your tester. This shows you if you wired it right. We got 2 orange lights. 2 orange lights on the bottom of this means it is properly wired. And you have put a receptacle in, guys. Can you believe it? You did it. I got faith in you guys. If you need any help, hit me up. Feel free, leave me a message. We can email back and forth. First things first, go out and get all these tools you need. Be prepared. It's nice to have all the tools you need and not have to do anything, you know, halfway. These are tools that are a necessity if you're doing electrical work. I do a lot of my own electrical work here, so I keep my tools. If you take a few minutes every time you're done to put your tools back, you will always have them the next time. And the Romex and everything that you need, all the electrical tape, I'll have links to that in the description. And I hope you guys enjoyed this video, and I hope to see you next time. Peace. Good afternoon, guys. It is Monday. It's Martin Luther King Day, and it's time to reveal the new vehicle. So, might be wondering what I bought. It's a car I've been looking at for years. Finally found the right one with a warranty, and a little clue right there. So let me walk you to the garage. And there it is, folks. So I bought a 2005 SL65 AMG. This car is in amazing condition. It doesn't have barely a scratch on it. It has someone put SL55 wheels on them, had it chromed. So there it is. The SL65. And the thing is just spotless. Interior, exterior. Just in really good condition. 49,000 miles on it when I bought it. Found it up in New Jersey. Drove it back here. Got some big plans for it as far as modifying and more horsepower. So from the factory, these are 604 horsepower. They have twin turbo V12. And not a huge aftermarket community for these things, but there are things available. already did a mod to it. That will be for another video. So that's going to conclude this one. So there it is. (2005) SL65 AMG. This thing's so sick. And that's a slow one, man. We need a 80-mile-an-hour one. Alright guys, I was able to find my own nut and bolt and finally MacGyver that thing back. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here, out in the garage with the Green Machine 200 EFI. Got some modifications we're going to be doing to this today. We are going to remove the top speed limiter, and that limits the cart to 25. However, the cart does 28. We are also going to be installing a battery tender on the cart so that it stays charged when I'm not using it. And we are taking a look at the part of the cart that is annoying, and that is the backup warning chime. We are going to be removing that. So let's start with the backup chime. Alright guys, taking a look at the speed limiter on the cart, it is mechanically limited to 25 miles an hour with this set screw. So I removed the bolt from underneath the vehicle. All we had to do now was just pull out this speed limiter here. And what we're going to do is I have a little baggie for it marked in case I ever sell the cart. If somebody wants the speed limiter back on, we've got our speed limiter right there. So the top speed is now unlimited on the golf cart, whatever the motor can do. However, the guy who I bought it from said don't keep it at high speed for a long period of time because the oil will run up, stay in the top of the engine, and it will do damage to the engine. So you're not supposed to run it hard for a long period of time. The next thing we're going to do here is we are going to install our battery tender so that we keep this battery charged when we are not using the cart. So we're going to get our tripod out and go ahead and do that now. Alright, we are back out here in the garage with the Green Machine 200 EFI, and here is the battery. Looks like it is just your standard hex nut with screw terminal. Now here we have our battery tender that has the screw holes to attach it permanently to a battery. We're going to use this, and what we are going to do is look for a good place under here that we can secure the connector on the end to, so that when we want to use the battery tender, we can just reach under and plug in the cord here. So here's the end that plugs in. It's a quick connector. We're either going to try to do that in the front of the cart or the back of the cart. The front is more convenient. The cable is not very long at all. That's the only issue, is we may not have enough to really do that. We may have to extend this cable. Yep, I think we got to extend this cable because I kind of want it to be underneath. Let's see how long it is. So when it's fully connected here, it's going to be about that long. Let's see if I can actually reach under there and still grab the cord. If I can, then that's fine. We'll just tie it off and use it like that. So let's see, we probably need that much. So it's kind of inconvenient. I think I am going to go ahead and extend this cable. So we will go ahead and do that now with my new heat gun and my new connectors. Alright guys, we are back, and here is the original cable. And if we take a good look at this cable, on the red side there is some markings, some white markings, so we can keep the red, the positive, and the negative separated. We've got our heat shrink tubing here, and we've got some extra wire some landscape light wire that's kind of perfect for this if we can get it inside of these solder shrink guys. So I'm going to go ahead and cut towards the end, not all the way to the end, but semi towards the end. And maybe right there is fine. Okay, now let's go ahead and separate the wires. Okay, they're actually red on the inside as well, so that helps us with keeping positive and negative in track. There's a red wire inside there showing you that that's positive. Got my wire strippers here. I opened the freaking heat shrink connectors from the wrong side. They all fell out of their little pockets, so yeah. So they were nice and organized, but now they're not. All right, we're gonna take and strip back some wire. Now this wire has to reach all the way to the center where the solder is on your connector. If you look right here, so it's got to go all the way to the middle. So we're going to do the same with the other side. Kind of helps to have something non-fireproof to do this on because this heat gun gets pretty hot. Not working very well on that one. Doesn't want to strip that side off very well because there's also a wire inside of this. There's insulation. Not a wire, there's insulation inside the insulation, so it's not able to strip completely. So there's that one. We'll go ahead and twist these up. And then we got our heat shrink solder terminal here. It's a little big. We gotta do this twice also. Just remember, we're extending this thing. We don't need that much, but let's extend it by like that much. So here's our, we're using landscape lighting wire, which is fine. And then of course, we want to make sure that we get heat shrink tubing also over it before we connect, or we won't be able to do it afterwards. So I want to see how big this insulation is on this pretty thick insulation, because outside the wire tends to deteriorate fast. So the other wire is a little bit too big for the yellow size, but I think it's perfect for this. Let's see. Go ahead and twist this up. Now we got to make sure we get positive and negative correct. So we're going to do positive with the white marking on our landscape wire. It actually fits perfect on these. So what you do is you put it inside the tubing to the solder point. Then you insert your other wire the same amount, but we already messed up because we need heat shrink tubing. So we're going to go ahead and put heat shrink tubing on this. Do I have enough? Yeah, I have 4. So let's pull that back off. Well, actually we could have done it from the other side as well, but let's pull it off and put our heat shrink tubing on. Yeah, this is the only size that will fit. Alright, it's stuck inside. Let's do it that way. Okay, we got heat shrink on this side. We honestly don't need that much. Let's shrink that. Yeah, we do. We do need that much. Let's put it back through. So we got our heat shrink tubing in there. This is going to be positive. Make sure I still got that positive. It is. It's the side with the marking on the wire. Get our wires inside there. Make sure inside of your connector that the wires are through the part with the solder, okay? Because otherwise they are not going to solder down. Now, ideally, wish we had something better to heat gun on, because this gets pretty hot and all we have is the table here. So we don't want to shrink our tubing yet, so this is kind of a pain, like when you're doing this. Like when you do the first one, it's kind of a pain, honestly. Positive. Try this again. I'm trying to figure out where to put it when I actually start. I guess that's fine. Oh, I ripped it right out. Nice job. See what I mean though? It easily comes apart. So that's the only complaint I have. It'd be better if you had some clamps or something. But let's go ahead. See how the other wire always tends to get in the way and stuff? It's awkward doing the first one. When I do this, I do the plastic first so that it goes ahead and holds the wire in. Like that. See how it shrunk around the plastic? And then you can concentrate on the solder part. Wires are right in the way. Now you melt the solder in the center. And it says when you do it to hold the gun, to rotate the gun around the solder to make sure it melts all the way around. So I'm trying to do that now. Alright, I think I got it. Remember, this is very hot. It'll melt whatever you put it on. So yeah, that looks good. I don't know if you guys can see, but looks like I got it done. Now I've got the heat shrink tubing right over it. Might be kind of big for this, but I don't think I can get neck size down on here. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's hot. Let's see if I get the next size. No, that's not going to go over it. So it might be loose. This heat shrink tubing, when we get done, might be a little loose. Let's see what happens. Okay, got our first one on. And now it's time to do our second one. So we put our heat shrink tubing over it. And we got our connector here. And both the wires are in there and they're ready to go. go ahead and shrink the plastic. Plastic is shrunk. Now I'm going to work on the solder part. Alright, I saw the solder melt. So that one's good. Yep, now let's get our heat shrinker around it. Uh-oh. Is it coming out? Oh, my tubing melted too soon. Yep, that one kind of got messed up, guys. I'm not sure if it's still connected or not. My tubing melted before I got it on. Oh well, it was looking good until that one. Alright, let's get our second one on. So here's our extension. Need another heat shrink. This time we got to make sure we don't put our heat shrink tubing across it until it's completely dry, because it melted right away and messed up our connector. Alright, we need plus, which is right here. And plus right here. Okay, go ahead and melt our heat shrink. And now our solder. Okay. Now it's got to cool off a bit before we pull our heat shrink over it. Lesson learned. So that's cooling off. It's still quite hot. We need another heat shrink and another connector. Put our heat shrink tubing on. I really messed that one up down there. I'm so bummed because it was perfect before that. Okay, got our tubing ready. Put our wire through it. And go ahead and melt . Melt the solder. Should be good. Don't forget this gun is very hot. Okay. So that one I think is cool enough for heat shrink, hopefully. Let's go ahead and do that. Alright, one side done. Okay, other side. Okay, so we got that one mistake down here. Pretty crucial. Oh well, we made a mistake right there. So, I don't have another bigger piece that I can actually get around there. So I'm going to use the tried and true method of electrical tape at this point. Go ahead and wrap this guy up. Hopefully this works. I didn't test it yet. It's a good connection there. Go ahead and do this side. All this really is for is to keep the wires nice and neat. They're already insulated. Still a hot little potato. All right, guys, we have our extended battery tender cable here. Let's go ahead and put it on. All right, we're back out here trying to install our battery tender. So we are looking for the right size wrench, and it appears to be metric. I don't think I have it. I don't have a lot of metric wrenches. Let's see what I have here. It's not an 11, so it's pretty small. I don't know if I'll be able to get a socket on it. A 10. Problem is, I think it's blocked by the. That might be it. Might be a 10. Let's see. Okay. 10 worked. Connector is this? We have to get it all the way off for almost like thinking we should just do the I was thinking maybe doing the can't even talk. Negative last, but I guess it doesn't matter. Doesn't want to go on. Let's see. Phillips. Okay, what did I do? Oh, there's a nut on the bottom. The nut came off on the bottom. Dude, really? Well, this sucks. Well, this is a pain. The hell am I gonna get this thing back on? Dumbest design ever. I think I got it, but man, that is a stupid design. Yeah, that did it. Now, when you do this, you got to make sure that you don't touch any anything negative with the positive terminal. You won't want to see what that does. Once again, it's screwed. The nut is like way down in there. Kind of a pain to get back on. This is such a stupid ass design. I guess that's the way to do it. Make sure you don't touch your screwdriver or anything while you're doing this. This sucks. Next thing that's going to happen is it's going to fall out. You know it. So what's happening is the nut is in a place where you can't get to it, and it falls down. Makes it very hard to put back on. Oh my god, really? This is the dumbest design I've ever seen. The nuts, the screw is not long enough. The screw's not long enough on either side to just get the nut. So it's like maybe one thread too short. Or the bolt or the post is like, you can't get a screwdriver in there either. This thing sucks, I hate it. I gotta figure out a better strategy for that one. Wish you guys could see this dumb design. It's like there's a nut that holds, there's a nut that you have to screw down into and you can't get to it. The problem is the bolt itself is too short. If it was like one thread longer, it would work. But it's not long enough to bite on the screw. You need literally 3 hands to do this, or 2 people. Or you gotta be lucky. And I think I got lucky on that one, on the negative cable. But that's what happens. Yeah, now the nut's like coming out. big time. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Why? would they do this? Did I just lose it? Yep. This is a dumb design. I'm sorry. Stupid, stupid, stupid design. And I think they fell. I think it's a nut. Can't tell. Where'd it go? Well, I think I lost. I think I lost it. Great. How could it go? Alright guys, I don't know what to do about this guy because other side tightened right up. This guy's not tightening. I lost a little thing, I think. I heard it fall, but I don't see it anywhere. Unless it fell on this tray. There's a tray under here. Could have fallen into. But I don't see it. Well, I gotta figure out what to do about this. Alright guys, I was able to find my own nut and bolt and finally MacGyver that thing back. Not ideal. I'll go ahead and look for a replacement bolt for that. I don't know where the bolt or the nut went. Barely got a nut underneath that thing. Now what I want to do is tie this up really nice and run it down the side of the battery so it can go down to the underneath the cart and then will be available up front. So I'm going to get some zip ties here. And I'm going to first tie it off to this battery clamp. Battery clamp's just a bungee cord, by the way. Just like that. Cutters to trim the zip tie off. Which isn't working at all because they're too big. And rotate the zip tie to the back so you can't see the ugly clamp part. And then the rest goes down here. I'm gonna put one maybe around this brake. Well, no, probably around this cable. See if I can get you guys a view of this. You might not be able to see this, it's hard to get a camera view, but I'm going to tie it up to, there is a throttle cable or something here. I'm going to go ahead and tie it to that underneath, which is really hard to get to, by the way. Yeah, it looks like that might be that's one of the brake cables, I think. I wish I would have made the wire a little longer now. I don't know why I do that all the time. It's not quite long enough to be effective, I don't think. Which means it's going to require a little bit of getting underneath the cart to connect, which I don't like. They do sell these longer, so I have that option. And also I can get a little bit more slack out of it. Right here. Need my scissors. Grab my scissors real quick. Okay, that's good. So what I'm doing now is up under here, I am tying it off to this cable. You guys won't be able to see that, so I'll be right back. All right, we're back in the garage with the Green Machine 200 EFI. We got our battery tender connected, running down through the bottom. We have it tied off right here. And if that looks bad and I start seeing it, I will move it. But for right now, it's ready to go. And we've got our battery tender right here. I'm gonna go ahead and plug that in and then plug it into our cart, which probably will take 2 hands. But all we have to do in the future is just undo this little cap here and plug it in. I'm gonna do that now. Okay guys, we got our battery tender plugged in. It is showing a red solid light, and that means that the battery is charging. Now don't forget, the battery tender charges very slowly, so it'll take a couple of days to charge this guy up to topped off power. But the good thing is I don't drive the cart every day, so this means that this battery will stay charged. Now all we have to do is button up the top and we should be good to go. All right, so that was the first time I ever took the top off, the hood. There is the hood, and really it just slides in down here, and then it has 2 latches at the top that just twist. So I think that's all the way in. And then I had a difficult time with this last time. I don't know why, because it's super easy. It's got 2 slots down here. Bummer, every time I do this I get fingerprints on it. Alright, so that one's it. This one gave me trouble last time. Alright, it's in. Now, we just gotta clean off all our fingerprints. Got the clean and shine out. When you do this, you get fingerprints all over the cart. Clean and shine will get it right out. You know, it's like wet wax. Up here. Okay, guys, I hope you enjoyed this episode of modifying the golf cart. That will charge now for, say, probably 24 hours. It will flash green first, and then when it is fully charged, it will stay green. That is the Battery Tender Junior and the Green Machine EFI 200. Like and subscribe. Love you guys. Peace out. Right here in front of me, I do have the second part of the equation of the Kimimoto generous donation to the channel. We're going to get this thing opened up, and this is going to help us fix something on the golf cart that has been broken for a minute. So let's get this thing opened up now. course, inside of one box, there will be another box that you have to open. So let's get this unboxed now. Directly in front of us right now, we have the Kimamoto Ultimate Light Kit for the Club Car Precedent. And we already have a kit on the cart right now, but it is not working properly. So we are going to go ahead and install this kit instead and see if we can get this working the whole entire way. So we have everything in here that we need to go ahead and install a light kit on the Club Car Precedent. All we have to do is get out there and get it done, and there is a horn. So my horn doesn't work right now and my blinkers don't work right now, but here is everything in the kit. We already have a brake switch like this. This is the LED headlight portion of the kit here. This is part of the stock controls, and this is also a stock thing right here. So yeah, we're going to be installing this guy and removing a lot of the other kit, if not all of it, to see if we can get our blinkers working again. And our taillights don't work either, I don't think, but we got to check that. Definitely our horn doesn't work anymore and our blinkers don't work anymore. Our headlights do work, but we got to get this thing out and installed on the Club Car Precedent, so let's do that. All right, we are back out here in the garage at Supercar Street Racing, and this is a day I've actually been dreading. We have the golf cart ready to get torn apart to fix the lights, but we want to thank Kimamoto who provided this light kit here for us to go ahead and repair the golf cart. The blinkers do not work at all, and some of the lights on the front here on the kit are flashing and blinking. Don't know what's going on with the blinkers, or not sure if the control box has died or what, but as you can see, we are ready to start working. We have the correct star bit on our drill here to pull off this dashboard, and we should be able to pull it out enough to work. It is kind of a pain, but we do have to replace this stock, this little wire protector, and then rewire the lights in. Hopefully we can use the same taillights. I do not want to get into that mess of redoing the taillights because they do work. The brake lights work as well, but the blinkers do not work. So I'm thinking maybe the control box died. So we know one thing, when we do have the switch on, the lights only work when the switch is on, so it is wired to ignition somehow. Once we get this dash out, we'll be able to see exactly what I did, and we can just unhook this kit and hook the kit up that we just got. So it's a lot of work. We're gonna have to get going pretty soon. So let's get busy, let's get to work, and let's get this dash off. Okay. There are 4 bolts here. I'm gonna try to put these somewhere where I don't lose them. I don't have any more of these, so I'm gonna grab a plastic bag to put these in, or a Tupperware container. Got a nice Tupperware container here now. This should just lift right out, no problem. And this just does come off as well. This is where the wiring goes. This pops off for the stock. Just like that. This pops right off. There's the wiring underneath. We have all new of that. Basically, this just comes right off now, this top ring. And now this thing is kind of hard to get off. It kind of sucks. This is why I didn't want to do this. It fits up underneath this lip and over the carpet. Getting out is not fun. I always think it's gonna break. And that is it. That's how you remove the dash panel. Now you guys can see inside the dash, I did do a nice wiring terminal right there for anything 12 volts. If we needed to add anything, all we have to do is just basically go right to that double terminal set right there. I got ground and hot. So what we're gonna do now is we gotta get this old kit out and watch closely where it is wired to. The wiring is right here. Yeah, okay, so I didn't use the flat emergency flashers. Okay, I just tested everything using the new switch. It all works fine. We are going to attempt to remove this headlight. Looks like 2 bolts and 2 nuts on the bottom holding it on. Okay, on this side, all we have to do now is get this dash back together and then go ahead and build the stock. Of course, the camera keeps overheating, which is par for the course, but I have everything going back together now. Stock's gonna go back on. So I push the wires through there, the connectors, then just goes on like this. It looks like you have to loosen this side some more. So they give you very long screws, and you just put the other screw in like that and tighten it back down. There's little clamps that go over your steering column, so you just want to make them even. Same tightness on both sides. Make sure you tighten it good because this will move when you go to grab the blinker. But it is plastic, so don't strip it out. Okay, I got my new wiring cover here. Just goes on the bottom of your steering column and covers up all the wires. There. Guys, I wanted to take a minute and thank our sponsors for today's video. Now, we have two sponsors on the side besides from the main sponsor that provided for the actual video, but today we are also sponsored by Enviroscent here, and Enviroscent was so kind to send us one of their safe scents, and they did send us lemon leaf and thyme, and you can see right here it's pretty cool. So this is the thing that plugs into the wall. They give you this with the package. You take the scent out of this thing. They give you a little can for it. And then this just slides directly into the Enviroscent. It does have arrows to show you which way, and it should just slide right in like that. And then it just plugs right into the wall. It gives you 45 days of freshness. Now, Enviroscent is safe for you and your pets. Everything in the Enviroscent is liquid-free and non-toxic. And this is made for medium-sized spaces and guaranteed not to overwhelm your home with scent. So if you're planet conscious, this is perfect for you because that is the approach that Enviroscent does take with all their products. Right here on the front page, you can see they have 5 different scents available, and this one is the lemon, leaf, and thyme. We're gonna go ahead and plug that in Supercar Street Racing Compound and see how it smells. Now, they did include a card, and it does have 6 different scents that you can choose from: pineapple coconut, sea salt aloe, lavender tea and honey, spring water lotus, rainwater bamboo, lemon leaf and thyme, and pineapple and coconut. And please be sure to buy from the link in the description and leave them a nice review on Amazon. Tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. We'd also like to welcome The Good Stuff Rug Tape to the channel as a sponsor. Now, this stuff is double-sided, heavy duty, and it is completely residue free when you use it. This roll here is 2 inches wide by 10 yards. And checking out here on the Amazon page, you can get 10 yards, 30 yards, or 100 yards, all by 2 inches. So it's a well-known fact that a lot of people are injured every year because their rugs do slip out from underneath them. It says right here, over 40,000 people are injured because of that. So this stuff is super easy to install and reposition. It's got an easy tear backing and a no-slip rug gripper tape. You can effortlessly tear it to any desired length. And on any type of carpet or rug, this stuff is designed to last. This stuff is highly rated and highly trusted by all the customers, so you can trust it too. I'm gonna leave a link down in the description for the Extreme Strength Rug Tape. Please support our sponsor by going down in the description and buying yours there. This little cover just goes right on top of here. It's got 4 screws. All right, guys, we're back out here with the golf cart. Now, we didn't show you a lot of the install process. We did get the Kimimoto kit installed. It is not that difficult. All you have to do is follow the diagrams in the instructions and you can get this installed. We did go ahead and replace all the wiring in the golf cart after all, but the camera kept overheating, so we did not get good shots of that. We have just shots of the front being replaced. And then, of course, we did go ahead and put the new stock mount on here. We did not use the switch that mounts on the dash, but you can see right here, our lights do work fine. We do have good headlights. And if we look at the blinkers, we have a blinker right there, and we have a blinker right there, and a blinker right there, and the other one does work as well. We kept our old taillights because they are smoked. There are plenty of videos to install this kit online, so I'm not making a video of front to back install. It is not difficult. You can see right here the new stock. We do have a brake light now. The brake pad goes right over your old existing brake pedal. And of course we have a horn installed as well. And so that is the Hdmi kit. Look at the lights for now. We're done in here. We just got to clean up. All right guys, we are out here on the golf cart. Give you a little bit of a sense of what the lights are like. So that's what they look like at night. Pretty good. We're moving. I'm going the back way. So this is the light kit at night. Does a good job of lighting up the road. All right, guys, we made it back into the Supercar Street Racing compound, and we did test the lights out. They are probably about the same as what I had before. They're not super bright, but they're not dim. I would say they're just adequate, so I think they're fine for any golf cart. I would actually like to get a couple of lights here and here to complement those, or maybe a light bar right here pointing down, or up here pointing down at the top. So we'll see what we can figure out, but this is gonna end the video, guys. Thank you for supporting Hdmi. They are always generous with the channel. Please pick up their light kit. It's available on Amazon. I'll put a link in the description. As always, thank you guys for the support. We'll see you next time. We just stopped by the candy store to get some candy, and we got this big candy right here, and it's, I'm not gonna say the brand. Let's go. Out here watching Tennessee football on one channel. We got Florida football on the other channel. And we got the charcuterie board here. We got apples, we got bread, we got crackers, we got jam, we got grapes, we got ham, we got everything. 8 different kinds of cheeses, 10 different kinds of breads, 5 different kinds of apples, and so many grapes. Guys, it's 7,000 degrees. And Mr. Binks is here. Mulch Masters is here to spread the mulch in the backyard. They're not doing the river rock today, but they should be unloading mulch for all of this back here. And then we will give you guys an update as they get this mulched up here in a little bit. But it's going to be all the way around the outside of the property there. And then this will be river rock right here. Guys, it's 7,000 degrees. And Mr. Binks is here to supervise the cleanup effort. But I got the sprinkler controller mounted facing the ceiling, so of course everybody in space can see it. And now we have to clean up this absolute disaster honestly didn't think it would be that hard, but seeing that I couldn't get any of the wires to fish through the wall, it took way longer than I thought. But I did get the wires fished through eventually, even though I had to make some extra holes in our pegboards. Which, by the way, I don't like the pegboard, but it kind of is what it is now. I'm not changing it at this point. So, the key to all good projects is to clean up. If you don't clean up, you won't have your tools for next time. I'm a mess. I have been out here in the sweaty heat for hours. And it is time to clean this mess up now. So you guys are watching that. As I clean up the old... Mr. Binks, I know you want to go inside, but you cannot. Trying to keep everything together. But yes, we do have the new sprinkler system set up. It's not ideal because it's angled up towards the ceiling, which I don't like. It is working. It is a clean install. And that's what's the most important thing at this point. Cleaning up tools now. I literally disassembled my whole side of the garage for this, and I still need to clean all in this corner and get all the cobwebs and everything up that you have to do 2 or 3 times a year in Florida. But meanwhile, I'm just kind of putting everything back where it can go. Yes, it did take a lot off the wall. We even took a few pegs off the wall. So next up I have to do my smart landscape lighting timer, which is ordered, and it is going to go probably right here. Makes the most sense. But the cool thing about that is I can cut a pretty big hole back here because it's going to be covered to get the wires through. That was the worst because the wires did not want to fish through the wall at all. And that sucks. But now we get the next box in. We'll cut a big hole there. Use the same hole down here, hopefully. Fish all the wires through, and we will be done with that project too. And then that's just for this side of the house, but the other side of the house will have its own Wi-Fi, low voltage, I know, landscape timer. So I'm going to leave all these tiles kind of over here while we do these projects, because I have to get back in here pretty soon. And so a lot of the stuff I can leave, but I do need to clean up most of my mess. I can't handle, like, I'm OCD about messes. Nobody watches these videos anyway, so who cares? Get like 5 views per video. Hey man, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Try. Do your best. Your best isn't good. Like the song. All this stuff is trash. What's not trash needs to be hung back up on the wall. God, no mess. Look haggard. That's because I'm working. Things are happening. Making moves, you know what I mean? All this I will clean up because I want to vacuum all this and everything on the back of the wall as well. Yeah, yes sir. Absolutely. Get it out of your way.
And it's going to be beautiful when you get done.
Yeah, it's a big project, man. It's been going for like a year almost.
Wow.
Alright guys, they have spread some of the mulch here. Looks like they're just working their way down. Give you an update once they get a better idea what's going on. I don't think I ever showed you guys this new rendering rig in action. But this is the new system that I bought. Been about a month now since I got it, maybe a little less, but you can see right here in editing, we've got a pretty long video. It's probably going to take way longer than that because there's a lot of picture-in-picture later in the video, and those take a lot of processing. It's right now, it's just rendering full screen video, which goes really fast, but once it hits that picture-in-picture, it's going to slow down tremendously. But as you can see here, our CPU, we got a 12-core Ryzen 9 5900X. We got a 3080, GeForce 3080, and it is maxed out, and the CPU is at 100%. I have it's actually water cooled as well, so the CPU is water cooled. So I've got the water cooler fans on high while it renders, and it is chomping up data right now. And there's a look at the CPU. GPU doing its thing. So yeah, it thinks it's got 22 minutes left, but once it hits the picture-in-picture, it's going to be probably an hour. All right, these guys went to lunch. I started putting the mulch on pretty heavy over here. I asked them to give me a little less down here. I don't need it that thick, but you can see how good that looks now with it covering the nasty dirt. This area back here has never really been exposed, but when we put the fence in, we were able to cut all that stuff back. The only thing I'm really concerned about is right here. Just don't want it really thick so it flows over the wood, because right here is just going to be river rock all around this pool area. And it's going to continue all the way over here and keep going until there on the corner, and then everything from that point back will be concrete from that point all the way down the side of the house, so we don't have to worry about mulching that anymore. That should save, it'll pay for itself in a few years. This mulch is not cheap. You're looking at probably $1,000 worth of mulch for the front and the backyard that we have to do, you know, once every at least 2 years, sometimes more than that. Little front yard update too. Totally forgot about that. I did spend about 2 hours this morning here in the middle of my little island here, cleaning up those plants which grow out of control. They got pretty beautiful flowers, but they grow like crazy. I removed probably 75% of these plants. I also changed my landscape lighting out. It was AC, so it was 110 volt landscape lighting out here, and it causes nothing but problems when it gets wet. I did convert that to DC, and I have a smart landscape timer on the way for this guy. That's going to replace the old school photocell timer. But yeah, he just finished with the island, and then they will be remulching that, this, and this little spot over here. It will stop where this board is because there's going to be concrete pad that comes out to where the sprinkler head is right here. Where it goes on there, and then all that will be concrete as well. I did finish all the bush removal. The plumber came and capped off all the sprinkler heads on both sides that were never even used. I put them in way back in the day thinking I would need them, but I never actually used them. But all this will be concrete, and then there will be a shed right up against this AC that I will have to get big enough that I can get a golf cart in and out, because I don't want to park the golf cart in the garage, I don't think. But yeah, I worked on the landscape lighting here as well. We are moving that one into the garage next to the Y sprinkler timer. And so I converted the actual power wire that was out here to the low voltage wire to run the landscape lights for this side of the house. I bought 2 smart Wi-Fi landscape timers. One goes in the garage here, and it's going up against a wall that I'll show you here momentarily. And the other one goes here on this power wall where that old school This powers the whole side of the house. This side, entire side. The one in the garage will power the other side, and then we have a separate one in the backyard. This morning I spent the entire morning, about a good 3 hours, over here where the old Rainbird was, which is now for sale for 20 bucks. I spent the whole morning cleaning all this up, rearranging my tools, cleaning up my workbench, wiping everything down, and getting this ready for the low voltage landscape smart Wi-Fi timer, which is going to go right here underneath the Y sprinkler, and it will be powered right down there in the corner. And I have the low voltage wire here ready to hook up to it to power the yard lights. Just waiting for Amazon to get here, and that goes right there, and that will all be part of this video as a little update to the landscape. But so far so good. Right now I'm really going to try to get this edging fixed before they start throwing down the mulch. Out here in the garage with a little garage update. I spent a lot of time yesterday in the garage cleaning up this area and prepping it for getting the new outdoor Wi-Fi sprinkler controller for this side of the house, which is actually the mailbox side. We have two different front yard zones for landscape lighting, and they each are going to have their own 120 watt smart Wi-Fi timer. And I wanted to show you guys a little bit what here. So the first thing I did was clear this entire wall off. And after we got the Y sprinkler controller, I probably should just turn some light on in here, huh, with the nice blinds that I have now. After we got the sprinkler controller installed right there, I was really wanting to get the new outdoor landscape timer mounted below it and such where you couldn't see the wiring. As you can see there, the wiring is from the bottom. So I took everything off of this wall, all the pegs, all the tools, everything else that was on this wall, and I redid the whole entire wall. I had some old metal signs that I got from the market, from the flea market, and I hung those right there. And I went ahead and mounted the new Wills 120 watt low voltage landscape light timer controller right below it. It came out great. Here is the controller. I didn't show a lot of this because there's really not much to the install. I literally put two to the pegboards and then hung it, and I have everything zip tied nicely down there and power through there. Now the old system had 120 volts running outside, or 110 volts, whatever you want to call it, and the timer was mounted on the outside wall. I took this opportunity to use the same wiring for 12 volts to power the actual lights outside, so I didn't have to pull a new wire through the stucco and all that. I used the same ones. There's the Y sprinkler controller looking good and sleek, and then I hung some signs up around it to kind of give it a nice look, and my tools are all over here. So I did check the skill and routine last night. I have these guys coming on at dusk and going off at dawn, and it worked great. They did go off when they were supposed to go off, and I have two of these doing. I will have a third one. It'll be here today actually, and it's going on the other side of the house, although it'll be outside. I went ahead and took my label maker and made some nice labels for this. So that is a good update, and I also cleaned the entire, I redid the shelf underneath my workbench. I redid the entire top part. I cleaned it. I wiped everything down, and I moved a lot of the wiring, that like extra wires that I had, into this storage bin, which I still don't know where I'm going to put that. But yeah, so it came out good. It looks awesome. Hope you guys like what I did with my work area. I'm a stickler about, you know, wiring and things like that in the presentation, and I think it came out great. Let me know what you guys think. Welcome to the front yard, guys. So all this was remulched. I don't think the backyard used as much as they originally said it was going to use, but they had a lot on their truck. And this hasn't been remulched in a while, so I told them to go ahead and let it happen. So over time, this mulch just blows away, it gets, you know, caught in your lawnmower, etc. So it has to be done. And this is what it looks like after the front yard got totally remulched. I spent about 2 hours in this garden yesterday cutting away most of these plants. I don't know what they're called. They're beautiful. They have really pretty flowers, but they were taking over this whole area. So I removed a bunch of those and got this landscape lighting updated to 12 volts instead of 110 because it was causing issues with power, obviously. Oh, we got moles in my brand new grass. Look at that mole. Climbed all the way under there. Yep. So yeah, that's what it looks like, guys, after the remulch. And now we just have to get river rock and concrete done and a shed. This is interesting. So this was actually buried in my yard. It's a big piece of concrete. And I actually took it out and sprayed it with stone spray paint to make it look like a boulder. Now it's a nice little garden boulder. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed this update. I'll update you more when we get the river rock installed on Monday. All right, walked out this morning to see this amazing sunrise right before I'm about to get my walk on. And this is what it looks like in the morning in the Florida Keys. A little chilly. Moon is still out here. And that is what I am waking up to. Alright guys, we are headed to the Florida Keys right now. We are at a service plaza. Check it out, guys. Service plaza. And there is Dunkin' Donuts. Looking for some hot tea. Hot tea. And that looks like it's over here. Let's see what they got. Alright, I ordered 2 hibiscus teas. Just waiting to get that now. Alright, me and the nameless, faceless one are on the way to Islamorada. We are in Miami, Florida. And I'm gonna be there in like an hour and a half. Not bad, right? Person. Okay. Alright, me and unnamed person are, the girl with the pink fingernails, are about to cross over onto the bridge. And we have water on both sides now. And we are about 43 minutes away from Islamorada, and our Fisher Inn is our hotel. And here's some water right here, actually. Pretty cool. Right? Super cool. Alright. Okay, this is the little Blackwater Sound on our right, and then these are the Everglades. All this water looks kind of blue, green here. Pretty cool. It's beautiful out here. Florida Keys Commission Pumping Station. Motel Tiki Bar. The wind is like kicking. Oh, look at all the boats, man. All right, we're in Key Largo now, and we're checking out all the boats and there's a lot of like diving shops, and here's a Lazy Lobster restaurant, and there's just like a lot of tourist shops and things like that. Pretty cool. Lots and lots of these though. Look at that boat. Wow, 3 big old engines. And look, there's all the wave runners. That's what we need. Yeah, cool. Well, this is the place. And that is the beach right there. We have this cottage right here. So awesome. We've got our little porch with our beachfront view here. Absolutely beautiful. This is our resort, and there's boats right there. And this is the spot. Wow. This is cool. This is the place, man. We got a little kitchenette, and we're gonna be opening this window. All right, we found Hog Heaven Sports Bar, and it looks like it's popular. I like how this guy blocked the road.
Where are we gonna park?
Yeah, we should have just walked, huh? Yeah, this place is packed. Yeah, we can go in there. We can't go in that way, but we can park there. Look at the outdoor pool tables.
You know, everybody's getting ready for the game now.
Yep, they are. We might be out of luck.
I think we're out of luck.
Like, if you lived there, you would be at Hog Heaven. Every day, all day, party. And why can't we park right there? We can. Yeah, not reserved. Good deal.
Do you think we're gonna get food in time? I guess whatever. Let's try it. See what happens.
Well, we can just try.
Yep.
All right, lunch was so good. This place is so cool. And it's getting packed for the Super Bowl. And we found some cool people here for sure. All right, this is Super Bowl Sunday. I don't know the name of this place, forgot, but right on the water right there. And then we got the game right here. Fell asleep at like 8:30 on Super Bowl night. Didn't even watch the first whole quarter. But I'm out here in Isla Mirada at 5 a.m. getting my walk done. Sun rises until 7. There's a Starbucks here. No way they're actually open. But I'm looking for hot tea. I know they don't have any, but maybe by the time I walk back, they will. But yeah, it's pretty nice out here. The weather's in the 60s, and it's perfect for a 3 or 4 mile walk this morning. Walking the bridge is cool. It's a drawbridge, and it's like 5:30 in the morning. Like, traffic's kind of scary right here, but it's pretty cool. Here's the little drawbridge station. I don't know if anybody's in there, but maybe, who knows? Never seen a way station up close. Guess it's nothing exciting, but it's one of those things you pass by constantly and never get a really close look at it. This one's in need of some pressure washing, looks like. Walking along, found a half a spark plug. Somebody is running on not enough cylinders. The sun is coming up. This bridge is so sketchy. I don't like it that much walking it, but beautiful sunrise is going to happen. This bridge is sketch. Sunrise on the beach in Islamorada. That's cool if that's a house. So I just walked 5.45 miles and then biked down to Starbucks, got some tea. Credit card machine wasn't working. They actually gave me the tea, which was really nice of them. Yeah, here's a view of the Florida Keys in the morning. This is the view of the Fisher Inn and our little thing, a little cabin. Look at all the trees in the water. So pretty. Breakfast over at Island Grill, hoping the music doesn't copyright me, so this will be fast. This is the view outside Island Grill. Pretty nice out here, but they've got copyright music playing. All right, on the beach here by myself, got some Maker's Mark, and I am enjoying the weather today. 72 degrees and beautiful. Light winds. You can see we have had some really high winds yesterday, but today is just amazing. Had that fantastic steak and eggs on the keto diet, some avocado, a couple of little drinks, and now I am chilling on the beach in front of the cottage, which is straight behind me, right there. Alright, walked out this morning to see this amazing sunrise right before I'm about to get my walk on. And this is what it looks like in the morning in the Florida Keys. A little chilly. Moon is still out here. And that is what I am waking up to. We are in Islamorada, huffing it right now. On the way to Starbucks to get some hot tea. And I am sore from yesterday's extremely long walk. I did 4.75 miles, and then I did another mile on the bicycle, and then later in the day we walked back and forth to appetizers. Another 20 minutes total. Probably walked 6 miles plus yesterday, so very good workout. So I'm gonna do an hour, 30 minutes this way, 30 minutes back, plus hot tea to wake me up, and then head back to the lovely town of Jacksonville, Florida, 5.5 hours away. And I'm also working today. The rest of that beautiful sunrise is going down below the horizon. And this is my view on both sides. Of course, we got the gnarly traffic. We're gonna get our walk done regardless. Get our hour in. Can't do weights today, but yeah, that's the view. Of this beautiful city, Islamorada. Sun is so bright. I didn't bring any shades with me. Look at that, crazy. One time I need shades, of course, I don't have them. So we're on the way back now, heading across the bridge to Starbucks to get some hot tea. Credit card machine was broken for the second day in a row at Starbucks. I don't know how you have a business and don't have a credit card machine working after a full 24 hours of it being broken. But yeah, this is pretty out here. All right, there is the Theater of the Sea Marine Mammal Park School at the entrance here in Isla Mirada. Pretty cool. I didn't get to know. I would love to see what that's about. But they have this beautiful garden outside of the front. Goes all the way around the entrance. Very cool. Alright, there's the Guitar Hotel, or the side of it. Not a good view right now. Guitar Hotel. Bunch of trees. That's the Hard Rock. Huh? It is. I just saw it.
No, I know that.
Hard Rock Hotel.
Huh? I said I told you that earlier.
Yeah, I know. That's right. I knew it already. I checked it. But
Kitty, why are you hovering next to the ranch?
Because he knows what's above in that cabinet.
What's up, everybody? Supercar Street Racing Brad here. Little update, quick update on installing the Battery Tender Junior. You can pick this up on Amazon. Very cheap. I think it's like $25. And it comes with a end that has alligator clips like this. But what we are doing today is we're going to permanently install these so that all I have to do is plug it in to charge the battery. I'll show you that here in a second. Got my socket wrench here. I'm going to pull this top connector off the negative. There's that one. Pull this one off the positive. That is very tight. Very tight. That almost stripped. I'm going to go find the correct size. Got these battery posts off. Now mine are different from some because I have the top post. So I am going to take this Battery Tender Junior connector right here. Comes with a permanent loop for it. I'm going to put I got the caps off of the posts, the top caps, nuts, sorry, was looking for the correct word. And now the Battery Tender Junior has these posts here that just go right on them, and you can pull this out if you need more width. I'm going to go ahead and connect those to the back there and run the wire on the side, and I'll be right back. I got the Battery Tender Junior installed here. All I have to do now is tighten these nuts up, and shouldn't be a big deal after that to run the wiring back behind there. I'm going to go ahead and tighten these two up, and then I'll show you guys how I am going to route the wiring. Alright, we got our Battery Tender Junior hooked up right here. So this, again, this is $25 on Amazon. I will leave a link in the description. You can see the red light on there. That means it is charging. It will flash green, I think, when it's 75% charged, and then solid green when it's charged. So that means this battery needs to be topped off. Right here we've got that permanently wired to the posts. It runs around the back of the battery and zip tied to the side there. Now all we have to do is just lightly close the hood, and this will keep our battery topped off because I don't drive the car very much, maybe once a week. So good mod for the IS300 from Supercar Street Racing.
Okay, forehead. Look at this. Like, this is you when you come and break in.
Guys, right here in front of me, and right now in front of me also, we have this smart Scarecrow solar ultrasonic repeller, but it also works on all kinds of different animals. So let's take a look at this today on Supercar Street Racing. In front of me today with a plethora of other products that are awaiting our look is this smart Scarecrow solar ultrasonic repeller. And we're going to be looking at that today. And as you can see on the front of the box, it does indicate that it does repel a bunch of different types of animals. Now, this solar repeller was graciously provided by the manufacturer for us to take a look at and unbox and test and give an update later. Okay, the battery did die on the microphone, but that's not going to stop us from checking out this solar pest repeller. And you can see right here, solar powered. It is IP44 rated. It says it has a 110 degree effective range, and it operates on various frequencies. Supposedly that does repel different types of animals. Now on the back, it does say solar or USB. What is not clear by the manufacturer is if it has a battery in it, or if it just operates when only the sun is out. So I'm not sure about that. It does have a 5.5 volt solar panel. It has 110-foot detection range, so I guess it detects the animals, then it turns on. And it does say it has a lithium battery. I missed that on the first try. And looking inside the box is our next step. And inside the box, waiting right on top, is a USB power cable. You will need a 5-volt USB block to power this. And the other end is one of these tube-type connectors. Closer inside the box for the pest repeller, we do see this ugly green device here, sitting so fly, looking great, but not really. Kind of a ugly scarecrow looking box, but it is green, so it will mesh well with your outdoor environment. Now on the front, we do see a speaker here, and then some sort of LEDs right below that. This must be the top, because the solar panel is up there. And on the back, we see the 5-volt adapter port, and we see the power and sound switch right there. And we have our manual here for the smart Scarecrow solar ultrasonic repeller. Now notice it does not mention the other animals there, but it does on the box. So it says here that the ultrasonic repeller repeatedly stimulates the animal's auditory nerve. It has a flashing light to simulate the animal's visual nerve, and then a PIR to detect whether there is an animal near. Once close to the area, the PIR triggers the product, and the intelligent working mode will repeatedly stimulate the animal, And the intelligent working mode will repeatedly stimulate the animal. Makes animals restless and want to escape from an environment that is not suitable for them. And if we're looking here at the manual, and it does have a diagram, there is a charging indicator that should go red when it starts charging and green when it is finished charging. There's an indicator on the front here when it starts making sound. The sensor is right here, and the battery is inside of the back, which is not available to be gotten to. This part of the device right here is actually the ultrasonic speaker. Further in the box, it does come with some stakes and a warranty card. Here's the warranty card. And basically you just turn the on-off button on for 1 second to switch it on, and it enters a self-test mode. The horn's going to be 3 times, the 3 LED lights in the front, and the red light on the right side will light on in turn. Then after 5 seconds, this device will go into a standby mode. When it is in standby mode, if any animals come close to this, it's supposed to detect them and trigger the product automatically. Now when this is triggered, it will run for 7 seconds, and the ultrasound and light will work for 13 seconds, and then all 3 things will work for another 5 seconds. So the entire process to scare the animal off is a 25-second process from the pest repeller. Now there is also a silent version where there is no alarm, so you can choose whether you want this to make noise when it detects a pest, or whether you want it to be silent and work ultrasonically as well. Now to operate this, you simply press the on-off button and the alarm sound can be turned on-off. Now we do need to go ahead and get this thing charged, so let's get it on a USB now. All right, do not lose this cable. It is proprietary. It has this different tube type charge connector on it, but let's go ahead and get this guy plugged in. So to plug it in, you simply move the rubber boot aside and go ahead and plug it into USB. We actually have one on our nightstand right here. And now we should see a charging indicator, and we do. So this device is charging. We'll get back to you guys once it is fully charged. Okay, I was really bad and did not record the time when the charger was done, but you can see here that our device is fully charged, and I think it took a couple hours, but I'm not 100% sure, but this guy is ready to go. Now all we have to do is take it outside and put it somewhere to see if it actually works. So let's do that. This thing really does look funny. It looks like a monster. 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth right here. Okay, we do have the device plugged in now, and it is still red. It was charged completely, but I just plugged it into the USB here, and I'm gonna go ahead and fire it up. And it says if you press it short, it will beep. Okay. That is expected behavior. It is lit up, and it beeped 3 times, meaning it is ready to rock. We're gonna do... Oh, I actually heard that. That was interesting. I heard the actual high-pitched tone. It must have detected me. There's the light. So this is what it looks like when it is active, and I don't know if you guys will even be able to hear that, but it is putting off a high-pitched tone when it detects me. So it does see me. Let's see what happens when I walk. Yep, there it goes. What a crazy device. I love this thing. Oh, there's the blue lights. So is this thing gonna go off every time a person comes by it? There's the high-pitched tone. Does work, I hear it. Wow, interesting device. All right, we do have the ultrasonic repeller going crazy back here. And it is going nuts and making sounds and doing everything that it's supposed to be doing. And I have no doubt if there's a rat or a mouse that comes near this, or a squirrel, it's definitely going to drive it away because it's killing my ears as well. Now let's take it into the... There it goes again. Let's take it into the 4K production studio with Brad and take a look at this online. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 4K production studio. I'm Brad, and it's a beautiful cold day outside at Supercar Street Racing here in the studios, where we bring you high quality videos and audios every day. And today we have this weird ultrasonic solar animal repeller. Now the manufacturer was so kind enough to send me a copy of this repeller, and this thing does repel more than one type of animal. It can do cats, dogs, skunks, squirrels, deer, it says. And right in front of me here in the picture we can see the different types of animals that it does repel, and you see cats and dogs here, you see raccoons, you see foxes, squirrels, looks like a pig or a boar, and I'm sure a bunch of other types of animals. Now right here kind of shows you what is on the actual device, and it does have a solar panel, an LED flashing light, a PIR sensor, which is a motion sensor, and a variable ultrasonic frequency speaker. And it is also waterproof. Right here, you got to take a look at the amazing English. Protect your effort at proper placement. Rodents never come nearly. So funny. You see a squirrel there eating corn because they don't have an ultrasonic pest repeller on the property. Now here is a close-up look at the front with a diagram of everything. It does have a red LED when it's charging, and it turns blue when it is fully charged. It's got a low power indicator flashing light. It's got the PIR sensor. It's got 3 1-watt LEDs and the ultrasonic speaker. And it does have a 5-volt charging port that will charge with any USB 5-volt adapter. It's got a solar panel, and it's got hooks to hang on the fence and a power button right on the back. Now right here it shows that somebody did wall mount it with the 2 hooks. And it also shows it here going right into the ground with the stakes, and you could technically take your power cable and run it underground if you wanted to. Right here it just shows you the 3 easy steps for putting the stakes in. You just put the stakes together and then push the stakes up to the bottom of the device. And right here it shows you the different places you could use your device. You could put it in the garden, you could put it in the yard, in your orchard, or in your kale yard, whatever the kale yard means. I guess that's where you grow kale. And now back on the front page here, you do see that it has 4.6 stars, and if we break that down, it's got 5 stars at 62%, and then it's got 4 stars at 38%, and that gives it a grand total of 4.6. Now below that, it says that it has humane animal deterrence. It says it's got a triple technology blend. It says it's got 2 working modes for effectiveness, versatile power options because you have 3 different ways to get that thing powered up. And then finally, it is IPS65 waterproof rated. The question is who rated it? We never know that. Now, right in front of me, guys, you do see the Supercar Street Racing YouTube channel, and I wanted to talk to you guys for a minute about supporting the channel. When you guys buy something, if you click through a link in the description, it helps me out greatly. We get a few dollars from everything you click in the description. And also, you don't have to buy the product in the description. You can buy anything you want from Amazon, and we get helped with just a few dollars here and there. Now do me another favor also and click the like and subscribe button and click that bell icon. We want you guys to be aware when we put out a video. We try to do videos every day. We can't always do that, but we try to put out a video every day. So I want you guys to be aware when that happens. And we really appreciate your support and your love on Supercar Street Racing. But we gotta go. We got 1 million squirrels in the backyard we have to get rid of. We got the 2 tiniest, fastest vehicles on Earth. We got this little Tesla. We have this boat, and then we have this peel right here, and this comes off so good, and then the peel's done, and then you don't got anything left in your life, and your life is empty. We are back today in the Supercar Street Racing bathroom. Brad here from Supercar Street Racing with another cool project for us today. We're going to be checking out Hdmi LED. They sent us 24 of these retrofit LED lights to go ahead and check out and hopefully replace all the aged lighting up in the office. Now these are not smart lights, they're just regular lights with selectable color temperature, but they have this awesome night light as well. I thought we would give them a shot right here in the office, and if I like them, we'll also do the bathroom right here. So let's get underway today and let's take a look at these Hdmi LED lights. Guys, we're still in the Supercar Street Racing bathroom now, where we're gonna unbox this awesome set of Hdmi LEDs. You can see they provided us an entire box of Hdmi LEDs here. There are 12 in this one box. Let's go ahead and see what is inside here. Fail. Right on top of the box, we do see a little card from Hdmi LED telling about their company, their quality control, all that stuff, how to mount their lights and things like that. And then they should just be the actual lights. Let's get these out of the box. Don't need that box where we're going. And here's a great look at the packaging on the front. It's 6-pack here of their LED recess nightlight kit, and there is a 5 color temperature selection on it. You can go anywhere from 2700K all the way up to 5000K. Now remember, when you're talking about color temperature, the lower the number, the warmer the light temperature is. Most of these lights in the house are 3200 Kelvin. Up at 5000 Kelvin, you're approaching the bluish, purplish range. And inside the box, there is a nice brochure telling you here how to install the lights. And they are controlled with the switch to change it to a nightlight mode. There is the actual size that you have to do, 4.1 inches. And here is a look at the actual light itself. There's a twist-on connector there for you. The light is very slim, very cool looking. You should just be able to pop it into the hole, and these drywall clamps right here just clamp directly down. Now let's see what the connection method is inside. Just wiring nuts, so we just have to unwire the old lights and wire up the new lights. And checking the back of the light, there is the actual switch for color temperature. It was upside down, but you can see right now it's set on 3500K. All the way down to the bottom is 2700. That would be your warmest setting. You can't go any warmer than 2700K, which is very warm. I'll probably put them on 3000. And that's a good look at what's inside the box of the Hdmi LED. Alright guys, you just saw me unbox the Hdmi LED lights right here. These things look pretty awesome. They look pretty easy to put in. The hole size should match up with what we have in the office right now. All it should be a matter of is unwiring these lights and wiring in the Hdmi LEDs right in their place. Now let's dig into the Hdmi LEDs and get them up in the ceiling and see if we can get one wired up. Alright, it's going to be stool time again. So if I die, it's not my fault. Okay, we're up here with the old fixtures. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this bulb. Don't need that where we're going. And then, yeah, there's just 2 levers in here. There's just 2 levers there that keep it inside the ceiling, and it should just come right out. All it should have to do now is plug in the light, pop it up in the hole. And it is on 3000K. And then you just pull these springs back, just like that. That one's done. 5 minutes. Oh, it's on nightlight mode. Alright guys, we did get done with this project. We did not do the bathroom because I went ahead and ordered 2 3-inch for the bathroom. So this is all finished up. I did have an issue where I put the wrong color temperature on a couple of them. I had to take them back out and flip the switch. My fault. Now they are currently set to night light right there, as you can see, and they look very cool. I love the way the side lights up, the whole ceiling like that, and I use these during the day now when I work. Now when I do the living room, it's going to be kind of a pain because I have to find a hole saw big enough to hole saw out the old light holes. That'll be for another video when we do the living room, but for right now, that is how the Supercar Street Racing office did turn out with the new Hdmi LED lights. They look great. I'm so appreciative for them, and I'm appreciative to Hdmi LED for sponsoring Supercar Street Racing. Now let's throw it back to Brad in the bathroom. Now what we need to do is wrap this up in Studio A. Let's walk over to the Supercar Street Racing Studio A editing facility and see where you can pick up your Hdmi LED lights online. Hey, what's up everybody? Brad here from Supercar Street Racing, and you can see right here, today we're in Studio A taking a look at the Hdmi LED. Now Hdmi LED contacted me looking for a partnership to go check out their recessed lighting. Right in front of me on the screen right here, you do see the lights that we got from them. We have the recessed lights with night light. They're pretty cool. They do a regular recessed light with a flat surface, and then you can flip the switch on the wall, and if you flip it off and on, it comes back up with a night light. I will show you guys a picture of this right now on the screen how it looks, and you just did see video of the entire install process. Now the ones that we picked up were 4-inch. You may need a different size if you already have recessed lighting. I'm going to be doing the living room with the extra ones that I have, but unfortunately I will have to expand the hole because I think I have 3-inch holes in there right now, and they are 4.1 inches on the new ones. And right in front of me right here, if you do click on the recessed light with night light, you will see all of the different sizes that they offer. They have 6-inch, they have black and white, they have 4-inch, and then they have also silver, which is pretty cool. They call it brushed nickel. Here's a good look at the brushed nickel and the black ones right here. These are the 3-inch and the 4-inch right on the screen. Now here's the ones we got right now. Hdmi LED will be offering me a link for you guys to click through. So go in the description and click the link that was designed for you guys. I will link the main page also, but it would be so helpful if you guys would buy your products from Hdmi LED. These things are really awesome. They're super easy to install. It's 2 or 3 wiring nuts and just cutting a hole. If you don't have a hole, or if you have an existing hole, you might have to expand it a little bit, measure your actual hole, and then buy the light that fits that hole. And you can see right here on the screen, they have a discount by carton quantity as well. This is $119 for a carton of them. Now a carton is considered a 12-pack. I did get 2 of those for my project, and I'm so grateful to Hdmi LED for that. And you can see that discount if you go ahead and buy more than 1 carton. They knock some price off of it. So that's super helpful. All right guys, this is the dashboard of the channel. I am so grateful for your support at Supercar Street Racing. We want to continue to provide you guys with cool videos of cool products and just work with you guys to get the best prices on everything. But we can't do it without you. Please like and subscribe and check out all of the videos that you haven't seen yet. Watch our 24-hour-a-day Jukebox as well, and we will get back to you guys soon. We have got to get directly into the pool because it's summertime. We're on news, and it's raining, and we got new friends, and it's raining.
It's all right,
What? There's a big storm coming.
That's what we need. Clear them out. Steer us around it.
Yes, Captain, steer around storm.
Clear them all out.
We absolutely 100% have a shoe fetish, and we are shooting this video in 8K 24p. Not sure if we're going to upload it in 8K, but we're going to find out. We're going to play around with the editing and see if we can even edit at that high amount of data rate. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, where today we absolutely 100% have a shoe fetish, and we are shooting this video in 8K 24p. Not sure if we're going to upload it in 8K, but we're going to find out. We're going to play around with the editing and see if we can even edit at that high amount of data rate. But today we do have that shoe fetish I was talking about, and I am hyped about getting my brand new On Cloud 5 sneakers here, because On is one of my favorite things to own. They are very high quality shoes, not cheap at all, and I have a ton of them in my closet right now. But today we've got a brand new pair of On Cloud 5s right here in this box for the channel Supercar Street Racing. We have stepped into the Supercar Street Racing amazing closet where we have all of the shoes here. This is my side of my favorite and nicest shoes. It goes from some very nice Huck and some very nice flip-flops here from Cobian. I've got two pairs of Cobian here. Very nice flip-flops. And then we move down to my favorite tennis shoes of all time, and we have some On shoes here. We have a set of Rogers here. It says Swiss Engineering on the side. We have a set of Rogers here, a set of Rogers here, a set of Rogers here. We have my Puma sneakers and my Puma Ignite golf shoes. And today we are taking a look at my next set of On shoes that I ordered, and I did finally decide to order some On running shoes, and they are the On Cloud 5s. And I got them on sale, and so we got a fresh brand new pair sitting in the box right over there. For my everyday running, for example on the treadmill, I do have my ASICs here. I will not be using the Cloud 5s to actually exercise. They are going to be just to floss in and walk around in public, and we will add them to this beautiful thing if we can find another place to put them. And let's go outside right here, right now, back to the box with the Cloud, and see what they look like coming right out of the packaging. Back in front of the amazing On Cloud 5 running shoes, and you can see that right here we have a fresh unopened box. And online these go from anywhere from $159 to $205 on Amazon.
All right, welcome back, everyone.
Yeah,
that thing, right?
Yeah, that's going in the bloopers there. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Joe is back here, Dukes of Duval, and today we got a project for the golf cart, and we are going to be changing all the bushings in the front end. And the reason that we're going to do this is we're not sure if they've ever been changed. We doubt that they've been actually gotten into lately. We have an issue with the tires with the toe, right? Is it toe in?
Toe in.
Okay, so what's happening with the tires is they are actually towed in at the top, and if you look down there now, you can actually see the toe like that. We also have an issue where the steering wheel isn't centered. So what we're going to try to do is back the nuts off on
These
the
nuts?
what is this called?
Steering, I think that's the steering.
This. I forgot what that's called.
The steering linkage arm, maybe? Sounds about right?
Yeah, there's basically like there's two rods, threaded rods, and one of the nuts is a locking nut, and we should be able to run both of them the same distance and be able to center the steering wheel without having to get down into the steering rack and remove it and turn it. We need about 2 inches on the steering wheel to be centered, so we're going to run those. We're going to try to, we assemble everything back up, run these two guys over and get this thing where it's driving straight with the steering wheel straight. So Joe, what is our plan of attack first?
All right, first thing is we're gonna have to take off the light assembly because we have to get into the steering, front steering assembly to pull that off to get to the two bolts that hold the top of the A-arm in there. So that's the big thing that everybody misses. I think they all do the bushings at the bottom of it, and then they never get up towards the top of the A-arm, and that's actually a larger rod that goes in between there that a lot of people don't know about.
So why don't you grab those bushings so we can kind of show. Now this kit actually came from Buggies Unlimited. They're actually in Jacksonville, Florida, where we're located. We could actually run out and pick these up if we wanted to. They shipped them and they came like the next day. And inside the kit we've got everything we need to do all the front bushings on the cart. And just to be clear for you guys, if you don't have the Magjax light kit, you don't have this lower bumper or LED light that has to come off. So you would skip that.
You would still have the bumper though.
You still have the bumper, okay.
Yeah, if you didn't
just not the LED kit.
Correct. Yep,
okay,
yep.
cool.
And one thing I will say is that there's a lot of people that make those bushings that you can buy online. For the front, I highly recommend this package because of how thin this area is right here on it. Because the other ones are very thick, and a lot of times people struggle to try to get all that stuff back together because you can't spread the metal, you can't move it out, it has to go right in there. So often I've had to take those bushings and actually grind them down a little bit to make them fit a little bit better. So they can be used, but hard to manipulate and get inside there. So this is a great kit that has everything that you actually need. Some of the kits that you buy online that say for the front assembly often will be missing the big ones up here. So they just completely miss it for some reason. So this kit is a great kit, and it has everything that you need to do the entire front, which is really, really good. And then the back, if we wanted to, we could do that as well later.
We'll probably do that in a later project. But just to clarify, so this is dropping one there. But this is the part number. It's 6700 from Buggies Unlimited. It's the Precedent Control Arm Bushing Kit. And that's all you need to do the front. So what we're going to do right now is start prepping the cart. Probably we have to pull the front wheels off, right?
Yeah, just to make life easier. Yep, so we take that off, front wheels off.
Okay.
Yep, start from there.
So one thing I noticed with these wheels, I think I mentioned this to you yesterday, you almost need a thin wall socket. It tends to touch the wheel.
Right, it's really tight where the socket
super tight, so I wish I had a smaller socket, but so we don't damage the wheel. But I noticed when I put them on, they were kind of rubbing.
Sure.
But we're gonna go ahead and do that. We're gonna get the cart all jacked up. We're gonna put some jack stands under it that are on the wall somewhere over there, and then we'll get back to you guys right after this.
All right, let's do this. All right, so we're getting ready to jack this thing up, but before you jack up your cart, the first thing that you always want to do is break the lug nuts on the tires. Obviously, once they're off the ground, it's a little bit harder to get those off. So just do a quick break of them. You're not taking them all the way off. You're just making sure they're loose enough. It makes it easier for them to come off. And then as soon as you jack it up, I like to put jack stands underneath here just because when you take those tires off, you don't want to have that jack underneath there in the way. It just clears it out. Put 2 jack stands underneath there and you'll be good. Plenty of room to work.
All right, so here we are in the cart, with the cart, and we have our Pittsburgh jack here. And what we're going to do now is go ahead and remove the tires, but we want to stress to you, and we'll show this to you as we get into the cart, is we're going to be checking these hubs, which have bearings in them. And they're not that expensive, so while you're in there, you may or may not want to go ahead and throw new hubs on before you put your tires and stuff back on. We're going to get to that right now.
All right, so as we mentioned before, obviously you want to just check these to make sure they're filling good, which this one does, but we do have a lot of play down here. So where the leaf spring connects to the spindle, I'm looking at it right now and they're completely deteriorated. So there's a lot of play down here, just right in that area alone. The upper ones for, I believe they call this a kingpin, is doesn't seem to be terribly bad, but again, we're still going to replace it. So one thing to know as we start to take these out, the good news is there's not a backing nut that you have to hold on to. It's actually screwed into the frame itself, so you're just actually taking out the top of the bolt with whatever wrench or socket you're going to use.
So Joe, what do you think about the fact that we have an issue with the toe like that? Do you think that that's this, or do you think it's more related to the upper?
It could be both, to be honest with you. I can't see up in there on the upper A arm, so there's two parts of the A arm that we're going to be replacing. There's the bottom part of the A arm, which is, if you'll back up, I'll show them real fast, which is right here, and then the upper A arm, which is buried back in here again, which is behind the steering assembly right here, which is why we got to take the slide off. So all this is good stuff to replace. You'd be surprised, these bushings probably go out probably every 4 or 5 years. They get worn out, especially if you've got heavy usage on your golf cart. So constantly keep an eye on them, because what you don't want is your tires, especially if you have aftermarket tires, being ran where you're obviously getting bad wear on your tires. So always check those, make sure they're good.
Cool.
All right, so now first thing we're going to do is take off the light assembly. Like we mentioned, you may have a light assembly or you have a bumper. The way that these hold on are pretty simple. There are 2 bolts underneath. You're going to use a 13mm socket to break those loose. And it actually just slides into the channel of the frame. So once you pull these out, from there, there's just a connection between the wiring into the light. You'll just unplug that, and then it's out of the way.
Cool.
All right, so now we're going to go ahead and take off the front light assembly. That way we can get back again to the top of the A-arm for those longer bushings that go in there. To take this off, pretty simple. There's 2 bolts that go up through the frame. So you'll use a 13mm for the bottom nut and a 10mm for the bolt itself on the top. Once you have those removed and you pull those out, from there, this assembly just slides out. It actually has 2 pieces that go slide into the back or into the channel of the frame, and it just slides right out. Once it pops out from there, all you have to do is just unhook the connector to the lights, and you're good to go, and frees up a bunch of space. So now that we got the light assembly off, what we're going to want to do is take apart a couple of different things. So this is the steering assembly here. So in order to get to the top of the A-arm, to get those longer A-arm bushings in, you'll need to remove this. We're not going to completely take it apart, but we are going to remove the 3 bolts that hold it into the body of the cart. And then at the same time, we'll go ahead and remove these tie rod ends to make it where we can manipulate it and move it, because just behind it are the 2 bolts that hold in those bushings. So we're going to go ahead and get that done, removed, and then from there, we'll be taking out the top bushings.
Okay, how do the CV boots look?
No, these are totally fine. They look in good shape.
Are they CV boots? What are these?
I would assume maybe. Maybe
well, they don't turn, so they're probably just grease inside here or whatever.
Probably so.
Okay.
They look to be in good shape.
And what are these? The frame rails?
Yeah, these are frame rails.
Okay,
exactly.
cool.
And again, just to show you, when we took this off, we talked about it. These things just slide
to the frame rail.
Yeah, I believe they're usually above or below it.
Okay.
Above that, slide right onto it, and then the bolt just slides right through there, and then the nut's on the bottom.
Perfect. All right, so we're going to get started on that next step now.
All right, so we went ahead and took the 3 bolts out, which those are 13mm bolts. There's no nuts on the back side of those, so just remove those all together. Okay. From here, we're going to go ahead and remove the tie rod ends. So on the bottom of it, it is an 18 millimeter nut, and then what you'll have to do is take a 17 millimeter and wedge it in here to the top to hold that nut, or to hold that, so you can take that nut off. So it's not it's smooth all the way around, but there is 2 slots on it for you to go. So you have to work it all the way around until you find it, hold that secure, and then drop it. One thing to know also is that typically there are Carter pins that hold in this nut to make sure that they don't back off on their own. Obviously, you don't want that while you're driving. They were not on here, but there is a little tiny hole, so you'll want to replace that with a Carter pin if you have it. If you don't, you could probably use something else, like maybe a paper clip or a nail. Just make sure you get it in there and bend it so that it obviously keeps it from falling off. So,
even a bright tie.
Yeah, just anything to make sure that it doesn't fall off all the way. All right.
Okay.
So from here, we're going to now start to disassemble the kingpin, as well as the spindle from there, from the leaf spring itself. So from here, obviously we want to get the appropriate size driver for this one, for the wrench. Yep, to go ahead and relieve that. And then we're also going to be needing to relieve the bottom of the A-arm from here as well.
Okay. Alright guys, so in this next set of clips here, you're going to see me taking all the parts that we removed from the cart, and I take them and I degrease them all, then I wire wheel them all, and then I hit them with a good coat of matte black paint. Alright, in this clip you're going to see right here, I am about to hit those little A-arms with some flat black paint. Get everything fresh to death, freshen everything up. It's going to look so good, just like factory when I get done. Okay, so we have the
spindle,
driver's side spindle and hub down here, and we are about to start cleaning up those guys with brake cleaner and then hit them with some paint, getting them all fresh to death.
right, guys, we're back, and we have spent a good hour and a half or two cleaning up everything and repainting everything, and we are ready to start reassembly. So, Joe, what's our first step here?
Yeah, so we're going to start by putting the A-arms back on, so the long bolts.
Right.
So, obviously, the biggest thing in assembling these back together is that sometimes putting those bushings back in can be kind of a pain.
Okay.
So, we'll go ahead and take the 2 A-arms now, put the bushings back in there, and make sure everything's all looking good. So,
okay, perfect.
Yep.
All right.
So, obviously, you got to put those, get your A-arm there. Can you go get those bolts, Brad?
Yep.
guys, welcome back, and we just finished up our project here. We did all the bushings on the front of the cart. We refreshed the front of the cart. We redid the whole entire front end. We painted everything and put everything back together really nice. And as you can see here, if you can look down here at the wheels now, there is absolutely no issues with the toe. Before, the tires were angled in like this. They're sitting perfectly straight. The steering wheel actually straightened itself out too, so we didn't have to make any adjustments. We didn't even have to do an alignment yet. We don't know if we're gonna have to do that, but for right now, it looks pretty close. So we're gonna go out and take a test drive. So what do you think about the project? It took us a couple hours.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably spend more time doing little detail stuff that most people wouldn't. I would imagine most people wouldn't go through the process of cleaning all this stuff up like we did, but we wanted to make it look fresh. But I will say a couple of things to remember, especially when you're trying to put those bushings back in. You'll notice that sometimes they're a little bit tight because two things are happening. One, if you have those rubberized style ones, a little bit thicker, you need to obviously shave those down a little bit. But also the
cotter pin. They're like not cotter pins, they're spacers.
The spacers that go in there, sometimes they're a little bit too big. So we had to take a couple of those and take them over to the bench, grind them down a little bit just to shorten them a little bit, so that it slides back into position. The other thing is that when you're trying to get that bolt lined up, it can be difficult sometimes. So a little trick is that if you just take that bolt and go to the back side where it screws into, run it back that way, it will line everything back up. Then pull the bolt back out, put it back on the other side, and it'll go right back in. So that's just an easy trick to just line things up because it will be a pain for sure. So.
Right, so what Joe's talking about is down here where the shock connects to the assembly down there, there's no nut on the back. It's literally just a welded in nut into the frame. So if you take that bolt and go back the opposite way, it'll line up your whatever that is that sits down inside that shoe there, and it helps you do it. So we didn't really have any major problems here. We got everything painted, we got everything clean. I would say if you want to do this project yourself, maybe you order, if you really want to go crazy, you can order mostly, the whole new subframe and replace all the parts. You can replace your hubs if you think you might have some miles on them. If you don't, you can get by with what we did, which is all brand new bushings, and we actually cleaned up everything on the wire wheel. We degreased everything with some brake cleaner, and then we put everything back together. So now we're going to take this thing for a test drive and see what happens. What do you think? Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. All right, Brad.
All right, guys. So we are going for a test drive now, and you guys have not seen the dash in action. So this is Ulysses Speedometer Pro running here. It shows us our battery charge, our compass, our GPS speed, our total speed, like our overall speed, and you also can play, since YouTube is, I subscribe, we can play YouTube over it. And so you can see your little dash. But there is Ulysses Pro. Now what we're doing is listening for any weird issues, any clunks, any vibrations, any weirdness in the steering. So let's go ahead and take off and do a little drive here. First test of the new dash system with the YouTube channel. Has not seen it, and it actually already can feel a difference in the front end. It's much softer than before. It was like when we would come off of this before, we would hear a big clunk.
Yeah, metal clinking.
We had metal on metal.
That I would say is another thing. If you're hearing metal clinking when you're going over bumps, you probably need to change out your bushings.
Also, the steering wheel is straight. Before, it was over here, like literally like that. We have 100% straight steering wheel now. And you notice when we go over bumps, the magnetic mount on the dash is not going anywhere. So there we go, it shows us our speed.
Super street golf cart?
Yeah. And the front end feels fantastic. It actually feels much better than it did before. Let's see if we can carry some speed.
Kobe! Driving smooth, nice.
So good. It's actually perfect, man.
Yeah.
I'll let you drive it so you can feel it.
All right, how do I pause it?
Just hit the stop button over there. All right, so we're letting Joe take a turn here on the cart. It's that he and I pretty much built. This thing started as a brown wood grain cart.
Yep.
Now it's carbon fiber. Full sound system. Six system. GPS dash. Android dash. Front end feels great. Like it literally feels like a brand new car now. We do that back end too. I think that'll be beneficial.
Yeah. You know, it's funny driving this one and driving mine. I'll probably do for bushings too as well. I'll be getting there.
Yours need bushings too?
Yeah, probably.
I'll help you do yours when you're ready. Now that we know exactly what to do.
And your horn, we tried to hook your horn up.
We did?
Yeah, go ahead. Sick! Yeah, we're ready to. Hell yeah.
That's the biggest bump I've hit yet.
Yeah, I think we have to pull that front assembly. We might be able to get underneath there to hook it up. It's just 2 wires. Yeah, this thing goes so much smoother.
I think it's good to go, man. Yeah, how did that thing hook up? I don't even remember disconnecting
2 wires.
it.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thanks so much for joining us today, and I hope you guys are able to do bushings on your cart too, just like we did. And hit us up in the comments section. Let us know what you think. And all right, what do you think about that project, man?
Awesome project, man.
Good stuff.
Easy to do too. So any regular person should be able to handle this pretty well.
I agree. And now that you have our steps, you can do it yourself. And we'll talk to you guys later.
All right, sounds good.
Guys, I hope you enjoyed the project with Joe and I. It went really well, but we want you to look for the next video that's coming out. This next video is going to have a full unedited version with the GoPros up underneath the cart. So that way, if you want to do it yourself, you can rewind back and go through all the action. You can see all the steps up close. Thank you for watching, guys. Have a great day from Joe and myself, and we love you guys. Eat your dinner, man. Before everybody else eats it.
He's more worried about that grass.
Yep. Turtles are tormenting him. Alright guys, this is day 8 without a pool pump turned on. For those of you who don't know, I am having my pool remodeled. And it's just a waste to keep using this for now. But look at this, day 8 with no pool pump on. Florida, where we had a hurricane, it's completely sunny and pouring down rain in Florida. Yeah, this is Florida. Got my multi-tool.
We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting.
Down to overheat, initiated. Those things are beasts. Our top golf.
Top golf. All right, yo, Dan.
The whole crew. Top golf.
You gotta go with the bigger one.
Right on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
You're going on YouTube.
What's up, YouTube?
Hey guys, welcome to another video. I'm trying the screen recording software using the Vimeo to try to do this. So I want to show you guys how I create thumbnails for the videos. So I just finished creating one here for Echo Show monitoring. So first of all, you've got to have some kind of creativity in your brain to be able to figure out what a nice logo would be that we could attract viewers with. So I'm going to actually create a thumbnail for this. So I'm going to go new file in Photoshop. It actually popped up on the other screen. I'm going to go 1280, actually 1920 by 1080. Let's do that again. Close, new file, 1920 by 1080. And there is our workspace there. So the first thing we want to do is figure out what kind of background we want to do. So why don't we just do a YouTube background? So let's call up YouTube here. And let's go to my channel. There's my channel. Let's get a screenshot. So I use Snagit to do screenshots. So I'm just going to grab a screenshot here. Go to my channel and copy that into the Snagit editor. So it's now copied into the editor. I'm going to copy all of that into the buffer. Go back to Photoshop here. Also got another video rendering in the other screen. We're in Photoshop now, so I'm going to paste that. But notice how it's not the right size for the thumbnail. I'm going to edit, transform, and scale that. Just scale it up a little bit and center it here. If I would have captured the whole screen, it would have been exactly the right size. But you got to remember that these screens also overscan, so you're going to miss out on the edges if you take everything all the way to the edge here. So you always want to either use safe title so you know, or just shrink everything down a slight bit. Let's see if I can get my camera back up here. Let's see. Trying to figure out how to do that now. Let's see. All right, well, I messed all that up, so it stopped the recording, but I'm going to start again from there. I guess I can't show the camera at the same time as the Photoshop. So I have my Supercar Street Racing page here. Now, one thing you got to remember is that your fonts are going to need to show up on top of this, and this is really busy. So I am actually going to first of all, merge this down. So this is just not a layer. So I'm going to layer, merge down. So now this is just one layer you can see right here. Now I'm going to image, let's see, adjustments, brightness, contrast. I'm going to wash this out with the brightness contrast tool. So I'm going to bring the brightness down. Contrast. Actually, that's not what I want to do at all. Let's see. Forgot how I used to do this. Maybe I can do it with levels. Pretty sure I used to use brightness contrast and try it again. That doesn't work that well with this. Doesn't work great with a web page. It works better with a an actual picture. So I'm going to undo merge down, and then I'm just going to go back into this layer style here, which popped up on the other screen, and I'm going to do it this way. So I'm going to do a color overlay, and then I'm going to bring the opacity down. It didn't work either. Let's see. I'm kind of just playing with it now because that should work. Cover overlay, color overlay. Actually, we can do it this way. Let's merge that. And now let's copy this part here, this gray. Copy that, and now let's undo the merge. Let's see if it'll let me work like that. Okay, so now I've got this other layer, and I can adjust the transparency on it. So I'll go into the layer styles. I'll bring the transparency down. Now see how that washed out the background? It'll actually allow you to see a lot better the text on top of it. And I'm also going to scale this up a little bit, transform. I'm going to do scale. And just literally do the whole entire picture. And then I'm going to merge that down so it becomes one. Actually, you got to stick it first. And then I'm going to merge down. So now this is one solid picture. Well, let's do merge visible. Or flatten, works the same way. Now you see it's just a background. Now we're good to put text on it. So let's go back into our flaming text, which I use greatly. Now, it doesn't matter which logo we use here. I love these because you can download PNGs, which are transparent backgrounds. So I'm just kind of looking to see here what is available, and let's just pick one for the actual, you know, the text. How about Text Central? Let's see what that's about. So it's okay. We could. It's kind of hard to read. Let's go back and try another one. What about Horizon? Let's see what that is. Horizon's pretty cool. It shows you other ones at the bottom here, but the first thing we're going to do is just change the text. Create. To thumbnails. And then this is how you can change the gradient, the outline, shadow. I always use drop. Now here's an important one. We're going to do transparent background because we want this to be a PNG, which works easily with Photoshop. You see how it changed to a PNG there. Then you go to image and you can change the file format and the crop. Click next. Click download. It wants you to buy it, but you don't have to. Now we'll show it in folder. Okay, so it is right there in the folder. I'm going to slide this over for a minute and bring Photoshop back up. All right, so I'm going to slide this back over to Photoshop here, this downloaded logo. Notice how it comes up with a kind of a wireframe. If you hit enter, notice how we have our logo now. Now if we go to edit, free transform, we can just pull this around and do whatever we want to with it. And you see how it's easier to read now. And remember, don't go edge to edge because of safe titles. They'll be out of the viewing area of the thumbnail. Now, when we're ready to place this, we can just hit enter. And then we probably want some more text up here. Let's go for a YouTube logo. That's always fun. So let's search for one. Now, when we search for logos, it's easiest to search for YouTube for a PNG logo. So let's say YouTube logo PNG. And then you have to actually find one. So click images. We need an actual PNG. So if we visit this page, let's see if we can actually download this. Some sites want you to to pay. If you find those, just go somewhere else. So it wants us to close an ad in order to do this. And then it wants us to captcha. And it downloaded. Okay, so let's see if it's in my download folder over here. It is. So I'm going to pull Photoshop back up here. I'm going to drag over our newly downloaded YouTube logo. Now, if it's a PNG, you can resize it and you don't lose quality. See how we can now drag it around? And notice how it doesn't have drop shadow or anything. If we double click the layer over here, tried it like 15 times. There's our layer style. We go drop shadow. Notice how it added a drop shadow. Once you're in drop shadow, you can adjust the opacity, the direction, and the spread and the size. It's a little big, so I'm going to actually go to edit, free transform, and then I can pull it wherever I want. I can drag the corners, hit enter. I'm going to put it about right there, and I'm going to do one more font. Let's go back to our flaming text here. Where is it? Right there. Go to choose logo. Let's see what Web 2.0 is. Nothing I see there I like. Let's go back to the flaming text site at the beginning. Go to the bottom. Let's go a couple pages down. I've used some of these before. Let's go one more page. Oh, it's a Google copy. Let's use that one. How about this? So again, we just changed the text. Go to shadow, make sure drop shadow's on, background transparent. Next. And download. Now it is on the folder in the other screen. So I'm just waiting for that to finish. I'm rendering at the same time, so that's causing some slowdown. Okay, so I have that logo, so I'm going to go back to our Photoshop, drag that in, put it about right there. I'm going to rotate it, hit enter, and there you go. There is our thumbnail for this video. We're going to go ahead and save it. Actually, you can save the project first. So I'm going to go to my E drive where I haven't started the project yet. I'm going to go to raw video, create a folder, create YouTube thumbnail. It's easy. We can actually save the PSD file so we can come back and edit that. Once we merge it into a JPEG, we can't do that anymore. YouTube thumbs. So to save the project, now I'm going to save it as a JPEG so that we can upload it to YouTube. So I'm going to merge it. Actually, what it's doing there, it's still saving, I guess. I'm going to flatten the image so now there's no more layers. Now I'm going to save as. I'm going to save that into the same folder, but this time I'm going to drop this down and go to JPEG, hit save. It pulls up a box that says what quality. We're going to do maximum quality, and there. So that's it, my friends. That is how you do thumbnails for YouTube. I hope you enjoyed. I'll have some more tutorials about Premiere and things like that coming out, but it's been Supercar Street Racing. Hope you like this video.
Hey guys, how's it going? Supercar Street Racing here again, and it's Saturday, and it's time to talk about
the LG Signature washer and the LG Signature dryer we got here. So these are probably two of the more expensive, if not the most expensive, home line of washers and dryers made. And there is a reason, because these are the top of the line that LG offers you. This is the Signature washer. As you see inside here, it is the WM9500 HKA right there. It is a 8.5 cubic feet washing machine, so it holds a lot of laundry, and trust me, that comes in handy. You can do an entire comforter, sheets, pillows from a bed set in one load is what they promise. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn the dryer back on here. This is the dryer, and before we do that, this is a DLEX 9500K. Alright, so the dryer is going there. We have some laundry in here. We have the comforter in here that I just washed. And I did wash the comforter and sheets separately for a different reason. But the most exciting thing about this whole setup, besides being the fact that this whole setup is Wi-Fi enabled, if you look right here, you will see that it has the Wi-Fi indicator right there. This is Wi-Fi enabled, and it will report back to the ThinQ app on your phone, the LG ThinQ app. Now, if you guys watch my videos, you know that all my devices are smart enabled. So all my LG appliances are smart enabled. They all report back in one app. So we'll have some live video of that from the phone a little bit later in the video. But for now, this is the washing machine. Some of the features on the front, steam cycles. It has a steam washer and a steam dryer. It's got a normal heavy-duty bedding, permanent press, and towels under the general steam cycles. Then it's got under caring, it's got sanitary, allergen, bright whites, tub clean, and jumbo wash. And then under special, it's got delicate, sportswear, speed wash, rinse and spin, and downloaded. So the one that I wanted to particularly highlight here was the speed wash app, or not app, speed wash setting on the washer and dryer. It is around 15 or 20 minutes, and it works amazing. I use it all the time, and it works great when you're in a hurry. For example, this comforter that I just had in there was speed washed. Now for the other cool thing, so like I said, it has the steam setting here. It's got the smart grid technology. It's got a delay wash. So when you're connected to Wi-Fi, you can add garments if it's locked by pressing this button. Here's your typical temperature settings: extra hot, hot, warm, cold, and tap cold. It's got extra high, medium, low, and no spin. It's got a soil, heavy, normal, or light mode. And then it has a grid mode with signals. It's got a turbo wash feature, a cold wash feature, an extra rinse feature, and of course, if you hold this, it's supposed to put the drum light on. Let's see. There we go. Drum light comes on with this, but it was ready to start a cycle, so it wasn't quite ready. But yeah, this comforter has already been washed on speed wash, and it is basically dry to the touch. This thing washes and dries, and you know, when it spins, it dries and flows almost all the way, so that means less stress on your dryer. It's a high efficiency washing machine. It does have a direct drive motor with a 10-year warranty on the motor, so right here on the front. And if we look down below that, we got the best part of this whole setup. We have a Sidekick. So I'll show you guys that in a minute. Sidekick is another washing machine underneath the regular washer that does another set of clothes. It's very exciting. Now taking a look at the dryer here, this is also a 9 cubic foot dryer. It actually will hold more than the washing machine. And it is a turbo steam dryer, so it uses steam. And it has the same type of settings as any normal dryer. It's got normal heavy duty bedding, permanent press towels. It's got antibacterial, steam sanitary, fresh steam, low temp dry, and jumbo dry under caring. And then under special, it's got delicate, speed dry, air dry, and then it can download other, I guess, programs that you can design. It does have turbo steam. It is Wi-Fi enabled. on the smart grid so you can remote start it. You can save a custom program. It's got your normal dry levels like heavy, very dry, more dry, normal dry, less dry, and then your temperature settings as any other washing machine, your time dry like any washing machine, your signal level for like when it's done, and then you can add more time, less time, do wrinkle care, and do a damp dry signal as well. Now, take a good look inside there. It does have towels in it right now, but you can see this is got a whole towel set in it, and there's plenty of room for other towels or other clothes. You just push it, and this is touch, by the way, so you just kind of push and hold that to start. Now, under there is not another dryer, of course. This is just a pedestal. Now, these pedestals do not come with the units, and they are quite expensive, but I was insistent that this time when I got a washer and dryer that I would not get one without a pedestal, because I wanted to have the sidekick, and of course it wouldn't look right with nothing underneath the dryer. So now I'm going to show you guys a little bit about the sidekick and how that works. All right, guys, here we have the sidekick, which is amazing. So this is its own washing machine here, built in by itself. Now, some things you need to know about the sidekick is you do not use laundry. You don't use these kind of laundry packets, what do they call them, in there. You don't use these. You use regular laundry detergent, high efficiency. For example, this Publix laundry detergent works perfect. We pull this out, we see that inside, you actually push the lid and it clicks to open. And then inside you will find a little thing to put your laundry detergent in. So you just fill this up and stick it in there. Now we do have some towels ready to go. I am going to grab these towels right here to wash and show you guys the sidekick. So operating the sidekick is pretty easy. Click open the door, throw your towels in, get your laundry detergent ready with this. I'm going to do it over the thing because I guarantee you I will spill it. Pour your laundry detergent in the blue cup and just stick that directly in there. It just rides in there, no problem. It's rubber. Push down on your lid, it clicks closed. Now, you push the power button and you can select your program here. I'm just going to go normal, so I'm going to push start. Yes, and then you close it, and it is locked and closed. And as you can see here in the display, hopefully you can see it on camera, this guy's got 39 minutes, and this is locked now. To move it, you cannot pull it out now. It is locked. So in 39 minutes, that will be done, and that is your sidekick. Alright guys, taking a look at the ThinkQ app here. Now as you can see, this app has all of my LG devices on it. Sub-Zero Winds is my refrigerator, of course named after Mortal Kombat. Fireball, obviously named after the drink. For my cooktop range, Plate Destroyer is my dishwasher. Winona Dryer is my dryer, and Luke Skywasher is my washing machine, and Air2D2 my little window unit. Now let's take a look at what's happening now on Luke Skywasher. You notice that it says it has 15 minutes left. If we walk into the actual device there, we see a little clock with 15 minutes left. That is the speed wash. Down here it tells you the settings, and that remote start is actually off. So that is Luke Skywasher with 15 minutes left on the speed wash. Now if we go back here to Winona Dryer, which is the dryer. Winona Dryer is drying with 28 minutes left. It's on normal dry level, medium temperature, and all the other settings are off. Now adding a device to this ThinkQ is easy. You just click Add Device, and you can scan the QR code, or you can manually select device. And what happens after that is it actually creates a temporary Wi-Fi network to connect to your device. Now in order to connect, you do have to push the Wi-Fi button and hold it on the front of your LG Wi-Fi enabled device. It will go ahead and connect to your Wi-Fi network, and then you will see all your devices here. Now you do need a LG account to use this guy, so make sure you sign up for an LG account if you buy any of the LG smart appliances.
So here we have the LG Signature 5.8 cubic foot large smart Wi-Fi enabled front load washer. Some of the key features are black stainless steel finish, turbo wash technology, inverter direct drive motor, integrated control panel, and ThinkQ technology. The model number is WM9500HKA. Here's the LG Signature 9 cubic foot large smart Wi-Fi enabled electric dryer with turbo steam technology. Its key features are 9 cubic feet of mega capacity, full touch on-door control panel, turbo steam technology, and ThinkQ technology. The model number is DLEX9500K. This is the LG Signature 1 cubic foot LG Sidekick model WD205K. This sits underneath your washing machine. It comes with all the hoses to split the water, and it has a black stainless steel finish, 6 custom care cycles, and a magnetic remote. This is the LG Signature Laundry Pedestal, model WDP5K. Its key features are, it sits underneath either the washer or the dryer instead of the Sidekick, and it has a slide-out drawer for storage, making things easy and convenient. I hope you enjoyed this review. This is Supercar Street Racing.
There is a hawk. Or an owl. I think that's a hawk in my pool. That is pretty crazy. He's like, dude, you know why? Because there's frogs in there. He sees frogs. Guys, here is the, here's the Starlink mission. This is the first time I've ever seen this from Jacksonville. This is absolutely... That says that's level, but that looks horrible. How is that level? Let's look. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here with another project going on in the house. It seems like it's endless, but today we are starting on 5.1 surround sound for the bedroom. So in the bedroom now, we have in-ceiling speakers, but these are for the whole home audio. So what we are doing is we are going to be converting these existing speakers, particularly this front one, will become the center channel for the new setup. I did order a 4K Amazon Fire TV, and I'm waiting for that to be shipped on Tuesday. But meanwhile, we have a lot of work to be done in this room to get this ready for in-ceiling 5.1 surround sound. You can see here in the center of the wall, I have marked the center. That is where maybe the TV will be mounted, depending on how big it is. It's a 65 inch, so it's rather big. This is only a 42, so you can see it's going to be quite a bit bigger. But that will be the center, and then I'm not sure if it's going to have to go higher, but my amplifier is going down here. My Pioneer 5.1 receiver will be going on this guy here. So it has to be high enough to clear both this dresser and the Pioneer 5.1 receiver, so another maybe 5 or 6 inches above here, maybe 5 inches. Let's take a look at that. So the receiver measures out at 6.5. So we need 6.5 above the dresser in order to accommodate the receiver. That is all that's going on top of this dresser, so we'll make it look really nice and clean it up. It is getting old, but I might repaint the top white on it. It's got the distressed, which I and my ex did. We distressed this guy from IKEA. So anyway, yeah, so that's the center of the wall. That's where the mount will go. And then I'll either have to move it up or down from there, depending on where the top and the bottom of the TV reach. We won't know until we get the mounts here. We measure from where the TV hangs on the mount to the bottom of the TV, and we will know where the bottom of the TV will land compared to that. Now, moving on to the speaker installation, you can see here we've got some 6.5 in-ceiling speakers. Those will remain, and they also will remain connected to the whole home audio. And my plan is that if we're using the whole home audio, we switch these guys off completely, or on, and then if we're using 5.1 sound, we switch them off with the switch that is with the home audio system over there. Now, the next thing I have to do is, I have a couple of steps to do here. First thing I have to do is figure out where my new they're actually going to be 8-inch in-ceiling speakers like I have. I'll show you guys real quick. So these are 6.5s and they've been in my room for quite a long time. But they are going to be 8-inch two-way in-ceiling speakers on the sides here. So that will be the front left and the front right. Will be 8-inch. The center will remain the 6.5-inch old one for now, and eventually it can be replaced. That rear one is not going to be used for surround sound, but we are putting 2 more 8-inch here and there. When I did my home theater room originally, I made a huge mistake. I tried to wing it and drill a hole without checking, and I actually ran into a stud. So today, I will be getting in the attic with my template for the surround sound speakers. I will go into the corner, which is very difficult to reach. I will come out about 2 inches from the wall, 2 inches from each wall, if I can even get in there. I'll be literally crawling on my belly. And I will poke a hole. I'll put the template down, the speaker template down, and I'll poke a hole in the center of where it's gonna go. I'll match that over here as closely as possible. So I'll just, go out 1.5 inches or 2. And I will poke the other hole, and then up here I will do the same thing. As close as I can get to that corner, and as close as I can get to that corner, I will poke the holes. That will also allow the speaker mounting brackets to swing open and grip the drywall. Because don't forget, there has to be a little bit of drywall around the edge of the speaker in order for that little clamp to swing out and grip the drywall. At least on 2 sides. You can get away with 2, but you really need all 3. So I have a task in front of me because it's 90 degrees outside. I want to get up in the attic as quickly as possible. But the first step here is going to be cleaning this mess out, because this has had stuff under it for years. And all that stuff needs to come out and it needs to be clean. So I'm gonna go work on that now. Taking a look at the existing wall, we're gonna be mounting the TV up here on this TV mount. And then we're gonna be adding this wall plate here. It's got power, HDMI, Cat 6, and even USB for 5 volts if we need it for something like LED strips. Then we're gonna get our existing power from down here, and we're gonna feed off of that. But first, right to the left of that, we're going to have our 6.1 surround sound HDMI wall plate. To the left of that, we're going to put the new power in, which we're going to tie the TV into. And the subwoofer jack will go over here. Alright guys, I just did the worst job ever. I cleaned underneath this dresser, and I cleaned all the baseboards and the floor. And from now on, I will make sure I tell the housekeeper to get underneath this dresser, because I'm not going to be storing anything under there. I was prohibiting her from cleaning under it, so there's some dust bunnies under there. And the next awful step is, well, there's 2 awful things. I got to get up there and drill through the cap to get my wires down through here. So I'm going to come off maybe 4 or 5 inches from where that speaker is and drill through the cap. And these wires will run right down the wall here on this side of the baseboard, which I have to find now. So what we do is we get our stud finder out. Now we know that there's a stud there, so likely 24 inches. Let's see. So we got our stud finder on stud scan. All right, there's the center. So actually, this is perfect. The electrical is on the left side of the stud, which is unusual. That's actually really good because we need power up here, and we're going to take it from that electrical receptacle right there. So let's find the next stud. Next stud is right there, so I'm going to grab some tape and mark it, and I'll be right back. Okay guys, so here is the next stud from the stud over there, and we don't have our measuring tape. Oh yes we do. Okay, so let's see how far that appears to be. Let's see if it's 24. So let's get our tape out. Yep, looks like that's 24 on center if you look at that, because the stud falls on this side of the electrical outlet, it appears. So there, so now we know when we're doing our electrical and our audio wires that are going to be coming from the attic. Our attic is going to supply our audio wires down through the cap. We need to basically take it down in the center of the wall here. So if we line up with this speaker up top, we should be fine, because if you look up here, this is the center of the wall, and if we go here, we can put our wires right up through the cap there if my battery works on my drill. I've been having issues with it. I need to really just get a new battery, but yeah, so that's my plan. I'm gonna line up the hole in the cap with that speaker. So I'm gonna drill through right there. Now remember, this is an interior wall, so there's no fire breaks. So I should be able to come straight down this wall with our speaker wires, put a box in right here, and then be able to take the speaker wires out from there and up to the receiver, which sits in the center here. Now let's take a look inside that receptacle and make sure that that is the actual, that the stud is on the right side of it. Taking a look at the wall now, you can see the speaker wires running from the wall plate up the inside of the wall and through the cap on top to the attic. Then we've got power running from the new receptacle up to the TV here. And then we got our subwoofer running behind the wall from the wall plate that we just added. All right guys, taking a look at the receptacle here is good news. I pulled the receptacle out and you can see that the wire is on the right side of the box. And so, actually it's on both sides, but I do believe that it comes, that the stud is on the right. Case in point, I can kind of see it in the wall, but we put our stud finder. It says that's the edge, and that's the center, and that looks to be on the right side. If you're facing the wall, it's on this side, and you can see an indentation in the wall. Boy, this wall needs to be repainted, so I think that's going to happen too. So what we're going to do now is drill through this side of the box and just verify that we can get our wire through there, and then we will pull our wire up to where our TV is going to be as soon as we know that we can put the TV there. Alright guys, we got the trusty orange screwdriver here that I always use for everything, and we want to kind of get that drilled towards the top because we're going to try to push the wire up there and fish it, and if we can't get the wire, then we have a bigger problem. So yeah, we need to figure out, but at the same time there is also a wire coming out of here at the top. So yeah, we got to be careful we don't drill through any wires that are stapled. I need to take another look at this because we may have to put a receptacle down here first. and then go up. And I think that's what we're going to end up doing, because I don't think I'll be able to get that. I don't think I'll be able to get that wire up there. I mean, I could try, but so basically what you do is just on an angle, you know, as close as you can. This feels pretty tough. However, we might not be able to get the wire next to that right there. And then have to go deeper. It's basically through. So I broke the box, but that's okay. Alright, so I confirm there is no stud on this side, so we're good in that. Now, I think what we'll do is go that way. We'll put another box in there, that way I have more power in here anyway, and then we'll go up from there, because once I have the hole cut, then it's no big deal to actually go straight up for power. So I think I'm gonna do another box like right here somewhere, and then go straight up for power, and then also I can get my speaker wires there as well. So one lesson I learned pretty quickly doing these boxes is that they can't be too close together, because when you start cutting the drywall, you will actually, the drywall will collapse. It doesn't have enough strength to handle, oh, nasty roach, dead roach. It doesn't have enough strength to handle being so close together, and all the stress you put on cutting, it'll actually collapse. So we want to make sure we're a good distance away. And so I think we measure from the bottom of the floor, and remember we have a hot electrical outlet here, even though it has electrical tape around it. The center of the box is sitting at 12 inches from the baseboard. So I think if we come over here, center of the TV is supposed to be there. Let's go, so the stud is right here. So we want to split the difference between that and the stud. So the stud will be 24 from this side. Yep. So let's go 8. Let's go over more.
Here's a look at the front left, the front right, and the center. And check out where the wires run. So they run up through the wall and up to the speakers through the center cap. Here's the rear surround right and rear surround left. Same with the wires. They run through the attic from the wall plate up through the cap. Okay guys, we got the level out to try to get our boxes right. So they actually make a low voltage ring that you can just put where you have speaker wires and HDMI or anything like that that doesn't have high voltage in it, or more than, you know, regular low voltage. So you don't have to have a full box. I think they have those at Lowe's. I'm gonna run over to Lowe's and Home Depot after work and check. So we'll need a box wherever there's gonna be electrical, and that's gonna be right here. Now the reason we just didn't pull off of this one and go straight up, it's super hard to fish the wire through that way. And you can see right here, all we have to do is, now that's it. I mean, we'll pretty much tie into these two here, these two, this neutral and this hot here, and then come through our box here, and we are pretty much ready to go on this guy. So we need to get two receptacles, one for here, one for up there. A new work box, and hopefully they have the audio ring for this. If not, I'll have to order it online. But yeah, we're going to be ready to go here momentarily. Now it's cleanup time. Little update here. Some decisions were made, and I decided that I would order the correct wall plate for these guys, and we are shockingly close to the receptacle on the other side of the wall here. So close that I don't think I can get a triple gang this way. So what I decided was we are going to put electrical here, triple gang here for 5.1, actually 6.1 plus HDMI. That will run from the receiver to here for speaker wire and HDMI, from here up to there for HDMI, from here up to the attic for speaker wires, meaning I have to drill the cap still up there and lay out the surround sound speakers, and it is 93 out, so I'm not getting in that attic until first thing in the morning. Hopefully my drill doesn't die. My battery in my drill has been giving me problems, and my manual drill, I don't have to chuck for it. So that's where we are. I went ahead and pulled the electrical wire for this guy, and it has to go through the new
box that I have to pick up at Home Depot. I ordered all the supplies. I ordered the 5.1 speaker plate for here. I ordered a power and HDMI and Ethernet and TV cable and USB charger for up there. It's really cool. It's a 2-gang and it's got all those things in it. So I'm stoked about that because that can actually power, like the USB part can power things like LED strip behind the TV or anything else that, like any 5-volt USB devices up there will work as well. So that's kind of cool. Plus, if I ever want to run wired Ethernet to the television, I can run it up through that box right there now. Yeah, so I think this is going to work out better. I think this wire is going to be just long enough once I pop it in the back of this outlet to make it to this guy. Then from this guy, we're going straight up the wall or straight down the wall to feed our electrical up there. So I don't know where that electrical box goes yet. That's the only problem. We have to get the wall, at least the wall mount, kind of close to where it's going to be first, so that we know where to cut our hole. And so yeah, that's where we are right now, and I will let you guys know when we are going to do something else to this. Alright guys, probably the worst experience of my entire life and the closest I've been to death. I got up in that attic like an idiot, and it is 95 degrees outside, and I thought I could get this done very quickly and get out, but I felt to a point where I probably would pass out, and I felt lightheaded. Now, I was able to get up there and make the pilot holes, and it does look like it's back a little bit. That's literally as far as I can go without hitting the stud. If you can see, that hole is going to be the front right, and I think we're going to have to move this one over a little bit. Let's see, so that one is about 4 inches from the wall. Yeah, this one's going to have to be moved over to the right a little bit, which is fine. I don't think there's anything up there. And then that's the rear one right there, which I lost my screwdriver, so I ended up using a drill bit. If you put the speaker template hole right on the center of that, you won't hit anything. And likewise, there is the hole right there for this guy. And I did all this by eye up there, just kind of I guessed it. But actually that's got to move over because the trim's in the way. So maybe that's got to come over like another probably inch to the right, or from the, it's got to move an inch away from the trim because I didn't take into account that there was trim here. Same with this one. This one might be okay though. I'll have to see when I get it up there. That's probably about the same place I need to, let's see. Yeah, this one's a little bit further over. I'm gonna measure this one and then make this one the same. So yeah, that's what just happened, and I almost passed out up there, so never again will I do that. Okay guys, just a little recap of what all we did today. In the first part of this video, we planned out our speaker system, 2 8-inch rears, 2 8-inch fronts for left and right, and the 6.5-inch for the center channel that was already there. We got our TV hole marked out, kind of. Next thing we need to do is measure the actual TV height and get that so it is above the dresser. We found the stud here so that we know we're going to drop our speaker wires down the cap through this hole, and then we're going to feed power and HDMI up and put a 2-gang box in. And I did get my delivery from I went and picked up the stuff we needed from Home Depot, so this is going to go most likely here. Can't do it yet though because we need to feed this wire from the top box down to here. It'll be easier to fish it from the top to the bottom. So we got to do that after we figure out where our hole is going to be for our double. This is an extra single because I always need those and I don't have any. And then here is our double for up here. This is going to go in the space on the wall mount, there's a space between where you bolt it. There's 2 places where you can bolt it, top and bottom. Has a big, big bar on the top and the bottom where you bolt it. This will go right between the bolt, like the hole between the top and the bottom bolts. So we just got to figure out where to put that. We know we can't put it here because there's a stud, so it'll be over here on this side. The inputs of the TV are also on this side, and HDMI will come out on this side as well. And I ordered a 5.1, it's actually a 7.1 triple gang wall plate. We're going to extend this guy out to a triple. I ordered the triple gang bracket, the low voltage, so it doesn't have a box, it's just a frame. And I ordered a double gang. It's got power, USB, and HDMI, network, and cable all in a double gang. That's going to go right here. And it charges USB, so it's a 5-volt USB plug. Pretty cool. And that is what we are doing. Also we got the we got our receptacle for that guy down there, and we got our wall plate for that guy as well. The only thing that I'm not doing is banana plugs. Every time I do banana plugs, I get frustrated, and they're kind of pointless, really, honestly, because the ones that I bought were so cheap that they just caused me frustration. So we're just going to do wires. Now, the other thing we're going to do to make this guy network ready, because it doesn't have Wi-Fi, I have a adapter that adapts. It's a line adapter, so it adapts power line to Ethernet. So we've already got one right there, and it is on. I think I have a few more of these in my closet, so I'm going to connect one to power back here and power, and then put network to the back of that receiver so we can control it from the phone if we need to. And guys, that's going to do it for today, and we will see you on part 2. Bubba, why are you trying to always mess with Mr. Binks while he's just trying to relax and we're trying to watch football? Mr. Binks just wants to hang out, and all you want to do is fight all the time. The smart mirror, we got the Tito's ugly sweater, we got the smart mirror again, and we still have the Tito's ugly sweater, and then we got the peel. That peel satisfaction is real. That peel sat is so good in your life. That peel sat, and then we got the ugly sweater on top of the peel sat, and the peel sat's trying to be difficult, but we're still gonna peel, and it's gonna be good, and it's in your life, and you love it, that peel sat. And that peel sat is so good that it won't even make it into 60-second videos. But I'm really trying hard for that peel sat because I love you guys, and that peel satisfaction is not going to make it. I got to speed up and peel faster, and I'm just ripping it harder with the peel sat. And I'm not going to make it. And that peel sat was so good. We'll have that. All right, guys, we are live, and we are here for a particular reason. And all of a sudden yesterday, this creator music beta showed up, and I think I chose to participate in it. I don't know what it is at all. I have no clue, but check this out. This is brand new. Creator music beta showing up on the channel, and then all of a sudden, if we look here on the content, we have under this, okay, so this guy was added yesterday, this guy was added about 10 minutes ago, and look now, and we have this license added, and when you click review, it shows you like the audio track and how it didn't affect anything. License global does not expire. Add tracks if they're not in there. They want you to add this to complete the licensing. What is this? And why is it a thing? It's like, okay, so the way that creators get music for their channel is they either purchase music through a service that has licensing for music, or you actually can go here. If you go to, well, now I don't see the audio library anymore. So the audio library is gone. I don't know what happened to the music library. It's only available now on my other channel, which did not subscribe to this. And now I wish I hadn't clicked this because the music is gone. If we go to my other channel, if I can find it somewhere, if we go to the brand new channel, check out the Incredible Universe channel where it says audio library, and we go into audio library here, and here is our standard YouTube audio library. But if we go back to Supercar Street Racing here, we've got this creator music beta. They want you to revenue share where there's free music out there. I get it. People have to make money off of their creations, but you make no money off YouTube anyway. YouTube is not a money-making platform unless you have millions of views. Now we have this revenue sharing thing that I don't even understand. That I guess you go in here and you click 0, and this is free music. I mean, I don't know what to think about this new creator music thing that popped up. I wish I didn't click the link there to participate in it. It came up. Now it wants to give me $15 for free when all I want to do is use free music on all my videos. There's only 15 free here. I'm so confused. Let's see, my library. I literally don't understand this. Now, thank goodness I have almost the entire YouTube music library downloaded already. I have a music folder here somewhere, and I think we can go like this, and we can see that I have, I don't know, 336 free songs downloaded already here. So I don't have to deal with whatever this is about, and I don't have to figure out what this is. But as a creator, you have to be concerned about this, the disappearing of the audio library. But let's go back to Incredible Universe where it's still available again. Here's the standard audio. This is what I want in my channel. I want the standard audio library. I don't want to buy music as much as they want to force you to. And I don't want a revenue share. If that's the case, I'll create my own music. I don't want to do this. Creator music beta, revenue sharing tracks they want you to add to your music. Where's the free stuff? It all says 0, but yet I'm not getting it. I'm not getting the point here, what this price is. It's telling me, let's see, I can say buy license. I mean, I don't even know what this sounds like, but let's listen. This shouldn't kill our stream because it's free. Let's add to library, see what happens. Okay, so now my library, I have this song, it was 0. Buy license. I'm not buying this. This is a revenue sharing. I'm not doing this. So I don't understand this. I think it warrants, watch this. Very dissatisfied. Okay, so just like music is not, music doesn't, other. How about some free music? I want the free library back. Now, as a creator, you have to be concerned about this. Look at this. Okay, so look, okay. Creator music on the left here. All right. Okay. So let's go back to the Incredible Universe. Why is this audio library here? And on Supercar Street Racing, we have accidentally signed up for creator music. Let's see if we can get rid of that. Let's see. No permissions, no community, demographics. There's no way to disable creator music beta. Let's go back and Google this. Disable YouTube creator music beta. No, it's all creator music. It's all creator studio. And here's the fact about this. So this is going to take over. This is going to take over where the audio library was, guys. Look at this. This music situation on YouTube is literally out of control, and you can't really do anything music-wise on YouTube. Forget about using any commercial tracks. If you do, you won't get to monetize your video. Even though a guy like me, let's be honest, what do I make? $100 a month on YouTube. They want me to share my $100 of revenue with some music creators that make millions of dollars a year on their music already. So here's the fact on this. I'm going to drop this in the description of the live stream. And this is just blowing my mind that this has come to this. And I got a lot of reading to do to understand what this is about. And let's go back to Incredible Universe, which is a new channel, which I just launched here. And you can see here, this guy still has the audio library. But the funny thing is, even though I have a channel that has 3,000 subscribers, I had to literally start over with the Incredible Universe. And I have 1,165 subscribers in about 5 days, which is absolutely amazing. I have some videos that are taking off here, but I still can't monetize until I have 4,000 watch hours. And if we look at the dashboard here, I have 30. So guys, check out the new channel. I wanted to get on here and rant about this stupid freaking creator music beta thing and hope that I don't get, shut down in the process doing it and I lose my live stream. But yeah, this is the reality of what is happening with the YouTube, the music. How do we change that? I don't know, but at this point, I'm gonna stop the stream, guys. Please let me know in the comments what you know about this, and we'll see. Guys, welcome back to the channel for a Supercar Street Racing Studio build update. And it is Sunday, and I am hard at work on the studio, and I want you guys to check it out because we are live there and up there. And what have I gotten done since the last update? So I have been working hard on the foam tiles. I made a mistake up there and started tiling, and of course when I ripped the tiles off, the paint came off with it. No big deal. Since yesterday though, I finished this entire wall. Probably have to replace this because it got some glue on it and you can really see it, but in the dark you don't see much. I finished this entire wall, and I finished this entire wall this morning except for the edge, because I'm going to foam that. I've got to put the foam insulation up on this front wall. This is the big wall with so many cuts It's going to be a while to get that done. I just finished this wall except for that little corner, and I ran out of spray glue. So I used 3 cans of spray glue on all this. So basically 3 walls, 3 cans. So it takes about a can per wall. There's some little mistakes here and there in the tile, but like I painted black in between like the whole wall, so when there's gaps in the tile you don't see the mistakes. Like there's one right there where you can see white through it where the paint came off. I just need to pull the tile up and re-glue it, but I'm out of glue. Now if this glue doesn't work for some reason, if it starts coming off, because there's been some, the first things I did, I spray glue on the actual tile, not the wall, and those have been peeling off slowly, and I didn't use a lot of glue. I stepped up my glue game, probably using 3 times as much on each tile, and I've been spraying the wall instead of the tile, and I think that's made a big difference. Like this is the wall I did yesterday and I haven't had any issues yet, but if they start coming off, I'm gonna step it up to like caulk, because that stuff will hold and it will not come off once it dries. I'll get the fast dry stuff and put some on the back and then just put them back up. This wall was tough. These walls are hard because it's an angle. It's a lean-to building, so it's not gonna be perfect. And these tiles, there's absolutely no way to make them perfect. You just have to accept the imperfections. That TV is completely done now. So this is a 32-inch TV, and behind the TV, you can see we have the USB. We have USB cable, HDMI, and a little splitter jack back there. So that one has all it needs for the future. And the HDMI jack actually runs from there down to there, so you can actually connect a workstation or laptop and or anything, tablet, and you can project up there if you want to. Same with this. We got the USB network, and by the way, there is Cat 6 run to all these televisions. This guy doesn't have a Cat 6 jack. You could add it to the Fire Stick that's on this guy. This is an older television. This guy has a direct network connection that is actually plugged in, but up in the corner up there, I have not installed the switch yet. Once I put the switch in, then we will have network, hardwired network to these televisions. Same with the 50-inchers up there. So guys, I have to make a run to Ace Hardware here in a few minutes and try to get some more spray glue. I think I'm gonna buy like 5 cans because I used 3. I've got this whole ceiling and this whole wall to do. So I think 5 cans will get me through it, I hope. And that's gonna do it for today's update. I'm gonna go ahead and upload this now and get to the hardware store and to brunch ASAP.
Dang! You got shocks, pegs, lucky, any sweet jumps? You got like 3 feet of air that time.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. And today we've got another unboxing and review for you. This is the Winbridge S388 voice amplifier. You can see the box right here in my hand. And Winbridge was kind enough to send me this device to go ahead and check out on the channel, and I'm going to go ahead and take that opportunity now. This thing has a 20-watt power output. It is completely rechargeable. As you can see here on the side, we have a USB Type-C for charging the actual amplifier, and on the headset, we have a USB Type-C for recharging, and you can see the charge indicators right there. Now, so just taking a look at this amplifier really quickly. This does have the capability to play back Bluetooth, so you can pair this device with any other Bluetooth device and play right through the built-in speaker here. It also can play music from a USB stick, which you plug in right here in the side. Also on the side here, we see we have a USB Type-C charging port. We have an auxiliary jack, and what that means is that we can connect any device that has a 3.5 millimeter headphone jack right to the side here and play through the speaker. And then we can also connect a wireless mic to this, an auxiliary microphone. Now on the top of the device, you see here there are controls, and that is for playing back music via Bluetooth or the included USB jack here on the side. We've got our volume control right here, and we've got this nice strap right here that is included with the WindBridge S388. Here's a look at the headset. There is no earpiece on the headset. This is only a microphone, and you can see here the charging indicators on the side, and the microphone is adjustable here on your head and fits quite nicely. And that part goes in your ear, even though there is no earphone in there for you. So now let's take a look at how you actually connect headset to the amplifier. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and right here in front of me right now, we've got the WindBridge voice amplifier. Now, in order to use this amplifier for the first time, you need to pair the headset with the actual device. Now, doing that can be kind of tricky. It took me a few minutes to figure out how to get this done, but basically, here's the power button on the device headset right here. And what you want to do is you want to turn on the power on this WindBridge. Then your display will go like that. Then you hold down the M button until U1's flashing. And then what you're supposed to do is turn the power on your headset, and then it should pair. However, I had to end up clicking this button multiple times, not only for the power to come on, but also for this to pair. As you can see now, we have the U1 button light is solid. So that means these are paired. And if we attempt to talk, check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we can see that we now have a successfully connected device. Let's talk a little bit about the next feature of this WindBridge voice amplifier. Now this thing should have the capability to play Bluetooth from a device onto the speaker while you talk over it. But in order to do that, you need to pair your device. So what you do is you press the M button until you see blue. Blue is flashing on the display now, as we can see. Then we want to get into our tablet here. Turn on Bluetooth. See if we can locate it. And we hit pair new device on my tablet. And looks like this S388 is right here. And it does say pairing. I'm going to go ahead and pair that guy. And that is how you pair the S388 with a Bluetooth device. Okay, now that we got our tablet connected via Bluetooth, let's take a look at what we can do with this. We've got a royalty-free music site loaded over here so I don't get copyright strikes. But, okay, so it's not connected right now. Let's go back in here and see if we can get that reconnected. S388 is connecting. There we go. Let's go back to our royalty-free music site here. Now we've got music playing through the amplifier from the tablet. And we can get that quite loud. And we have our volume here. Taking a look again at the Windbridge voice amplifier, we can see here on the side that we have jacks for both a microphone, auxiliary microphone. We've got an auxiliary input. That way, if you want to feed, let's say, an MP3 player or your phone output, we can do it there. Also on this side, we have the charging port. So this is a USB Type-C charger. We also have a USB port here, which is interesting because you can actually plug in a USB disc with music on it into this port and play that as well. We are taking a look now at the Windbridge capability to play music directly off of a USB stick. Here we've got a FAT32 formatted USB stick. And if we look on the side of the Windbridge amplifier, we've got a port here for USB. We'll go ahead and plug our device in there. And it went ahead and started playing. So now we are playing royalty-free music, of course, off of the Windbridge. And at the top here, you can actually go to the next song. Now, you cannot speak over the music with the headphone. It does not support that capability, and we can prove that here by testing out the headphone. It does not work. But that is the capability of this guy to play USB right there. Now we're going to be testing out the capability of the S388 amplifier to play music through the included auxiliary port. As we can see here on the side of the device, we have a 3.5 millimeter auxiliary port. So we go ahead and plug the stereo cable into aux. Now we've got my tablet over here. That's the only device I have yet left with a headphone jack. Go ahead and plug that in there. Now when we turn this on, it should switch to the aux mode. Let's see. All right, so I believe that does say aux right there. And can't really read it because my eyesight's so bad, but let's go ahead and play some music through it. Okay, I accidentally switched it off. We got nothing. So it said it would switch to auxiliary automatically after you plug it into the auxiliary jack. And it should say aux on this. It does not. I'm going to attempt that connection again. There it goes. So I had it off when I made the connection. There is our auxiliary. And we can switch songs here. You can see here on the tablet, we're just using our little auxiliary cable here. So that is how you actually play files off the auxiliary port. You get your 3.5 millimeter stereo cable. Make sure the device is actually on. See nothing on the display there. Plug in aux, and there we have aux on the screen of our device, and then we will hit play over here. Taking a look at some of the accessories that come with the S388 voice recorder. First thing they give you here is a USB Type-C cable. Looks like it might be, I don't know, 4 feet long here. So that is included with the device. They also give you a nice mini headphone stereo cable. So that would be useful for hooking up a phone with a mini headphone jack output or a MP3 player to the port on the side here that says auxiliary right here on the S388 voice amplifier. They also give you this nice strap that you can, I guess, hold around your shoulder. And then they give you a USB Type-C charger here to go ahead and charge. So those are the included accessories with the S388. Okay, now we're taking a look at how to actually charge the S388 headphones and the S388 voice amplifier. And first, let's take a look at the voice amplifier here. On the side, we do have a USB Type-C charging port here. They give you a USB-C cable here. If you'd like to charge it with the one they included, you can simply use their charger and put that directly into the charger there. And we will go ahead and plug that into the wall up here. And now on the side of the device here, there is a USB Type-C. We're going to go ahead and plug that in. And you can see here the little battery indicator is lit up on the front of the device, indicating that it is charging. And it does show you, I believe that is the percentage of battery charge here, we can see. And if we take this same USB Type-C and unplug it, you see our display disappeared. Let's plug it into the headphones here. It's actually a microphone. I keep calling it a headphone. So I noticed right away that it does not show you the state of charge when it is off. And it did this to me a little while ago. I could not actually get the lights to come on until now it's on right there. So to me, that looks like a single dot for state of charge. So let's see what happens when I put in the charger. Okay, now we do have our charging indicator. I was trying to figure out how to get that on. So what I did was I pressed power first till the green light came on, and now the charging indicator is on. Back with the S388 amplifier, and we're taking a look at the strap that is included with it and how to install that. So pretty simple. You honestly just have to take this thing here, either side, does not matter, and clip that directly onto one side or the other. As I say that, it's tricky. Got that on one side, and there is an adjustment in the center of the strap here. Go ahead and make sure the strap's not twisted, but it doesn't matter because it has these things that spin around on the end and keep it oriented. And then there is your strap for your S388 voice recorder for convenient carrying around. And if you have some presentations or anything to do, it'll make it easier for you to put this on your shoulder and just makes its ease of use much, much, much better. Okay, now that we've shown you some of the capabilities of this device, how you actually connect some things to it, let's go ahead and test how this thing sounds. Okay guys, welcome back. We've got the S388 voice amplifier connected in auxiliary mode here. And now what we're going to be doing is testing the sound from across the room. Not very scientific of a test, but it still will tell us kind of an idea of how loud it is. So we're going to go ahead and hit play. Turn the volume up. And step back to the back of the room. So from about 6 or 7 feet away, this is more than loud enough to, let's say, entertain a crowd in a room. A little bit of distortion, but I mean, it is usable. Moving closer to the device now. And now I'm going to back up even further. Okay, we are probably 20 feet away now. It probably would still work for a small crowd in a big room. And that gives you an idea of the capabilities of the speaker in the S388. Welcome back to the video, and we are now going to test the microphone from kind of far away. Now we've already got it on, and we held down the M button until U1 appeared on the display and is not flashing. That means we are ready to test. So we're going to step back for 5 feet. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Plenty loud enough from 5 feet away. Let's step back to about 10 to 15 feet. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so it doesn't really reach 15 feet away as far as the range from the microphone to the device, but actually this guy is meant to be kept right next to the microphone. So the point being that, yes, it is loud enough to hear from across the room. And I know that's a difficult test because I'm wearing a wireless microphone. So I will go ahead and make another clip now without the wireless mic and with the camera microphone. Okay guys, we are about 6 feet away from the device now. And what I'm going to do is step to the side and let you guys hear what it sounds like with the mic. Check, 1, 2, 3. So I am recording on the camera microphone from about 5 feet away now. You should be able to hear exactly how this microphone sounds. Now, I'm going to read something to you from, not after I step in front of the camera, from the instruction manual. How to use the wireless headset microphone. After twist the knob key to switch on the speaker, please long press the M button on the speaker until U1 blinks on the display. Then please turn on the wireless microphone. At this time, U1 indicator will become constant light on the screen. It means that the headset mic and speaker are successfully connected. Now, as far as the ease of using the S388, it is a compact device. It does make it really easy to carry around and have some amplification of your voice from the little included headset here on this tiny little speaker system. So that is convenient. So one of the big negatives I found about the S388 is that you can't actually play music under your voice. So you can't amplify your voice with the headset and then play the music underneath your voice. Let's say if you wanted to do karaoke or just have some background music for yourself. Okay, now for my final review of this S388 audio amplifier by Windbridge. I would say I would give it a 4 out of a 5-star rating. Only because of two things. It was difficult to set up the microphone in the beginning, although now I do kind of understand it. And also you can't play your voice over music played through the Bluetooth, the auxiliary, or the USB flash stick. But overall, I do like the product and it is adequate for small rooms. And I think that you might enjoy it as well. Guys, thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing and we will see you guys soon. Guys, welcome back to the channel. You're at Supercar Street Racing. You got Brad here and Joe. And today we are going to take a look at this project that we did on Joe's golf cart. We're going to go through everything with you, tell you why we did it, and then explain everything about both of these carts.
Yeah, so obviously you were given an opportunity to work with Mosasaur batteries. They contacted you to ask you a little bit more about your channel and had some interest in providing you one for you to obviously do a nice video on. Mosasaur reached out to you, obviously had a battery that they wanted you to showcase on your channel. The opportunity was great because I was in the need for new batteries on my golf cart. Simultaneously, there was a lot of things that we wanted to do to make the golf cart better in regards to the radio and other things. So the timing was perfect. I was elated because it was such a great opportunity to get this battery, and it was a great project.
So right after this, we're going to go ahead and start this look at the two golf carts and what we did with this project, so stay tuned. All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Brad here, and Joe is with me, Dukes of Duval. We wanted to tell you guys a little bit about these golf carts and what we've done to them. This all started with Masasor reaching out to me and asking if I'd be interested in looking at their 48 volt, 105 amp hour lithium battery. I said I would love to, but I already had one in my carts, but Joe actually needed one in his. So I reached out to Joe and said, what do you think about maybe putting the 48 volt, 105 amp hour battery in your cart? And what was your answer to that?
Well, that was a simple heck yeah, because I had been running on some older Trojan batteries for some time, and I knew that their lifespan had started to lessen more and more, and to be able to put this newer technology in and be able to get all the bells and whistles that come along with it, I was super excited. So the answer was very quickly yes.
Right when we decided to do this, we also wanted to maybe step up his cart a little bit. We had the opportunity to tear your cart apart and maybe do some improvements on it. What did we decide after we looked at the price and what it was going to take to get the cart up to the next level?
Yeah, obviously it was such a nice donation from Masasor to give us that battery. So I was able to obviously not have to incur the cost. So I said, hey, if we're going to do this, let's go ahead and add a couple of features to the cart. Right. Really mainly around a stereo system, because I'm a big radio guy, love music, and I knew that I could use that money that would have normally paid for the batteries. I allocated that towards radio systems. So we were able to put together a really nice system. It sounds amazing. I'm super happy. And of course, we're going to go over that and talk about all the system and the other things that we did to get it in there.
And also, I'm a big stickler for wire management. So once I get into a project, I really like to make things look nice. I like to do as much as possible as far as tying wires up and making everything look good in case somebody wants to look in the motor bay there. So we did take it up to that level. So what are we going to talk about first on these carts? I figured we could each go right with our cart and kind of do a walkthrough of everything we did and explain everything to the people.
Absolutely. And just to kind of piggyback off what Brad said, I'm very much a stickler too about wire management and making things look good. And when we already had the chance of ripping all those batteries out, it really exposes everything. We were able to get into everything, replace some stuff that was already there, upgrade it, put newer wires on there while adding all the additional features that we wanted on there. So yeah, if you want to get rolling right into the cart and what we did. All right, so we wanted to take a couple of minutes to just talk about the golf cart itself. Particularly, I wanted to kind of break down what are the things that were already existing on the golf cart, some additions that I did prior to the battery install, and then we'll talk a little bit about the things that we did after the battery was installed. So with that, one of the first things that I put on this golf cart was I added this front light kit that comes from Madjax. This is a very simple kit, easy to install, and I added some additional lights to it, some aftermarket lights I should say, just to make it a little bit brighter. So it's a nice feature on your golf cart, especially if you're going to be riding around at night. Highly recommended. There are some golf carts that have some fitted lights that you can install on it, but these come with a front bumper that's easily removed, and then you can add this in, and then some very easy plug and play wiring that goes along with it. Additionally, as we go towards the back of the golf cart, I added a couple of things. Mind you, this golf cart came directly off of a golf course. So it was bare bones, did not have a lot of the features that you see on it now. So I had to add a front windshield, rear view mirror. I added a back seat to match obviously with the material that I have on the front seat. So these seats are original. And then of course I added the rims and tires and did a little bit of a lift on the golf cart, about 1 inch, because these are 14-inch rims with low profile tires. However, they're just on the brink of when you put them on, if you do not raise them up a little bit, they will rub. And then if you have additional folks on the back. So I added some leaf springs that are heavier duty to be able to support the weight of the back seat, I should say, as well as any additional people that I want to add onto the back with the weight. Along with the front Madjax light came a turn signal kit that we installed as well. So that was all the things that I did prior to the new battery that was installed. Additionally, there was a radio that was up here with speakers built in, very simplified setup. We removed that right after the battery installed to make way for the new system. So some of the features I discussed were part of the exterior add-ons that I did to the cart. Now I want to talk a little bit about the things that I did internally on the cart. So one of the features that I wanted to do on this golf cart was to speed it up. So one of the things that I added originally was a 500 amp all track controller. Along with that, I had to beef up the cables, which we no longer need now, add an upgraded solenoid to handle the load of the power, as well as a new motor, which is an F-SIP motor. This cart has a lot of capability and did have a lot of capability prior to installing the battery, but this battery install definitely unleashed the power that this cart already had ready to go. So that kind of completes everything that was along with the cart prior to us taking the battery out and doing the other upgrades that we'll talk about now. Now we want to take the time to talk about the battery itself and the other features that we added to the cart with the installation of this battery. So the first thing is that this is a Masasor 48 volt lithium ion battery, 105 amp battery itself. This has been a great battery that has a lot of power to it, very easy to install. We'll talk about some of the things that we had to do to get it in here, but I want to kind of cover some of the things that we installed, and then we can talk one
by one about what we did. Along with the battery, we added this voltage reducer. So what this allows us to do is to step down the power that's coming out of this 48 volt battery and convert that to 12 volt. That's very important when you want to run a radio and additional items on the cart. You're going to want to step that down because most things run off of 12 volt. So from here, we went to a little fuse block right here, which makes it simple for us to come off and be able to run other features on this golf cart, which include this inverter that we have here. This is very helpful for us when we want to have lights put on the cart, additional USB ports. It's very functional for the holidays. When you're running around, you want to put Christmas lights on. It's a very nice feature to have. We have this tar amp here. This is an 800 watt tar amp that has 4 channels. So what we decided to do is that we were going to run the 4 speakers that are 6.5 that we installed. We put 2 in the back, cut those out, installed those, and then we put 2 up the front on a new dash that we also installed as well. Along with that, there is the onboard charger. This is probably one of the nicest features that I like about having this new battery, is that now my charger goes everywhere I want. I have taken this golf cart many places. It's not really fun to have to run around with a charger and having to plug it in and not know whether you have your charger or not. This thing is always going to be with me. So if I run out of power, all I got to do is find a source of power somewhere and I can plug it in and it'll charge it back up. We'll talk a little bit more about the additional features on the front panel here that we did, because this was a big part of it. I want to talk about the second most important thing that we did to this golf cart that I was excited about besides the battery, was putting this front dash on. This front dash gives us a capability to do a couple of different things. One, it has built-in speaker holes for it, which is really nice. So we were able to add the 6.5s up for the front. Additionally, it has a front flat area that typically, and if I could take this off, I can show you, some are different than others that you can buy, but this one had a single DIN opening for it if you wanted to put a regular radio in. What we decided to do, and we mirrored Brad's golf cart, which was a great idea on his behalf, is to find an iPad or a tablet, add metal strips to the back, and add some magnets to the background. This is probably one of the last things that I got to finish up here to get this all cleaned up and ready to go, but we're pretty much close. We're doing some testing to make sure it holds on. But with this, it just simply snaps in place, which is really great. Right now, when I get in the golf cart, the nice thing is that I have a full tablet here that's going to allow me to do a multitude of things, from watching movies or to play music, which is going to be the most important thing, and having internet and availability at any point in time, which is really nice. Along with that, on the bottom here, we added a subwoofer to the back that we'll show you in just a minute, but part of that I wanted to have is the ability to turn the subwoofer up and down. So if I'm coming into a neighborhood or somewhere that I don't want to be loud, I'll be able to adjust the volume down tremendously on that, which is really nice. As well, we decided to add this external USB port, which is really nice, and it's weatherproof, so you can open it up and it gives you your voltage indicator for your 12 volt convert. Along with these other features that we added here, we have the LCD display screen for the battery itself. This is a nice feature. There is a Bluetooth setup and an application that you could, software that you could put on your phone, which is really nice, which will eventually go onto this tablet as well. So what I will end up doing, we'll end up adding that application to here. So all I need to do at any point in time is to be able to toggle between my music and the application, and I'll be able to see my battery, all the things I need to know about it right at a glance. And lastly, one of the things that we did here was we did add a Bluetooth adapter. So this is very nice because what that's going to do is allow us to take any of the music that's being played off the tablet, send it to the Bluetooth, back to the tar amp, which is then going to obviously feed out through our speakers. All right, and one of the last features that I really wanted to add to this golf cart was to add a subwoofer. Again, I love music, so I wanted to make sure I have ample treble and ample bass. So with this, we took this subwoofer, and actually it's interesting, I found this on the side of the road a couple of years ago, and it's been sitting in my garage, and we took the time to obviously redo the entire carpet on it, go through it, make sure the port was corrected, and glue back in, and then obviously install it in here. So it just happened to work perfectly that it fits flush right inside here. This is just a 10-inch subwoofer, and I can tell you when pulling up that Brad certainly can hear me in the house rattling everything. So it's got a lot of power coming from this 800 watt amp to support this 10-inch subwoofer, and it's a great feature. So as you can see, we got it in here from the back. Right now, we're still trying to figure out how to permanently mount this thing so that it doesn't move around, but I got it tied out pretty good so it stays pretty still. Overall, this subwoofer's been great. Sounds amazing off that amp. I don't think that I'm going to upgrade the amp any higher. I think it's the perfect amount of bass that we need to enjoy a nice ride on the golf cart. All right, so that was a quick overview of my golf cart. Again, I just want to say thank you to Masasora for such a great battery that they gave us to obviously talk about and install, and it's been fantastic for the week and a half that I've had it, and it's really allowed me to make this golf cart so much better because of the power that it has and all the capabilities. So thank you for that. Now we're going to pass it over to Brad's cart to give you a little bit of comparison of the things that he did to his cart versus the ones that I did with mine.
What's up everybody, I'm Brad and this is my 2014 Club Car Precedent. You just got a good look at Joe's cart, everything he did before he went ahead and got his 48 volt lithium ion battery. I'm gonna show you everything about my cart now and compare the two and kind of show you what I did before I got my 72 volt battery as well. So let's start a tour of my 2014 Club Car Precedent. All right guys, welcome to my 2014 Club Car Precedent here. And the first thing that I did to the golf cart was start modifying the exterior, and it already had this LED light kit on it that I have modified since then. But the first thing we did to this cart was go ahead and do the exterior and the seats. The exterior of the golf cart is Plastidip black and the seats have been painted black. We'll show you guys those in a minute. But as far as the front of the cart goes, the only modifications that we have in the front is the light kit that was already there and refurbished. We're right here with my wheels and tires on my 2014 Club Car Precedent. And what we did is we ordered these from Facebook. We found a guy who was selling wheels. And what I really liked about these wheels as opposed to other golf cart wheels is I don't like the bolts. I don't like when it shows exposed hardware. It's kind of a fake three-piece look. I don't like that. I wanted the clean look. But I also wanted some wheels that kind of looked like the ones on the Tesla. So I got these wheels off of Facebook and I think I paid $300 for the set. I'm not quite sure, I don't remember exactly. And then I went ahead and ordered these tires offline and then we took them somewhere to get them mounted and balanced to a local tire shop. But yeah, we got the wheels and tires done and it looks pretty awesome if I would say so myself. All right, we're in the back of the Club Car Precedent now, and you can see right in front of me the other set of wheels for the rear here. But the most important thing about the rear is when you put 14-inch wheels on a Club Car Precedent, you have a tendency to rub. So what we did is Joe and I made this special shackle kit. We actually bought all the stock from Home Depot. We cut them ourselves, and we made these shackles that raise the cart up about 2 inches. And you can see right here, even weighed down with everything on the cart, it barely moves, and there is no way that that thing is ever gonna rub. We have this much clearance on the back of the cart. Okay, I'm around the back of the Club Car Precedent now, and this seat was actually already on the cart, and it was actually brand new. So you can see here, it's one of those seats that you can flip over, and then it does have a little storage thing right there, but it goes to the subwoofer in my case. But yeah, this seat was brand new, and it comes with this nice place here to put your feet. So this was already there, I didn't have to add it, but it is a good feature to have on the cart. Okay, we're here in the motor bay of my club car, and you can see right here we have the 70 volt eco battery, 105 amp hour. And this battery was not given to me. This was not sponsored. I actually paid for this battery. It was about $5,000, not including all the other hardware I had to get. So this is the 70 volt 105 amp hour eco battery. It is a little bit more expensive. We'll explain why in a minute, but all the supporting hardware that goes with the eco battery is the controller, the motor, and the solenoid were also upgraded at the same time. And also we went from DC to AC at the same time, which improves your torque and your range and everything else about the battery. Now, looking in this battery compartment compared to Joe's, there are some differences. I do have a handheld controller here that I've never actually used. I have a 12 volt switch for my 12 volt system here that cuts all power from my voltage reducer. I have the same fuse block here, and then I have the onboard charger back here, and that kind of rounds out everything that I have in my bay. So you see I have a lot less things in my bay because we'll show you where everything else is momentarily. All right, you can see here the back seat of the Precedent, and located on the back seat is everything to do with the audio system and a few things to do with power as well. And starting on this side, we have our voltage reducer. This does take 72 volts and drops it down to 12 volts. And there was a question as to whether it would handle 72 volts, and it handles it like a champ. Right above that, we have a actual relay that is for the amplifier. So instead of a fuse block, we actually have a relay that you can reset by pushing a button if it does trip. Moving over to the center here, we have my amplifier here. It is a 5-channel amplifier. And then right behind that, we have my epicenter, which is my bass enhancer. And then over on that side, we do have the inverter. And one thing I forgot to mention here, right here in the center, I have the same Bluetooth adapter. This Bluetooth adapter is connected to my tablet, and it feeds RCAs to my amplifier for all 5 channels of my stereo system. And that rounds out what we have on the back seat of the club car. All right, we just wanted to touch on one thing. Notice that the size of the battery is a big reason why Joe has more room. This battery is about 6 inches longer, or if you want to say wider, than the battery that's in Joe's cart. That prohibits me from really doing a lot, and not only that, it came with a ready-to-go mounting kit for the club car. So all we had to do in this case was literally put our brackets down and shave a few things off, and the battery fit right in the center. It was designed to go in the center. With the other battery, the Mosasaur, we were able to move it to one side and create a lot of space, which is an advantage if you need space under your seat. Okay, we're in front of the charging port. Now, a big advantage also of the Eco battery that you don't have with the Mosasaur, but they are going to work on it, I heard, is the fact that we have a male charging plug right here, a male extension cord plug. Your standard 110 volt plug, so you just take a extension cord and plug it directly in here to charge. That's a big advantage in my opinion. That one we had to drill a port for the extension to charge, but Mosasaur is taking that into consideration and they might improve that in the future. Joe's cart has a Tesla connector on the charger. Mine has a regular 110 volt male plug. Okay, we're up here in the dash of the club car and we want to talk about the differences between this cart and this cart. Now, the first difference is my cart is not watertight. All my speakers are regular audio speakers for a car. These speakers are JBLs and Joe's are Scar, and the Scars are made for a marine application. My whole cart is not watertight. It cannot be out in the rain or get wet. Now, up at the front dash here, you're gonna see moving from the top, we have this Android tablet, and that is what controls everything in the audio system. We can play YouTube, we can play music. We can also look at our speed with speedometer. We can Bluetooth interface with the controller. We can look at the battery. We can do everything we need to do right here on this Android tablet. And then moving down, we have this voltage meter, which is also a charger. But you can see here, it thinks it's 7.6. It's actually 76 volts is what it's reading here, not 7.6, because it's not designed for that high of a voltage. So it is actually reading 76 volts there. And then to the right of it, we also have another charger, so we have the ability to charge 4 or 5 different ways up here in the dash. Now down below that, we have our nice pocket here, and we have the display for the Eco battery, and you can see the battery is reading at 73 volts. It's 98% charged, and if we want to charge it, all we have to do is plug the extension cord directly in there. And then we also have a little storage bin where I keep my remote control here for the garage door, but we could also do that from the tablet if we really wanted to. We could open the garage door with that. And rounding off the dash completely, there is a uncommon key here, so this key is not like the other keys that come with the club car. That was just added when we did the dash, and that rounds out the complete club car precedent and everything that we did to it. All right, guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing garage with Dukes of Duval. We've got both of our carts right here, and you guys just saw a complete walkthrough of both of the carts and all the modifications that we did to both of them. And I gotta say, the carts look amazing, they sound amazing. What is your final thought on the Mosasaur battery and these two carts?
Yeah, I tell you, we did Brad's cart first. That was a great experience to really learn more about the cart, all the things that you can add to it. We learned a lot from that. So when we jumped over to my cart, it was much easier of a process because we knew where everything was, what we needed to do. And then obviously with the Mosasaur battery, it was amazing. This cart has a lot of power. It's a lot of fun. The music blares. So very happy with all the work that we've done. And I thought it went very smoothly overall. So very easy process, especially when it came to putting in the battery. Very simple.
We could have done this whole thing in probably 4 or 5 hours when we decided to take it to the next level. And luckily I had a lot of the connectors and wire that we needed. We only had to order a few things. We had a lot of the tools and everything we needed right here in the garage. So we were able to do everything right here. You saw this is a 10-part video. It took probably 40 hours worth of work to do everything, and I had that much video to sort through. A little bit of a pain to edit, but it was worth it in the long run because we had everything on video.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think the process would have went a lot faster had we not wanted to capture every part of it and give you guys as much information and video footage so you can get your eyes on what we were doing.
Correct.
I know there's probably things that we didn't capture, but we really tried hard to get every detail of it to make sure you have a good understanding when it's time for you to upgrade yours.
Correct. There's a fine line between having too much and not enough video, and we tried to just split that right down the middle. But we want to really thank Mosasaur for supplying us with their 48 volt 105 amp hour battery. Absolutely free, proud sponsor of Supercar Street Racing. They hooked Joe's cart up, they hooked us up. We'd like you to go ahead and go onto our affiliate links down below. So we've got a link in the bottom in the description. If they order through our affiliate links, it helps the channel out just a little bit and gives us a few dollars to keep going.
Absolutely. And just to give you kind of an understanding, I've been running this battery now for about a week and a half after install, and I have been completely happy with it. It's very strong. There's been no technical issues with it. Once we installed it, it was good to go. So very happy.
Great to hear. Mosasaur, thank you once again. Guys, thank you for liking and subscribing. If you're new here, go ahead and hit like and subscribe. And we're glad to have you if you're new. We're glad to have you back if you're an old subscriber. And we'll see you on the next one. Let's get out of here.
All right.
Let's let it do that in peace. And it does say downloading. Has an interesting bar graph on the front that is similarly moving to the one on the app. Preparing to install the update now. Notice the cool control on the front. You do have a play button and a rotary control on the front. It says rebooting now. These are the Studio Monitor 4406s from JBL. They have a 6-inch woofer and a dome tweeter. Now this guy does everything that the other WIM device does, but also has power outputs. And it is a touch screen, by the way, so you can touch anything on the front, and there's a good look at the apps on the front and the settings. Now it says to put the remote in pairing mode, and it is rechargeable. I think there is a USB-C in the bottom. It says put it in pairing mode. Hold both the source and the mute button. I am pairing. All right, we are now completely done setting up our WIM amp. We cannot play most everything for you because copyright problems. All we can play basically is the YouTube audio library without getting in trouble, and we are paired with it now. Look at the front where it says Bluetooth. Now this thing does all kinds of cool streaming stuff, but like I said, we cannot do that because of issues with copyright, but it does support Amazon Music, all these iHeartRadio, KKBox, Napster, Pandora, YouTube Music, any of that stuff it supports. TuneIn, Internet Radio, Spotify, you name it, it is on here. Good old-fashioned Internet Radio, Google Cast, and Amazon Alexa. Now that we are in Bluetooth mode, we can go to the phone. There's our volume. We can also use our remote for volume. Yes, this is copyright-free audio from the YouTube audio library. It does get very loud. 100 watts is what this guy puts out. It sounds very good, but you can also tailor that sound. You can also go into the settings on WIM and make it however you want. You can go into your audio settings, devices, settings. Then of course you can go through here and tailor all of your sound needs. You can actually go in and do an EQ. You can do room fit. You can check your audio settings. And if you just want to pick one of the pre-made ones, like rock, it'll probably be a curve, yes, save that. Now we have an EQ. Yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. That's at volume 45. These studio monitors sound very good. Very nice. I love the WIM-Amp Ultra. It has plenty of power for these power-hungry monitors as well. These guys are inefficient, so hey man, what are you doing?
Learning calculus again. Why?
So I just got a notification on my phone that I think we got a delivery. We might want to go get it from out front so it doesn't get stolen. Should we go out there? I mean, it doesn't fit in the mailbox.
Oh. Well, since you have a camera, I guess I have no choice.
Let's go.
Must be something good. All right.
Let's go check it out.
They lied.
Gotta be here. Oh, wait a minute. There.
Oh, what's this? That's a scooter.
Big box.
This is a nice scooter.
Looks like it's a nice scooter. Let's drag it through the house and into the garage.
Oh.
Get it unboxed. Drag it to the garage. What's that?
This ain't your... Bro! What the heck? What's going on here, man? You got two of these things.
We do have two of these things. We have two Navi SC3 Pro scooters to play with. This one's already ready to go, but this is yours. This is mine. We're gonna be able to customize them for ourselves, whatever we wanna do to them. We each got our own scooters. So all we have to do is get this thing unboxed. And to do that, we're gonna need some tools.
Wow.
Thank you, Navi.
When you say my scooter.
This is yours. You get to take this home with you.
Shut up. Come on. What?
That's right, man.
This thing's gonna be sick. This thing looks nice.
Ready to go.
Wow.
So I guess today, this is our mission, to get this thing unboxed like this one, and go ahead and see if we can set yours up, get your app set up and all that, and go rip these two things.
Wow. Let's do it, man.
All right, let's do it. Hey, what's up everybody? We are in the Supercar Street Racing compound garage right now with something special from Navi. They reached out to me a few months ago and said, hey, do you want to take a look at our ST3 Pro scooter? Joe, take a look at what we found outside today. What is this thing?
Well, yeah, I was obviously surprised when we went out to the front door to see this sitting there. From the quick research that I did in a few minutes in prepping for this video, like, this thing is awesome. This thing has a lot of bells and whistles, including the first thing I love from a security standpoint is it has a built-in AirTag from Apple, which is great. I'm an Apple guy, you're not a big deal, but I'm gonna be able to take both scooters and add those to my account. So if this
Wait a
thing,
minute. What other scooter? What are you talking about?
well, you already showed them that scooter. So this thing has a lot of different features to it. One of my favorite is from a security standpoint that it's got an Apple AirTag included in it, which is awesome. This thing has a ton of range, I believe up to like 46 miles on one charge. It'll also go 25 miles an hour, which is scooting pretty fast. This thing is just awesome. There's so many different things that I can talk about, from the suspension to the lighting, everything. This is a super awesome scooter.
I'm so excited to have two of these. We have something special planned for these two. We're not going to reveal that. You're going to have to watch to the end of the video to see what happens, but we have something special we're gonna do with both of these scooters. One of the scooters is already built and sitting behind the camera. I didn't want to reveal that yet till we had both of them, but we need to get this scooter out of the box. And if we look at the front before we do that, basically this guy has dual suspension. It has a dampening arm for the suspension, and it can climb a 28-degree slope. And if you look over here, maximum power 1,350 watts, which is gonna allow you to do some really good climbing and get some good speeds. It'll do 25 miles per hour maximum speed. It has a triple braking system, and this is supposedly one of the best high-quality scooters made. It is not cheap. The box was heavy. It took two of us to get in here. So what do you think? Should we get this thing unboxed?
Let's do it.
All right, let's do it right now. All right, I'm here with Dukes of Duval, and we're in front of the Navi ST3 Pro scooter, the best scooter made, in my opinion. And we're gonna go ahead and get this thing unboxed now. You ready to do it?
Let's do it.
Get the knife out, let's go, the Black & Decker. Okay, so the first thing is we just had two straps holding them down, and we have now some tape to deal with. Looks like that's about it. We got some styrofoam, and it looks like in this one, Joe, we have a charger.
Yep.
So this looks like the charger for it. Just like a regular power brick charger, nothing substantial. And then there's a bag here with a power plug for the charger. That comes also with that. A little bag of screws and a wrench. So we're gonna have to assemble this. It's not much. I think it's 4 screws or 3 screws.
Wow.
I can't remember. And then the actual scooter is now in the box. Another styrofoam. And then the Navi should just come right out of the box. And it does have a kickstand. You can go ahead and put that kickstand out.
Man, I tell you, this is really nice to come almost fully assembled.
Almost
like
ready to go, right?
Yeah,
So
it really is.
All we should have to do from memory is lock the front in place with that lever.
Locks right in, that's easy.
Should be it. And now this stuff here, there's gonna be one wire that's gonna go down into the front fork right there. So all you do is tuck the wire in like this, the neck in there like that.
All right, so now we're just gonna go ahead and install the 4 Allen screws that go in here. They give you one extra one just in case you lose one, but it looks like this is the only screws that you have to use on this entire assembly to get this thing put together, which is awesome. And it looks like there's some thread lock that's put on there. That's the blue stuff that once you tighten it down, these should stay in there pretty nice.
So there's 2 in the front and 2 in the back, correct?
Correct, yep.
Okay. That is going to be the entire assembly, which I love that. You really don't have to do anything.
I gotta be honest with you, for something this nice, you know, you'd think it's gonna take a while to put together. It does not. It is very quick. That is the fastest I've ever put anything together.
Now there's going to be a couple more steps after that just to get this thing completely unboxed. We're going to need to go ahead and cut off your tag here and take off the plastic and the deck down here. So,
all right, so we're going to go ahead and take the tag off.
Okay.
Here, got some plastic we got to rip off.
Just underneath the wheels, huh?
Yep.
Okay, looks like you're going to have to take off this protective deck cover as well. Rip that off. This thing's unboxed so good.
All right, looks like the display screen has a little bit of protective film on there with some information for, looks like maybe downloading the app that goes with it. All right, so I just downloaded the app, setting up my username and password, which is very easy to do. Now I'm gonna go ahead and take off this screen protector here, where I was able to find the QR code to download the app, which is very easy to do.
Right.
All right, now with that being said, I believe we have to power it on, and then we just need to link the devices. All right, power's on.
Power came on.
All right.
Looks like your battery's at 50%.
Yep.
All right, so you're gonna go ahead and add the device now, huh?
Correct. I'm gonna link the device.
Okay, found it already. Look at that.
That was fast. Link the device.
Cool.
Sound like we're connected. Riding. So there's a riding guide that goes along with it.
You can skip that.
Yep. All right, we're connected.
Awesome. So you can see your scooter now and all the perimeters, right?
Yep.
Okay, we're out here with Joe's ST3 Pro here from Navi. And we did power it on and pair it to the app. What's our next steps here?
Yeah, so it's charging right now, which is pretty easy. I think we're gonna let it get to a pretty good charge before we take it on its first official ride.
Okay, yeah, and then here's the actual charger. So it's a power brick and it comes with a separate power cable. And basically here, when the bike is charging, it will be red or green when it's fully charged. It'll turn fully green. Now there's some other things you can set in the app, like that has to do with the lighting and the acceleration and the rate of acceleration right off the rip. So all that stuff can be set up in the app, so I'll show you guys that separately. But we're already good to go on this thing. It was literally a 10-minute setup, and now it's just got to charge for a little while.
It took more time to get it out of the box than it did to assemble it. That's how fast it was.
Absolutely. Now let's go get the other one and put it right next to this one while they charge.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, we're back in front of our ST3 Pros. We got both of our ST3 Pros right here on the chargers. I think Joe's is at 58% right now, so we're letting it charge up a little bit. But we wanted to get together with you guys and talk a little bit about the features of these guys. So one of the cool things is there is a variety of ranges available depending how fast you want to go.
Yeah, so I think the speed also is indicative to how far you can go. So if you want a top speed, of course, you're going to go less distance.
Right.
But if you want a longer, then you put it on eco mode. So I think there's 3 particular modes, right?
Yeah,
Eco?
sport and drive.
Correct.
So in eco mode, you get 47 miles. In sport mode, you get 20. So there's a trade-off there.
Yeah, absolutely. But depending on what you're doing and how fast you want to get there, obviously you can change in the settings pretty quickly.
Yeah, you just have to plan your trip. Another thing about this thing is that we didn't even know till we started researching is it has a 1,350 watt brushless motor.
Yeah, the brushless part is a big thing, right? So a lot of the newer motors are all coming brushless, and what it basically does is it's less wear and tear on the motor, so it lasts for a lot longer. I have a good idea that these things are going to last for a long, long time.
Cool, I'm excited about that. It says it might last 10 times longer than a normal motor.
I would believe it with brushless.
All right, another cool feature of these awesome electric scooters are the suspension system. This is not a toy. This has a dampening system that uses a dampening arm.
Yeah, and actually there's 2 of them. There's one for the front and one for the back.
That's so awesome.
It's so much smoother.
It really does. I've ridden them, and what we initially, I think, thought was the bike trying to like pop a wheelie was actually the suspension moving on acceleration, which is very cool. Now these things also have cool lighting effects. Now they have regular headlights and taillights and a reflector up front here, but they also have ambient LED lighting.
That's true, yes. I think it's multicolor depending on what you want, correct?
It is, and you can control that all with the app. So as long as you have the headlight and the taillight switched on, you can turn on the ambient lighting with the app, and there's this cool stripe on the side that we'll show you guys on video later.
And also to mention is that it has a working brake light. So if you apply the brakes, the light is going to get brighter, which is awesome.
That is very cool. So, I mean, it literally has street legal lights on it, even though, and another thing we should talk about is these are legal in the state of Florida to be ridden on Florida roads without any kind of registration, and you don't need a driver's license. So let's talk about the other cool thing about this bike, the braking.
Yeah.
Now, this thing has 3 types of braking.
Yeah, it does. Yep. So you have braking for both the front and the rear. But the third one is the most important, which is regenerative. And as you guys know, we like golf carts, and that's what they have on all those. So it's very cool to see that technology here. So it does have a setting inside of there that I think you can do 3 levels, right? Depending on how much you want the regenerative to stop the scooter itself. But I will tell you, as a person that loves using it, I'm going to put mine on high and allow that to brake for me so that I don't wear my normal brakes out.
Okay, so I've only tested on the lowest setting. We actually put both of ours on turbo for regen, so I'm excited to see if that gives us any battery. And I'm excited to see the braking because as in our cars, the regen's awesome. We don't ever have to use our brakes hardly.
Correct. One of the great things that I love about this, much like our golf carts, is that they're all aluminum frame, which is really, really good for longevity, right? What we don't want to do is to get out in the elements and find ourselves dealing with a bunch of rust. Aluminum's going to stand the test of time, so I'm really excited about that part.
Same here also. And also a cool feature of these guys are they have tubeless tires, almost like a regular motorcycle or car, and they are self-sealing as well.
Yeah, so in the event that you run over a nail or something in the road, looks like it seals itself back up.
We're gonna find out. And also, one other thing, they have a set of ergonomic handlebars on each one, and I have ridden this quite a bunch now, and I'll just tell you that it's all about your riding style. If you can get on it and not just go crazy on the grip, you can actually ride comfortably for a little while, but that does help a lot. And it's got a bell.
So one of the great features about this is that it has a thumb throttle, which makes it very easy, so you can still hold on with a nice grip on it as you're riding, so you can use your thumb to accelerate when needed.
Also, it's also kind of a safety feature because on a bike with a twisting, you can actually lose the bike and turn it wide open and it can literally fly out from under you. With this, when you let go, the acceleration literally stops. So that's a good safety feature.
So one of the other great things is that it has a very wide deck on here, which is good to get your feet in the position that you want for long-term rides. You want to be comfortable, which is great. And it's also rubberized.
Very good. Yeah, that does help a lot when you're riding. And it does also have your heel kick right there in the back, as you can see. So this thing also has ABS and it has anti-skid acceleration too, so you don't spin the tires, and it's all configurable inside the app. So another cool feature about this bike is the display here. So this thing has all the information you need to ride. It also is interactive, so it can work with the braking system and the power button to set some of the features on the bike and also to unlock it. And it shows you everything from like Bluetooth to your speed and your battery charge. And I know we talked about this before, but this thing has the ability to unlock and lock from the app.
And the fact that it has Find My app built into the scooter itself. So for your Apple users, you know how great that is. So if you lose this or it comes missing, you can obviously track it down very easily.
Absolutely, and you can do two forms of locking also on the bike. You can set it to unlock with a password, which is configured and unlocked on the actual bike, or you can set it up with a Bluetooth unlock so that when you walk up to the bike, all you have to do is do a certain couple of things and the bike unlocks for you and nobody else can steal it.
Let's stay close for a little bit. Dude, I did pop a wheelie.
We need something way louder. All right, you guys just saw Joe and I test out these awesome Navi ST3 Pro scooters. We did a very long trip on these and it was awesome. We had a blast. Now it's time to see what these guys can do off-road. Let's check me out going through the park right now on the Navi ST3 Pro. Alright, what's up everybody? Good morning. It is Sunday morning. It's football day. And I have my USB 5 volt to 12 volt up converter here to try and power the screen for the scooter. So all my plan is right now is to see if this works. If it does work, then I'm going to solder it on, but we need our power bank. Now, we also discovered very quickly that the amount of power going through the bag charger cable was way too high for that cable, and it literally was almost melting. So we're gonna need a different cable for this, but it's really easy to see if this works because I have the wire for the Android Auto screen right here. All you have to do is hook it up and then try it. Let's get this thing connected up and see what happens. This is our USB 5 volt to 12 volt up converter. So let me see if this will power up our Android Auto screen. Here's our power pack, but I want you guys to see firsthand if this thing comes on. I've got my power pack right here. It is on. All right, it says 12 volts on the display of the power pack. Is our screen on? It is. It is on. Wow, that's so freaking cool, man. I'm so hyped. All right, I have another mission. I am going to go ahead and permanently run the wiring for the screen. All right, we know that works. Let's turn it off. So basically, I'm gonna drill a hole in this bag and run the power through there. Okay, my wire and my screen are tied up nice. It's gonna come right down here and into the back of the bag. I went ahead and got my drill bits right back here. Close as I can to the wire. It is very tight, so I like that. I'll just put a little bit of black silicone sealer on the inside around it to keep the water out, just in case I get caught in the rain. But step-up converter. Now I'm gonna have to solder this to my other wire. Done. There's our battery bank, the power came on, and our screen is turned on. We're gonna go ahead and heat shrink around this as well. All right, we got our screen installed, we got our converter installed, our battery pack is inside of here powering the screen. The Bluetooth speaker works as well, and we are using Android Auto from my phone, and you can see Waze right here. Okay, so here's some of the things on the home screen. Android Auto, CarPlay, Bluetooth setup, and then setup of the actual tablet and a calendar. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We are so happy to have you on the channel once again for something super special. You guys saw what just happened. Joe and I got two Navi ST3 Pro scooters. We went ahead and took them out and did an awesome excursion. We went about 6 or 7 miles at one time. Didn't even get close to coming less than 50% battery power. What you see on the screen right now is the Navi ST3 Pro. Navi sent us two of these and we were so happy to go ahead and check them out, modify them, and in the process, we added another sponsor to the mix. Lamto sent us their 7-inch wireless motorcycle CarPlay system. Does Android Auto also, and we put it directly onto our Navi ST3 scooters. It was a very cool project. You see, we can do everything from there and play out the music on our Bluetooth speakers as well. What a cool time we had with Navi and Lamto on this collaboration for Supercar Street Racing. Go ahead and pick up your Navi ST3 Pro. These things are awesome. They are not kids scooters. They have full suspension, so they work great on any ground. You saw me go into the park as well. They work great on the road, and when you go over bumps, they do an awesome job of keeping you safe. They'll go up to like 47 miles if you keep the power level down. They are very fast. They have a lot of torque. No problems climbing hills or anything like that. The Navi ST3 Pro is the real deal. If you like scooters and you are not a child, this is not a child scooter. You will want to put an adult on this because it is a bad boy. Now I'm going to have a link in the description to both the Lamto GPS, CarPlay, Android head unit for motorcycles, and one for the Navi ST3. Please click through our links in the description to buy all your products for Supercar Street Racing. It helps us out greatly. We get a few dollars here and there, enough to keep the channel going. And also, I want to thank you guys for over 225,000 subscribers. That's absolutely amazing. We couldn't do it without you guys. You are our support system. This video was crazy and it took me forever to edit, so I got to get out of here. I have to get out of here. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. And today, in an effort to make this white golf cart black, this happened. What's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. And today we are changing out this beat up white top for a black one. So I have all the tools here to do that. Let's get her done. All right, guys, welcome back. I got the new top all put in, nice and shiny black top. And I think now I will polish it up